the corner was coming, did I cuck you guys of getting a like corner hit or something like that? Like the other, you guys complain that my waiting screen is too long. Then I decide to go early. Then you complain that you miss your corner hit. What is it? You guys need to, pick your priorities here. It's confusing. Get it together. Whole stream ruined. Okay, let's join Pisco's stream. No way. Wonderful. Can you turn your Discord camera on? Perfect. So grateful that I can stay on. How nice. Why does it look so bad? Hold on. We're gonna fix this. Oh, you guys aren't hearing Pisco. Give me a second then. What is going on then?
Before the government defendants got involved. For instance,
guys?
Facebook announced an expansion of its COVID-19 misinformation policies in early February 2021 before White House officials began communicating with the platform. And the platforms continued to exercise their independent judgment even after communications with the defendants began. For example, on several occasions, various platforms explained that the White House officials had flagged content that did not violate company policy. Moreover, the platforms did not speak only with the defendants about content moderation. They also regularly consulted with outside experts. This evidence indicates that the platforms had independent incentives to moderate content and often exercise their own judgment. To be sure, the record reflects that the government defendants played a role in at least some of the platform's moderation decisions. But the Fifth Circuit, by attributing every platform decision, at least in part, to the defendants, glossed over complexities in the evidence. And there was another quote that was really great. But basically, all I'm trying to say is, and what the court found here is, that there's no causative role that they're able to link specifically between the government action and the censorship decisions by the platforms. And that is what's missing and why the comparison fails. If you're able to show the coercion, if you're able to show the threat, what actually occurred, and even more radical, I think, and more ridiculous that what some people are saying is that some people were banned because of the government. You have to have evidence. You have to have evidence of a threat, of coercion, or of actual content moderation decisions that were informed by the government. Yeah. And in the case of the FCC, we have the threat open and notorious for everyone to see. Everyone was able to see the chairman of the FCC make that threat, and you're not able to see that in these social media cases. Anyway, Aaron, how are you?
Fixing my shit. Hold on.
One sec.
And you're talking Twitter files again for the millionth time.
Yeah, I am. Although I hope we don't start there.
I've noticed that's like a huge litmus test for you to determine if somebody is an idiot. It's like a thing that
What's
you
that?
have. What if somebody believes in like there's something to the Twitter files that's important? I've noticed
is
that like
important
if
to
you
me.
think that they, or if you learn that they believe something notable occurred there, you like instantly think that they're a fucking idiot.
Of course. I mean, I think it shows that they're being fed propaganda and they're not critical about it. Maybe they just have the wrong info though too. There are some people who like have kind of heard about the Twitter files and they think it shows a double standard, or they think it shows the Democrats did something wrong. And so I don't think it's like totally disqualifying, but it does send a red flag, I think, that this person doesn't do their research or just believes propaganda. That's just my opinion though.
Yeah.
How are you?
Just an
What do you think about
opinion.
the Twitter files? Do you have any opinions on the Twitter files?
I sleep really, really well at night, knowing almost nothing about the Twitter files. I can barely remember it. It just seemed like a nothing burger. And after that, I was like, oh, nothing happened here. And then I stopped thinking about it. For some people,
That's
this is
great.
like a really big thing for them.
This is why we have a show together.
It's never going to be a big thing for me. I don't understand. Like, even I had a clip of Tim Pool reacting to what I assume this is related to the Twitter files when they went to social media platforms and warned them, like, hey, certain stories have like markings of Russian disinfo right before the election or something. It wasn't even specific to like this particular Hunter Biden laptop story. It was like just in general, watch out for it. And they lost their shit.
Yeah, don't get me started, because people conflate a lot of things there. They conflate this op-ed that was written by a bunch of former officials that weren't even in their positions anymore, and that was written after the whole quote unquote censorship occurred and then was reversed. And so there's this like former officials who wrote something after that entire saga, who basically used their own free speech to say, hey, this has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. They conflate that, which was a pure exercise of speech by these former officials, with some warnings, some generic warnings from intelligence officials back earlier in that year. And a lot of those generic warnings, not about, when I say generic, I mean not related to the Hunter Biden laptop story. They have to do with actual Russian disinformation that was trying to be funneled into the DOJ. Like at the time that these warnings were given to social media platforms, there was this guy Smirnov who was trying to sell the DOJ on a Russian disinformation campaign, saying that the Bidens were taking money from Burisma. And so it makes total sense why the social media campaigns are like, hey, we have this guy lying to FBI officials about the Bidens and Russia, or sorry, and Ukraine. And there's this Russian spy who's doing this. So it makes total sense, but there was never any government interference in the Hunter Biden laptop story from the New York Post. And Matt Taibbi, your favorite friend,
Yeah.
he, of all
Friend of
people,
the
said,
stream.
friend of the stream, he said that that was the problem, that the government didn't get involved in, like, I don't know, comment on a news story. Not every, like, the FBI didn't operate. I guess that was Trump's FBI too. That was Trump's government. That was 2020. So yeah.
To
That's
me,
a little
it's
boring.
like,
People who are not in the
if
weeds,
you
but yeah.
don't think that the government has any right to even speak to private platforms about these sorts of things, give them heads up, give them warnings. I guess that kind of, I can see how it meshes into their new worldview of like being anti-vax and being very, very skeptical of every single institution, because they also don't like CDC guidelines or like probably wearing seatbelts, like these sorts of things. And it's like, that's also a viewpoint, you know, or like that's also a recommendation from the
Yeah.
government to suggest you ought to wear masks. You know, you ought to do during flu season, you ought to get vaccinated. Those are also viewpoints. Those are not, that's like not like, I guess,
They,
you know, it should be
are very
nonpartisan,
much-
but I guess it's technically an ideological position now.
They're very much viewpoints, and they don't actually care about it. Trump and Elon were like best friends and influencing each other and like dancing, holding hands and shit. Like they have no problem with the private public partnerships that are existing under the, I mean, you just went over it, right? Like,
Yeah, we did the
Just-
crypto scam thing.
yeah,
That's literally like the Burisma thing on
Yeah.
steroids.
yeah. So
And it was
they don't
actually
give a fuck.
happening. The like Burisma thing never actually, nothing came of it or whatever. This
Yep.
is probably the biggest corruption. Like
And
every
it's all out in
day,
the
it's like
open,
there's
yeah.
40 Watergates that happen in a
Oh,
single
who
day.
said that? Yeah,
And
no,
it's like,
it's
what are you
true.
supposed to do
It
with it?
really is. I think that honestly, probably on a weekly basis, we have a scandal, and I'm not being ironic about this,
Or
that
like
is
hyperbolic,
individually
I
worse
guess.
than Watergate. Yeah, like at least one or two every week that are unironically worse than Watergate, and that's like And it might be even on a daily basis. That's how bad this administration is.
Well,
I don't even think that, we've talked about this before, I don't even think Watergate is wrong under this Supreme Court precedent now. Like,
the immunity ruling? No.
Yeah.
Why would it be? He was just acting in his official capacity.
You can fire someone for any reason. They're firing people who are like refusing to charge someone on no evidence and like refusing to go after the Democratic politicians. Trump issues private message through Truth Social to Pam Bonding is like, hey, bitch, why aren't you prosecuting my
Why is he sliding
opponents?
in Pam Bondi's Truth Social DMs?
Does she even have it? Like, who's on that fucking website?
Well, you just said he was DMing her on or private message on Truth Social. A function I didn't even know they had.
I think they were trying to make it seem, maybe, who knows, whether it was supposed to like look like a leak and it was accidentally he was like supposed to text it, or whether it was a public facing message, whatever it was. It was like a directive to Pam being like, hey, can you like go after my political enemies more? And that shit by itself is worse than anything Nixon did. Like, Nixon did what? He was like covering up his own ass a little bit and not even.
Okay, chill.
What's that?
Chill with saying that about Nixon.
What do you mean?
You just said that was worse than. No, I fucking hate Nixon and I don't want to like make hasty comparisons where I think you're saying that like, yeah, Nixon is not as bad as Trump, because I think in some other ways he probably is. No. He just used it through legal. He just did it through legal means.
No, that's the problem, right? Like the whole problem with the plumbers and breaking into the Watergate is that he used private actors to do that. If he had just used the FBI to do some illegal surveillance,
I've told you about that. That like that was some CIA shit that he was stepping into, and that he realized that there's recordings of him talking about this. That this is like spook shit.
No, there were some interesting tapes about that. But all I just mean is like, I would think it's probably arguably worse for the institution of the DOJ to be like targeting political rivals than it is to be letting political allies go. I don't know what is behind that intuition. They're both bad. They're both horrible. But I take one to be almost even worse. I think like, sorry, are you saying something? Sometimes there's like, you should check your Discord settings because the first word is often lost in our.
Oh, okay. I know. I think I know what to
do. You know.
But continue.
All right. No. I was just saying. I do think that like Nixon in comparison to Trump looks like a savant. He's so like worldly and he's very erudite and he's very like
chill. This is what I mean when I say chill with the Nixon whitewashing.
In comparison, obviously don't.
Maybe some like very, very low resolution comparison, but if you actually zoom in and like nail down on the specifics, Nixon did a lot of evil fucking shit.
What's the worst thing you think he did? Like extending the war in Vietnam and extending it to Cambodia?
Well, yeah,
that's probably one of the worst
that, right? Yeah. And doing that behind Congress's back.
That's probably pretty bad, yeah.
Also, probably not that great. Just the crackdown.
But he did the EPA, which now
yes, he did the EPA. He also wore a hard hat, and he would speak to like labor unions. Yeah, he did those things. He went to China.
Are you one of those people? Were you like enamored by Trump's McDonald's outfit? Were you one of those people like? Remember that? He was like, that's one of his campaign things.
I was enamored by a meme that was a picture of him waving that said, "Have a nice day, Efsler," with the impact.
What?
You didn't see that? Can I even show that or say that on Twitch?
Just show the picture of the wave.
McDonald's waving.
People
this
will
was
often
also
send
when
me
he like wished Kamala happy birthday. I think from this very McDonald's window.
I don't remember him wishing her a happy birthday.
Yeah, he did.
What is she up to? I haven't seen that interview with Rachel Maddow, but apparently
we're going to.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Well, and he also, I remember him making a comment saying that like, "Hey, it's pretty clean back here," and Trump is like a notorious germaphobe, and so I'm like, okay, like I know that he can like rest well knowing that like all of those fucking Big Macs with fries that he got all of those years. Actually, like, kind of clean,
Well, he probably has his favorite McDonald's, just like I have my favorite Dunkin' Donuts. They're different.
We went over his order, remember?
What was it? Oh, yeah, it was like 2 double quart.
It was like, it was this, okay?
Hey, Efsler?
It was like, it just said, like, have a nice day, Efsler. With the impact font. I thought it was really funny.
No, but he didn't make Yeah, they always do this meme like where Trump is pointing, he's like, "You are gay," or like something. You know what I'm talking about? Like that meme.
Yes.
Do you get? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Hang on,
Yeah.
I'll try to. I'm gonna try to find it and send it to you.
Have a
You
nice
are
day. I'm sorry,
gay.
that was a crazy thing to walk
Trump
into. I
meme.
didn't make that meme. Okay, I know exactly what meme you're talking about, Aaron. Thank you. See, some people know. Some people are cultured in my chat.
Hang on. I could probably just go to my Twitter replies. All right.
Well, you
You know
tweeted
what?
out.
I don't tweet it out. People tweet it at me though.
Right. Sure.
But no, we have a lot of stories today. I think we should start though
With yours.
where this show. No, really?
Well, actually, no, we should start with me dunking on Tim Pool while we're on the fucking
Oh, no.
while we're
Everyone
on
liked this tweet.
the Twitter files thing. Okay, so he says this: ABC is a private company and can do what it wants. There were people in my replies like, he's making fun of you. You think I don't fucking know that? There's a lot of people that don't know the lore, though, and don't realize that that's what he's doing. I don't give a fuck. It's still an opportunity to dunk on him. I'm not going to abstain from posting the receipts that call him out for being a fucking hypocrite just because he's making some stupid joke. You think he has a point here? So this was cut together from like a couple of, like, it's one video, but like moments in the video where he's going over the like Hunter Biden laptop story being deprioritized because Mark Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan, talked about this and how FBI made this general warning.
Yeah. And also he was unironic about this. And also it shows that they don't really care about this shit. And that's kind of been my casus belli.
No, see, they say you don't care about it. No, you don't care about it.
No, but no, you don't care about it. That's
no,
what I say in response.
that's really what they're doing. It's literally just both sides going, no, you, when it comes to this, because that is his literally his explanation for why he gets to take this position now.
Mm.
It's like an insane leap already from that first statement to the second.
Insane leap.
To read that out and then go, they basically said this entirely different thing that they didn't say.
Yep. But how would you know that? I think it was more direct than that. You were just debunked that didn't show up in the story. What's the basis actually, Tim, to think that it was more direct than that? I mean, you're just literally speculating. There's no information that you're going off of.
Wait, give me a second. It's muted on my end, apparently.
Lisandro Peña says, Pisco doesn't want to talk to me. He'll end up crying. Peña, I've like kept my voice chat open for you I think every single stream that you show up, we ask you to come on VC. So we'd love to have you.
No, because every time I can get you, I can't get it doesn't want to do my desktop, and every time I get my desktop, it doesn't want to do you.
And not Tom Homan taking bribes from undercover FBI agents. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lanta. Does Caroline Levitt have a different face every day?
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. Does it sound sexist?
No, because I think I know what you're referring to. The fact that she has like terrible plastic surgery and fillers.
Yeah, maybe. So in my opinion, it's strange. He doesn't know Ukrainian. He doesn't know anything about energy. This is just another example of this dude.
Can you hear Benny Johnson talking?
Just because you're on the board of a company doesn't mean you have domain area expertise. There are plenty of board members of organizations that don't have domain area expertise. I mean, only someone who has no experience in boards of directors, in the management of corporations would say something like this, that you would have to have domain area expertise to be a member of a board of directors. That's CEOs, or there are some CEOs who learn on the job about the nature of the business they're in. So it's only something that someone who is totally ignorant.
We're deafening him.
Right now, there are rulers.
Okay, there we go. I think we fixed it, you guys. Okay. Is that fixed?
Of our land.
No,
Represented
I
right
muted
here
Pisco. Can you guys hear
is
them?
the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive. God has
Okay, perfect.
And when someone says that, you know that they've like received the talking points from, he didn't know anything about oil and energy. Like, yeah, dude, like Mattis was on the board of Theranos.
Okay, it's fixed. I'm restarting this clip because my stream didn't hear
awesome.
it. So.
Oh, no worries.
It's just a correction on how I opened. My understanding was that the FBI made a request for the Hunter Biden laptop story to be censored. What Mark is saying is they gave them a general request about, hey, you should basically, like they basically told Facebook to censor information. They said that Russians are trying to interfere, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We know what that means. I think it was more direct than that, but Mark is clearly trying to downplay what's going on. So I just want to make sure we're clear. I don't know that the FBI told them to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story explicitly, but the FBI did go to Facebook and said, watch out for this stuff, which they know would result in Facebook censoring tons of information, regardless of where it came from. I mean, the fact that the FBI said any information should be under watch is a First Amendment violation, and any action taken after that, I would argue, is Facebook acting on behalf of the U.S. government. It's funny, like Mark Zuckerberg tells Joe Rogan that Facebook algorithmically censored the Hunter Biden laptop story for 7 days based on a general request from the FBI to restrict election misinformation. I think that's a fair assessment, and you need to understand that means the government is going to...
And these tech CEOs, they're not your friends either. And when they give these kind of conclusory statements on, it was based on a general request to restrict election misinformation, they're basically trying to cover their ass. And you'll notice in all their statements, they're like, we never did anything wrong. We never, like, do not trust these tech CEOs. Do not trust Google. Do not trust Zuckerberg. This is all, like, they do not show the goods either. And they never give, like, any specific, like, we wanted you to take down this exact Hunter Biden laptop story that has never been shown, never been proven whatsoever, and the Facebook decided to deprioritize it. That's on Facebook. And
well, he makes that clear in that interview that they show from Joe Rogan, and you can see the context where he was saying that we acted of our own volition and decided to do this based off of an advisory warning because they don't want to run into the Cambridge Analytica type scandal once again with this election cycle. So you would expect that they would actually heed the warning more this time than last time. And like the reason why Zuckerberg didn't get in really like any trouble for that was because it was a bunch of boomers at the congressional hearing asking him questions, and it literally just turned into a tutorial on Facebook because they don't know how it even fucking works.
Do you remember when they asked him to turn around and apologize? And he did. He's like, I'm sorry. Everyone's like, turn around and apologize, and Zuckerberg doesn't. It's a total beta move. But yeah, no, it's actually insane. And think about that standard, what it would be. So the government can't warn the social media platforms about like the Russia interference that existed in 2016. In 2016, we had the Internet Research Agency literally putting up, in disinformation and information on gatherings to gather groups of people together in real physical space, and actually, interacting in websites in a malicious way. Of course, the government has an interest in that. Of course they do. In the same way, by the way, that they have an interest in TikTok, right? No one would say the government doesn't have an interest in potential threats in terms of misinformation from China. No one would say that the government should never talk to. Okay, maybe they would.
They took hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russia, so that's where I'm coming at it from. They probably don't want to be hearing about.
Oh, you're talking about tenant meeting. No, what I mean to say is like, if you really push someone who's reasonable, I think that they would say, yeah, of course. For China, if you wanted to have some kind of talk between the government and its social media for China-based influences, everyone, because there's this kind of growing consensus against China, bipartisan consensus, I should add, that caused the TikTok ban to be put in place in the first place, the wisdom of which I think is highly dubious at this point, especially seeing what the Trump administration is doing with that ban. But yeah, like no one would blink an eye at that. No one would blink an eye at saying like, hey, the government should be able to talk to social media companies to prevent exploitation of children, to give information about when, patterns of abuse might happen. So at a broad level, no one really has a problem with the government talking to private actors. It's when they're coercing them to do things that are within their rights, or to refrain from doing things that are within their rights, or to censor people using government enforcement and regulatory powers. That's the problem.
to big platforms and saying, restrict things you choose at our behest. At this point, there is no argument. The government is actively playing a role in censoring information they do not like. I guess that's
So if he thinks that that constitutes censorship, wait till I tell you what the FCC chair said that led to the indefinite suspension of Jimmy Kimmel, which I've noticed the cope with that is, oh, the ratings were terrible, so this is all just a cover for like them dismissing him. They're conveniently using the comments of the FCC to do that. But one, I've never heard of a company that if they feel their bottom line is not being met, they will find a way that to demonstrate that somebody is in violation of a contract to dismiss them and get them off the air. They're not going to have any trouble with that. They don't need a cover. And then they'll also say, oh, but he lied. And it's like, well, you don't want to play that game because Fox News had to settle one of the most expensive lawsuits. And I never heard Biden flirting with the idea of like, maybe Fox News shouldn't have a broadcasting license, you know?
I think that they're technically cable. And so I don't know that the FCC has their purview, but I know what you mean. And they wouldn't like invoke other authorities to be like, hey, you know, Fox News, if you don't stop hosting these unhinged election deniers, we're going to do some kind of lawsuit against you from the DOJ, or we're going to initiate proceedings in whatever domain is relevant to Fox News that where the federal government has a say there. That would never happen. It did never happen. It didn't even happen with these social media companies.
Okay, well, you want to get to the first story?
I would want to, I don't know if you're ready for it, and you tell me if you are, or if you want to do the stories first. I think we need to go back to our roots because there's breaking her take news. And I feel like
breaking her take news.
This is how you and I started this in the first place, is her take. Her take is this idea. I don't know whose idea it was. Was it mine? Or was it yours?
I think it was yours. Yeah.
Maybe a combination. But it was kind of a combination. We were both kind of watching it or thinking about it. And apparently there was some major drama that happened on the...
Apparently Jillian like walks off or something like that.
And someone, the streets are saying, I don't know if this is true. This is what the streets are saying. The streets are saying that it might have implications on the future of the program.
Not her take.
Yeah, not like this.
Come and take her take. Come and take it from me. I will riot before I let PBD Valuetainment cancel her take.
Oh, no.
Did you see that he interviewed Fuentes finally?
Oh, I saw there was a thumbnail for it, but I didn't actually watch the video.
Yeah, he did it. I haven't seen it yet, and we're not doing that today, but it's probably terrible. It's the first time I've ever seen PBD call something racist and just say it's racist, because Fuentes was like, I believe that racists should stick to their own, and I intend to marry a white woman and have white babies. And PBD is like, it's kind of racist, no? But this is like, yeah, well, it's like my whole thing.
Well, I find it funny because under Fuentes' system, it's an abomination that PBD is even there at all, right? I mean, he's like an Iranian.
Right. This is what I've always wanted to see. I've told you that I want these people that are supporting the mass deportation programs, especially people like Lindy Li, people like Patrick Bet-Davidson that are like, or David, I always want
Amy Dangerfield.
Amy Dangerfield, even though I don't know that she's a naturalized citizen yet, but she's in the process of doing it. All of these people that support mass deportations, yeah, fuck you, and you shouldn't even, like, if that's going to be your standard, then why are you lecturing me on this? You're not really an American if you really think it says, it should be able to be, people should be denaturalized that easily or revoked or not have due process.
Yeah, I want to say Jillian's role is the pseudo host.
She is
of
the host.
Show.
She's credited as the host in the description. Yeah.
Okay, so she is the official host, and she's usually trying to build and make peace between the different actors. And so I find it interesting, perhaps on the same week that Charlie Kirk's death and assassination is being discussed, that they have Nick Fuentes on, an enemy of Charlie Kirk, and then the host is I combine homemaker and host. I promise I'm not a misogynist. Yeah.
Very embarrassing for you.
Sorry about that. The host might be leaving her take, and then the future of the show. I mean, that's up in the air at this point. And I don't know maybe it was destined for them to fall out anyway. But yeah, why don't we take a look at her take?
This is like,
if that's okay with you.
All the hype around like Lost or fucking Days of Our Lives. This is like our version of that.
This is our Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah. I also want to take a look at the SHOEONHEAD video. It's getting,
Oh yes, let's watch that.
and but this
The shoe.
was a short episode of her take. It's like, okay, well actually, oh shit, there's 2. Okay, so they did the
There's
assassination
2?
of Charlie Kirk 4 days ago. That one's an hour long, but I'm guessing the walk off is the one from a day ago.
I'm guessing that's true as well. So let's do the day ago one.
Yeah.
And folks, please, if you're watching, know that we have been day 1 watchers of her take. I haven't seen every single episode, but I'm pretty sure Aaron is all the way caught up or close to caught up.
Pretty much.
So
I've
this
watched
is
most episodes.
this is serious. This would be a dramatic thing if the show got canceled or if something there was some major departure. I mean, we would really feel that.
Right. This is like up there with, again, the season finale of MASH or Breaking Bad, the end of Breaking Bad, something like that, right?
This is like when what was Jamie Lynn Spears? Is that her name? Jamie Lynn Spears walked off of Zoe 101 because she got pregnant.
She got pregnant.
Remember that?
Huge news. Okay.
That was insane. Insane, yeah.
We
The
should
way
remember-
PBD flattered Rogan that one time made me physically ill, overstating his glaze for a bald toe monkey like Joe Rogan experience.
Both of them have fucking slobbered over each other before in the past. So it's nothing
Yeah, they
new.
love that. They love that stuff. Always have. And Joe Rogan, by the way, is he getting insaner? Because he, I think, is starting to believe that Candace Owens.
Joe Rogan?
Bullshit.
No. A normal dude.
All right, guys, this is it. I think this is the walk-off. It must be. So let's oh shit, I'm excited. I'm excited, Aaron. This is I can't hold it in.
Oh, you want to fucking go? Hold on.
I do like seeing the intro though, just saying.
It like doesn't want to press play. Hold on.
Oh, maybe it's going. I think it's just the way the video is.
No, it's not. Like I'm not seeing. Okay, now it's going. Now it's going.
Yeah.
There. Oh, I forgot because when they do it live, they
Yeah.
have this like opening screen.
Pause. So I know, and you don't need to admit this, and I know that we condemn Charlie Kirk being assassinated. I know that
Admit.
it's impossible in times of great sadness. There are memes that make one laugh, and I think that
Great
even
sadness
in the most
for who? Speak for yourself.
okay, in
I'm not
times of
sad.
unjustified assassinations,
Sure.
there can be some comedy, perhaps some laughs that can emerge even from a horrible situation. I don't think that anyone in the audience would begrudge us a laugh. The one that always gets me, it's the same JFK meme, which is like, he wasn't assassinated, his head just did that. His head just
Don't know what you're talking about.
you know the meme? Like JFK,
No.
he wasn't actually shot in the head, his head just did that.
No, I've never heard of this.
You never heard that? Okay,
No.
sorry. Just like-
So that was it. Are you done with the virtue signal?
No, that was it. That's
Okay,
the
perfect.
meme
Thank you.
of Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Welcome back to Her Take. Yesterday, the world buried Charlie Kirk, and I think we are all still
The
reeling.
world.
We're going to be talking about the memorial,
The world.
and then we're going to be moving on and covering the ongoing scandal and conspiracy theories surrounding his death. And last but not least, Kash Patel. Everybody here seems to be pretty disappointed with
I
Kash
hate
Patel
this.
and how
Pause.
he handled
Why the fuck did they move Anna?
I know. Why is Anna's in Lindy's spot? Lindy's in Anna's. This isn't right.
See, only a real fan would know
Charlie's
this.
assassination.
Of course. Have you downloaded Minnect? So you can
What?
talk to Ana Kasparian for $5 a minute.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Anna is on the Valuetainment Network's app called Minnect, and it's kind of like Cameo or Patreon, where you can like, I don't know, with Cameo you pay people and they make a custom video for you and they say what you want. With Minnect, you can connect with the different like e-celebs or people on their platforms, and they can charge you for voice chats on the app, and her rate is $5 a minute.
So why don't we do an hour, $300?
For Ana Kasparian,
Yeah, to join our fucking. Yeah,
$300 for you to debate her on the fire thing.
yeah. Why the fuck not? We'll do it for $300.
You guys,
We'll buy an interview.
Here, $300.
We'll do it.
I was gonna say you're pretty cheap, but then I just remembered. Wait, that's Anna's rate. So Anna's pretty cheap.
That's not mine.
Only 3. You know, even Andrew Wilson, when he was on, you were on sale. That was $500.
Oh, yeah.
This is still cheaper than that, you guys. This is a steal compared to the Andrew Wilson bargain bin prices.
The Wilson bargain bin, my friend got hit by a fucking car price.
Isn't it so disrespectful that he went
so
from
disrespectful.
Well, no, not just that. The fact that the fee for you, just to him, thousands of dollars. When it was like, oh, okay, if you donate to my friend, it's even less and like way less. Shouldn't it be at least like maybe half or some? I don't know. That was insane. That's more rude.
No, yeah. When I sent that, I'm like, I talked to somebody, I'm like, what should I do? Like, I think this is in bad taste. I don't agree with that as a principle. I feel like he's being a scumbag and he's trying to like guilt me. And yeah, I think that it's just like a really scumbaggy thing to do, to be like, hey, you know, this insane demand I was making of you, I've made it 50% plus. It's really plus because it was thousands of dollars. And you can pay for my friend's surgery who got in a horrible accident. Just like, what, dude?
And keep in mind, Andrew Wilson is literally one of the most super chatted YouTube channels right now. So he's not hurting for money. Yeah, the Crucible is not hurting for money. So he could definitely just pay off all of his friends' bills and it probably would do literally nothing to him. Like, it would be so easy, but...
The nation, as well as the fact that for some reason we still don't have the Epstein files. So we're going to start off with Charlie's memorial. And I figure we'll just go around the table here. Lindy, do you want to lead us off? What did you think? How did you feel?
Lead.
I was astounded by the turnout. About 200,000 people showed up, which is tremendous. Right. And people came together in love, in unity. There were no riots. Everyone was just...
God.
Did you see how much trash they fucking left behind?
They trashed the place. They were selling like bullet wound shirts and like bloody shirts and the speeches weren't love. They were, I would say, I didn't watch the full Erika Kirk speech. So the only thing I know about it is,
it was weird.
Yeah. Yeah. But like the whole forgive the shooter thing, you know, I guess it's like a decent Christian notion or whatever. But the Stephen Miller speech and the Donald Trump shit, that was like not coming together in love. That was coming together in like literal hatred. Trump goes on stage and says,
said, he was like, I know,
this
Erika
is about
just said,
hate.
Yeah, we're forgiving.
Sorry,
well,
Erika.
I don't think so.
I hate him. So yeah, this is an
I mean, like,
thing.
if he weren't the president of the United States, he was kind of really like real for that. But since he is, it's not great.
Listen, I think that you're allowed to hate your enemies. I don't. That's not the reason why we're calling him out. We're calling him out for saying hating enemies is because he has a president. He is the president, and he has an obligation to all citizens, and he has to put aside his hatred and not want bad things to happen even to his enemies, because ultimately he has an obligation to his enemies. And so I think that that's just a bad leadership moment for him. Not that he has many good leadership moments or any, but also beyond that, it's their side that has been like finger wagging at the left for being divisive and not stressing unity, and that it just encapsulates a hypocrisy that's impossible to ignore.
Hold your thoughts on that. Sam Wayman, thank you so much for the $20. Message says, hi, just press play show suggestion. A short segment in the beginning where you point out one stupid take that was made on Lib Learn the night before by one of the panelists, which would naturally make Pisco have to defend one of his boys. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This is a wonderful suggestion, actually.
That's amazing, yeah.
I also, the Erika Kirk thing, I didn't find your speech moving, for one.
I didn't watch it. I'm just talking about that one part.
No, I watched it yesterday. And the thing is that she's saying, oh, I forgive him. Like 10 days after, she goes out and makes a villain speech where she's like, these fucking evildoers, they're going to fucking pay for what they did or whatever. You've lit a fire that's going to ring out like a cry. Then 10 days later, she's like, I forgive you. And I'm thinking like, you do? Cool. So can we stop doing all of this fucking shit in his name, please? Can we like reverse every single decision? Are you going to advocate that he not be given the death penalty? Are you going to go and like talk shit, like openly speak out against the Trump administration? Because the entire time they're acting like Charlie Kirk, a lot of comparisons to Jesus Christ. The most notable is that, did you know Jesus only died when he was in his 30s? Charlie Kirk died in his 30s. Yeah. Basically the same thing. He's like, Charlie Christ, the same thing. And then the other thing that they kept saying was that, like, yeah, he really, really loved, like, open speech and debate. And I'm like, okay, but if you're saying this, and then, like, you're also talking about, like, oh, he's so pro-free speech, and Donald Trump is the one who ends your Memorial, it was a political rally. Memorial, then
yeah.
like, how are you going to say that he stood for free speech? Because even by his own standards, he would not be in favor of what's going on right now. If I pretend like he actually held to his principles genuinely, he didn't believe in concepts like free hate speech.
And he was, it's so funny because there are a lot of contradictions there that you pointed out. And he was defending all of the anti-free speech moves that Trump was making in real time. I do find it funny, the kind of contrasting visions of Kirk as this savant of free speech, but on the other hand, helping implement probably the most anti-free speech president we've had in a generation, if not more. And I find that, it's giving Ezra Klein a little bit, and like this, he was the best of us type situation.
He was doing politics the right way.
Yeah, I don't like that shit.
And when David Duke dies, Ezra Klein hopefully will stay consistent, pen an op-ed saying David Duke did politics the right way.
One little thing to comment also on what you just said, Aaron, I think that they're referencing a specific kind of spiritual forgiveness that has nothing to do with their conduct on the mortal plane or whatever. It's just like, God, if you have a genuine act of, I don't know, that it doesn't really have to do with corporeal forgiveness, material forgiveness in the reality. In that sense, I have no idea what is meant by forgiveness. I don't have access to that concept of spiritual forgiveness, but I do think that it's not indicative of their.
Here's what's meant by forgiveness. Turned out this person was not trans, was not black, was not gay. It's just some white dude. So suddenly we can find it within ourselves.
Wasn't he dating someone with a penis?
Does that make you gay if you date a trans woman? And you're
no.
gay?
No,
that's what I thought you were saying. For a second, it sounded like you said like the opposite. I was just curious on that.
But aren't you part of the LGBTQ community if you're dating a trans person, or do you not think that?
No. Why would that be the case? If you're a cisgendered straight individual dating a woman who happens to be trans, why would that make you queer?
I'm asking questions here.
Well, you just said, wouldn't that make you part of that community? So I'm curious what the basis was for that, like, assumption.
Please don't send me back to the critical race theory and gender theory classes. I thought I was done. No, but I think that there's not going to be any, that call to forgiveness is not really going to be, and I don't think it's intended as any kind of limitation on what they're planning to do on planet Earth.
No, if she wanted to, she would have said it. She would have said, like, I don't stand for she wouldn't have even appeared if that were the case. You would be offended that this is how. And like, honestly, Erika Kirk is like, I didn't like her speech, but she was the only one who actually seemed to like him, to know him. Like, she was crying, and I don't think that the tears were fake. I think that the way that she cries is a function of the fact that she used to do these like Miss USA, Miss America pageants, and I'm like, okay, she has like all of this media training, so the way she presents herself, I think, comes off as inauthentic to some general audiences, and to others, I think it resonates with them. But like everybody else's speech, it was like, Charlie helped me so much, so I was grateful to him. Jesus, 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 Bible, 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 invocation of these different parables that somehow apply. He was like Jesus, but there was very little quotations from Charlie Kirk. They didn't say like, they just were like, Charlie loved Jesus, Charlie loved this, Charlie loved that. And then that was it. There was nothing really personal about it. And like, his family wasn't there. That's not to say I don't think his family wasn't mourning, but I think it's, it's notable that his own family didn't even like appear and say hi or thank you or anything like that.
And I've said this on other platforms. It's because this wasn't your grandma's funeral. This wasn't this was a political rally, as you stated.
Yeah.
It was a quasi-state function where all the major members of Trump's cabinet attended. They were riffing on tariffs, on policies. Stephen Miller apparently was paraphrasing a Hitler speech. I don't know what to say.
Not Hitler.
Goebbels speech.
Get it right. Yeah. But he can't be a Nazi because he's Jewish, according to you. So.
Oh, right. That's right. Yes. My words coming back to bite me in the ass. What can I say?
Have you reversed your position on that?
I think that anti-Semitism continues to be at the core of what it is to be a Nazi. And so that doesn't preclude him taking inspiration from certain Nazi principles or fascistic principles. But I do think that it's hard for me to conceptualize an actual fervent Jewish Nazi. Maybe it's possible. I guess it's not impossible.
You ever seen Django Unchained?
I have.
Okay, Samuel L. Jackson's character.
Sammy?
Just picture that, but with like, swap it out for instead of a black slaver, you got a Jewish Nazi.
But I mean, it's like, could you call yourself a Christian if you rejected the divinity of Jesus Christ?
No.
What's that?
No. It's a core tenet of what it means to be a Christian.
Yeah, and maybe it's not anti-Semitism is not a necessary condition to Nazism, but it's close to. I don't know what it is. It's like maybe it's
The
not
unifying
necessary.
principle of it. You said it was the organizing principle.
I think it's an organizing. I think it's a central principle. It's anti-Semitic conspiracy and myth. That I think is one of that basically this racial ideology where Jews are a central component to it. I think is a central tenet here. I don't know. It would be like describing a Nazi who is like in favor of equality, right? Like, is it possible? Is it possible?
I don't think so,
Like,
because
maybe,
you're just describing somebody who has aligned themselves with the political ideology that's self-defeating or in some way would harm themselves. But people engage in self-harm all the time. People advocate against their own interests. I don't think it's like mutually exclusive or incompatible. I could say it's like stupid, but there were literally gay Nazis, so. And if you think that the Nazis had any love for homosexuals, you'd be wrong.
No. I just think that like maybe I would say that anti-Semitism stands apart from for example, like some of the anti-Christian principles of Nazism, where it was a little bit more pagan and a little more mythological, a little bit more terrestrial, as opposed to, even though they used Christianity against itself, they had it's a complicated history. This Christian Nazi.
Yeah, like too many Germans were Christians, so like being like openly anti-Christian was like difficult for them to do.
So
but they definitely took actions
of,
against like the Catholics and like the Catholic Church. So
I am treating anti-Semitism as a core component that I wouldn't say like homophobia and other bigotries that were held by the Nazis is central. But no, an interesting thing to bring up.
Incredibly respectful of each other. So I was amazingly floored. And not only that, there were so many people there. The spillover in the Desert Diamond Arena, they had a tremendous turnout there as well. It looked like, there was enough for...
It was the whitest crowd I had ever seen. Literally every single time they panned to the audience, I tried to find anybody who was not white. And I saw a couple of Asian people. That was it. I didn't see like a single black person outside of Ben Carson.
It's Lindy with a MAGA hat.
For a concert. And so
I was like, this is like playing Where's Waldo, but like reverse. Instead of trying to find like Waldo, I'm trying to find like just one black person, which should actually be easier, but I couldn't find anyone.
Stadium, it was filled to the rafters, and the luminaries of the Republican Party were almost all there. You had President Trump, Vice President Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, everyone spoke.
War Secretary.
And then there were influencers like Benny Johnson and others who were close to Charlie. But I think the highlight of the evening was, of course,
Pause real
Erika
quick, I have a super
Kirk's,
chat. Is the core premise anti-Semitism or white supremacy? I would say...
Well, Aryan supremacy, right?
Aryan supremacy, and because he distinguishes the different white races. The Aryan, which is one of them, and
where in Mein Kampf?
I think in Mein Kampf. There's
you
this,
read
wherever
Theory?
the class. I read Theory, yeah. Or read summaries of Mein Kampf. I haven't actually read Mein Kampf, but yeah.
I think most people have not ever read it cover to cover.
The implication of the racial mythology of the Nazis, I think, entails both white supremacy, Aryan supremacy, and anti-Semitism. I think it entails both. So what's core is something that entails anti-Semitism, I think, and white supremacy.
Speech. And 3 words, actually 4, I'm sorry. She said, 3 words, I forgive him. That young man who killed my husband, I forgive him. And that sent shivers down my spine. I thought that was incredibly powerful, ladies. What did you think?
Yeah, that's the same.
Michael Tracy, I listened to his reaction. I actually love Michael Tracy and Richard Hanania's little shows they do sometimes because they're so cynical. And Tracy is insanely cynical. He's like, I didn't feel anything. I didn't give a shit about that, but maybe I'm autistic.
Maybe. Mystery.
I mean, it's possible, Michael Tracy, but
Michael Tracy, if I went to school with him, dude would have a fucking roller backpack, and we wonder if he's anti-Semitic or if he's autistic.
No, like, what was I gonna say? Shit. That notion of forgiveness, that it does tug a sentimental string on my heart. And it's not that I am like blinded by my sentimentality there, but for whatever reason, it does tug on one of the strings of my heart. But I don't know. I know you are a little bit more cynical than me, perhaps.
I think if it was genuine, then it would be a moving sentiment to express, and not long after such a tragedy. But I don't think it's genuine. And I don't mean in the sense that this is performative. She's just trying to get virtue signal points. It's not that deeply cynical. It's that I don't really think that she means what she is saying. I think in her mind that, like, again, if forgiveness just means, you know, in my head, that's it. But to me, in this specific case, that would have to be coupled with certain actions. It would necessitate you speaking out in different ways, or saying like he should not have the death penalty or something like that.
I think that she is speaking about a spiritual forgiveness, and I think it's almost inward. I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of people who are kind of doing this biblical interpretation over the weekend, talking about when Jesus was forgiving the people who were actively, you know, crucifying him or whatever. And what's the quote? Forgive them, for they do not know what they do.
For they know not what they do.
And so, what the forgiveness actually means, I think I don't think it's true to say that biblically only God can forgive. I think that there are explicit lines that point to other people, entities who are not God forgiving. Maybe they're just using a fragment of God's power to forgive. But this kind of like talk strikes me as a kind of metaphysical, spiritual forgiveness that doesn't necessitate any particular actions in the current world. That's my take. I don't understand that concept necessarily. I don't really have a full grasp of it, but I do get the sense that they're not talking about the forgiveness as we would understand it in a kind of terrestrial sense.
To me, it's like, it's strange to me because she's actually not evangelical. She's Catholic herself. And it's strange to me to offer forgiveness before somebody has actually repented. In this case, he would need to demonstrate an act of contrition or show some sort of
Jesus
remorse
does that, right?
Or whatever.
Jesus does that when he forgives those who are crucifying him, because they're in the act of crucifying him, you know?
Correct. But
Sorry, there's a chat. I just want to address and I'll let you respond to that. Sorry. Pisco, I'm 28. Is it too late to write the LSAT and try my hand at law school? No. If you want to be a lawyer, it's not too late. I had people in my first year class when I was like in my 22, 23, whatever, who were at 29, 30, 31, 32. So it's not too late. I think the average age is probably like 24 or something.
Hope you love public defense.
Yep. But yeah, don't work for the federal government. Sorry, you were saying I had just said, well, but Jesus did forgive people who are like actively crucifying him. So those people didn't have
I know, but that's elevating Kirk to a level of martyrdom that is unbecoming for a Catholic to be espousing, in my opinion. That's why I was saying that, like, this sort of, if she's acting in conformity with the Catholic faith, this sort of idolatry or false comparison to be. No, he wasn't, but she was.
Oh,
and there was this discussion of like, oh, he was going to convert. Candace Owens, who's Catholic, is like convinced he wanted to convert because he had been attending mass apparently. But I'm like, this seems like it was more to do with the fact that they have children. He's married to a woman who is devoutly Catholic, and so he attends mass with them because of that, not because of any sort of like spiritual change on his own or anything like that. We just watched a video not long before he was killed where he's decrying Mariology and talking about the tenets of Catholicism that he doesn't agree with. So I didn't see any evidence that he was entertaining the idea of converting to Catholicism.
The entire, and this is something that was also observed by Michael Tracy, and it's impossible to avoid, the entire ceremony did not seem Catholic in the slightest. It seemed like an evangelical, especially like not Catholic type ceremony. I think JD Vance is a Catholic, and it just doesn't to me, strike as a very Catholic ceremony. Maybe that's why these. Because you just said that Charlie Kirk wasn't Catholic, and he wasn't, and his family didn't attend, so it wouldn't be.
No, he attended mass sometimes, and that's why people thought that he was on the verge of like converting. But I think that has more to do with just familial bonding than it does any sort of spiritual revelation or any change like that. But
there's this weird kind of like mixing of politics and a general religion where these doctrinal differences are starting to matter less and less, and everything is kind of taken on this evangelical, pseudo-political rapture-like
Well, even if she is personally Catholic, she is like culturally evangelical, in my opinion, because of her politics and what she espouses. And she announced at the end of that memorial speech, I am now the CEO of Turning Point USA or whatever, which is so like, I was like, this is like literally a pitch. I mean, millions of dollars are on the line. So she does have to really present herself a certain way to be able to, I think, try to carry forward this organization, because I know that there's a rift within, the base and this, like, the supporters that, like, do they support a woman being the CEO and head of Turning Point USA? I know that has to be divisive.
I mean, these are people who think that, like, women shouldn't be working.
Charlie Kirk thought that.
Yeah. So there is a kind of, it strikes me a little bit. Have you guys seen House of the Dragon, the first season or whatever? Or one of these histories where it's really important to them that they establish the continuity of governance over the empire. Here, the analog is Turning Point USA. So there was something oddly corporate, oddly grifter, and strangely, cynical about this entire thing. And I think anyone who's failing to call it out for its political or corporate implications, you're just a little bit of a naive baby. A super chat that says, I'd believe them if they were Zen Buddhists, but I don't know. American Christians are on a sin of wrath kick right now. I would agree with that.
I also just don't think that you see this sort of desire from Catholics to, I mean, there are like Francoists and like strains of like Catholic fascists. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, at least in American politics, to the extent Joe Biden was one of the most religious presidents that we've had in a long time. Only the second Catholic president to JFK. And you don't see this desire from Catholics en masse to like be one, like, they're usually not creationists. They have found ways to rectify like their faith with science. And then they also don't see this like need to really, really like kind of not make any distinction between church and state. I really just see that as like an evangelical thing and Protestant thing, that like there's this insistence that like God must be in the fucking classroom or whatever. That's not to say that Catholics obviously aren't informed, like their politics aren't informed by the worldview, but like, Biden was personally pro-life or anti-choice, but then as far as politically, he was pro-choice. And you see more of that than you do with evangelicals.
This strain of Christian MAGA people, for them, it's like, it's impossible to separate church and state or church and policy. The notion of what good is grounded in Christian concepts and divine revelation, things like this. And so there is no possible division between church and state. And so, yeah, and Trump is playing on those cynically, I think, and not just him, the people around him as well. Joanna pointed this out I think, really well in her latest video. By the way, she has another video that's cooking right now that I've seen some of it, which is really good, really good. Like, I don't want to say it's a direct follow-up, but it's quite impressive, and you guys should all watch it. But she pointed out that like the tech billionaires are very much even open about the ways in which Catholic Church and Project 2025 and the crypto bros should unite and use each other. So this entire thing, I think, struck me as a political, religious, corporate statement, which divided the world into enemies and allies. And the enemies were those who caused his death, Kirk's death, and those who caused his death include every single Democrat or every single
Starbucks employee who refuses to write his name on a fucking cup for them.
Have you seen that? We're starting a petition, and this is the part where, in a normal world, I would be totally fine with the MAGA people resorting to petitions and art and like slam poetry and all these different things to talk about their feelings. I think that's all very positive outlets.
Yeah, okay.
My problem is the use of government authoritarianism and the kind of rhetoric that we're seeing. But yeah, in general, I think that it's a little bit sinister to put Starbucks in your crosshairs. Not for there was like some divest movement because of their support for Israel or something, right? That right. Starbucks was involved in. But not for that, but like for one person in one chain somewhere said, yeah, I don't want to put Charlie Kirk as your name when your name isn't Charlie Kirk and you're asking me to do this thing, and it's basically targeting Starbucks because people don't
they
want
threw
to be
their employees under the bus by saying we don't have a policy that
was
says you
so
can do
stupid.
that.
Okay, so I should be able to write whatever I want on the cup now. So if I want to go and say George Floyd or go and say
Adolf Hitler.
Adolf Hitler, then you got and the people in the chat like, well, you're comparing Charlie Kirk to Adolf Hitler in this respect, in the respect of they haven't actually said it. I'm just waiting for them to do it, but that's what I mean. Like clearly there have to be some like limits on how much the whole naming thing. That's to identify you as the person and what your drink is. The naming thing, it's a social norm. We don't do that. So you can involve everyone in your political statements and mourning. You're kind of, it's really sinister to do this. I think it's really sinister. It's like, what's worse, forcing someone to be a part of your speech or preventing someone from speaking? I almost think it's worse to force someone to say something as opposed to, right?
I view this as no different than people who fucking snap at waiters or clap at them to get their attention. Fuck off.
Yeah.
These people make fucking nothing. You don't tip them. You walk in already filming, attempting to get a rise out of them, put them in an uncomfortable position, shoving a camera in their fucking face while they're trying to get through their day, being like, make me my Charlie Kirk drink or whatever. Get fucked. Like, seriously, you really should be thrown out. Like, on that basis alone, like, even if I didn't think it was like tasteless,
antisocial behavior,
I think it is yeah, exactly. Although really quick, I do want to show you how like Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk met and get your thoughts on it.
No,
it's insane.
wait, what?
Yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah, it's her. So
she's got like my eyebrows.
Yeah, they were large and in charge here.
Yeah.
Through literally half of the Constitution, going through why I'm living in New York and how I shouldn't be living in New York, and
in New York?
what my 5-year plan is, what success looks like to me,
communist.
what I studied in college, why, it's like every topic you could imagine that is close to Charlie Kirk's heart is what we discussed and went through. When it was like 3.5 hours, and they were
It's a job interview, by the way.
starting to close up. And he
Wait,
was finished with
pause.
his burger.
So she was applying for a job with Charlie Kirk
With
of
Turning Point USA, and she had gotten an interview with Charlie Kirk himself. And
so is this an HR moment? You're our resident, because obviously for Just Press Play, our show, Straight Array is the HR rep. So could you tell us from your position of authority here, is this an HR moment? Is this problematic?
I think you know the answer to this. Would you ever, if you had a company, have a dinner, conduct an interview over that, and then by the end of it ask, are you going to, I'm not going to hire you, I want you to date me, which is what is about to happen. Do you think that's a good idea for you to do?
It's not an HR moment because you haven't hired her yet, though. What's wrong with it?
Oh, it's not torture because they haven't actually been like
What's
trying
wrong
to
with
give
it?
it a punishment.
I don't want to hire you. I want to date you. Maybe it's, this might be, maybe this is why he's against Title VII, the Civil Rights Act. Because this could be.
That's it.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Let me cook. All right. So Title VII prevents you from, as a condition of employment, doing some kind of negative restriction or some kind of negative shit towards certain classes, including or on certain bases such as gender or sex. Right. And so if you're basically saying hot, attractive women have less of a role or less of a possibility to get a job here because I might want to date them, could you be discriminating on the basis of sex? Like, for her sex and the fact that she's attractive to Charlie Kirk. But what Kirk could say is, it's not the fact that she's a woman, it's because she's attractive and I'm omnisexual. I'm attracted to all people. And so
he would never, I don't think he would ever go so far as
the basis of discrimination isn't her sex, it's that I want to have sex with her. And in that way, it's not discrimination. These are all interesting questions. Of course, we'll never answer them. But no, I think that it's weird. It's weird. You should not, under the auspices of a job interview, start hitting on the interviewee. That said, where's the line, Straight Array? I mean, because at some point,
who's to say that Harvey Weinstein was really doing anything wrong when he asked these women to come to his hotel
Charlie
room
Kirk
and asked them to, provide sexual favors for him, and then maybe they'd get a role in one of his movies. He hadn't been hired. They hadn't been hired. So what's the issue?
This is irreverent. Irreverent?
Is that the word you want to go with?
Charlie Kirk just died, and you're comparing him to Harvey Weinstein because he met the woman of his dreams. And
You
he fell in love
compared
with
him to
one
Adolf
person.
Hitler if we're doing that, okay?
All right, press play.
Just sat there, and I'm like looking around, like, okay, did I get the job? Like, what's going on? I don't need the job, but did I get it? What's going on? And he goes, you know, I'm not going to hire you. It's like, okay, well, thank goodness I didn't need the job because I'm already doing stuff here in Manhattan. He goes, I'm going to date you. And I
That's a threat as far as I'm concerned.
Isn't that kind of cute, though?
Yeah, adorable.
kind of just stood.
Wait. Can you pause it? Now take off the HR hat. So take off your HR hat real quick. You have to do it. Take off your yes, nice, yeah. And now just be the young woman living in New York who believes in romance and watches Sex and the City.
Okay.
Would this be
who definitely is? And if you watch Sex and the City and live in New York City, I'm sure you love Turning Point USA and everything they stand for. Continue.
Yes, of course, yes. Would this be a core romantic memory, a pleasing thing?
No, it would not. Jesus Christ, Pisco,
Why
please
not?
tell me this is really just like a thought experiment.
It's a thought experiment. I'm just wondering, would you be like, wow? I think it's one of those things where it's like, if he's attractive, would you have a problem with it? If you actually liked him, I don't think you have a problem with it. It's like that meme of, excuse me, HR? Isn't that exact meme? No.
Here's the thing.
What's different about it? Yeah, tell me about it.
Because I don't think that it's one of those, like, you wouldn't want to be wolf whistled at, like, by someone who would even think to wolf whistle at you. And so the idea that I was lured to what turned out to be a date under the guise of a job interview, and then by the end of it, I'm told that I'm not being offered an employment opportunity and that this is actually me being surveyed for their own personal romantic reasons and putting me in that position. Even if I had found myself attracted to that person, found them charismatic, or there was genuine chemistry, it would severely, the fact that they would put me in that position and do that is so incredibly disrespectful to me that I would lose, like, any attraction that I had would have immediately evaporated when I realized that that was the scheme.
Here's what I would do, because I'm a procedure cuck. I'm a cuck to procedure.
Right.
This is what I
That's
need
the
to tell
type
you.
of cuck Pisco is.
So what needs to happen is Charlie Kirk says, thank you for the interview. I need to recuse myself from this decision because I find myself impossibly attracted to you.
Okay.
You're going to have another interview. I'm going to line you up with someone. But the thing is, he's literally
like the CEO of this
the
fucking
guy.
thing.
Yeah.
There's
Doesn't
no
work.
recusal. There's no
recusal. Yeah, there's no way. This isn't like CVS or anything.
I really do think that, and I'm sure Charlie Kirk wouldn't like this, but, you know, he's bending his rules in other ways by even going out with her, because that's an interfaith relationship, because, again, she's Catholic. She's multiple years his senior. He's like,
how old is she?
She's like 36 and he was 31. So she was like 5 or 6 years his senior. And she is well educated. She has a nonprofit. She practically has a PhD. She has a master's degree. So all of these things that he goes to the Turning Point USA conferences telling women, by leadership, you should follow and obey your husband. He literally told Taylor Swift like a month or two ago after she announced her engagement to Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, you ought to obey and submit to your husband now that you are engaged. He never personally followed any of that. His wife is literally about to assume the role of a CEO at his company. That's no role for a woman, according to his ideology. It's massively fucking hypocritical. She should not be in that position at all. And that's why it is controversial for the people that believe in the mission of the org, because that is not the role of a woman if you believe in these things.
Silly Siri says he should just hire her and date her. Thoughts?
I mean, yeah. I don't understand what the reason why she couldn't have been employed, I guess, if that's the option, but those are not the only options before us. I think that she would need to, that's what I was going to say, that she would need to be the one to initiate the romantic interest if there was going to be any hope that it could be appropriate or in compliance with it, or that, like, kind of free of coercion, you know, because I know people are going to date their coworkers and stuff like that. It's not that I don't think that there's ever a context where you could date your superior and it wouldn't be problematic. I just don't think that this is an example of even attempting to be, you know, kind of above board with that or like skirting it. I think it's like the only reason why I say we, you, I don't find this cute. you're inclined to find it cutest because you know what happens. You know that they actually did end up hitting it off and she was attracted to him and they got married. But what if Charlie Kirk looked like fucking Roger Ailes? What if Charlie Kirk was not, what if she...
You think he's a handsome man?
I've always told you I did not think he was attractive, but
Okay.
I know that you disagreed with me. I literally found, I was showing, there's people who disagreed.
He's tall.
I showed TikTok thirst traps that came across my fucking feed because I've been engaging with too much Charlie Kirk content. It literally thought that I wanted to see that. So some people found him attractive in this world. Okay, I wasn't one of them. But I don't think that,
What if he looked like, who was your example? You said, what if he looked like, and then you were going to
I said Roger Ailes.
Oh.
Or what if he looked like Harvey Weinstein and he's doing this? Or what if they had an even bigger age gap? Suddenly it's not so adorable. And she was very uncomfortable by this. And she went and spoke out and said, like, you know, I politely declined, but I was made very uncomfortable by the fact that I was trying to get a job with Turning Point USA. And the literal CEO itself tried to proposition me and said they were not interested in like giving me a job. It wasn't actually a job interview. Like they just wanted to date me. So.
Girl in the Glambo says, then she'd say no. Rebecca says, I agree with Aaron. And there's a question for you, Super Chat. Ask Aaron about the Jesse Waters tire riz. I heard someone said that like Jesse Waters let air out of someone's tire to like ask them out on a date. I don't know if that's what happened. But
Love that.
Like that.
Love that. I'm a fan of like the home intruder riz. You know, somebody like as like a prank tries to come break into your home and they're actually wanting to like ask you on a date or something. That's more my style. Not only slashing of the tires or whatever. That's just me. I just don't think I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's like, it's lucky that it worked out for them, but.
I froze. I mean, wouldn't you? I literally froze. I was just like, okay, was not expecting this at all. And I was like, do you want to how about we just be friends first? Like, see where it goes?
And I told her I had enough friends.
Rip.
And that I didn't want to be friends with her. So that was kind of a non-starter. But if she wanted to date, that would be great. I had enough friends. And I think she still finds that to be very funny, but I meant it.
And without hesitation and like zero hesitation, he goes, I have enough friends in my life. So either we're going to date or we're not. Do I have any time to think about it? Yeah, you have until tomorrow night when I take you out for dinner. And then you can give me your answer at dinner tomorrow night. But know that the offer's on the table and I want to date you. Okay. So then afterwards, it was like, thank you for this meeting. I need to go walk home now so I can process what happened. And I literally remember walking home from like 54th and 5th all the way to...
What?
I need to process, like, what?
You ever taken more than a split second to make a decision? What?
Never. Super chat from Ben Riley. Still less pornographic than how Stan Lee and his wife met. E.g., it would be adorable and cute if he wasn't evil. I don't know that. I think I take a half. I think it's risky and therefore not best practice. I don't think it's like abusive or predatory.
So you'd do this.
I would not do this.
Why not?
I would not do it because I think that there's something inherently unethical about having a meeting and taking someone out of the running for a job because you want to date her and she's not getting equal access to this opportunity. That I think that there should be, best person for the job, and you're taking this person out of the running because you have a crush on her. I think there's something unethical about that, perhaps that you're taking her out of the running for something that maybe it's because you couldn't work with someone with whom you had a crush with that you couldn't act on or something. I don't know. This is all kind of tough.
You said inherently, and then you said perhaps. So which is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I need to think about this a little bit more.
Would you ever recommend that somebody riz somebody up this way?
No.
I think you know that it's as a general rule, in like literally 9.9 out of 10 times, nobody should be doing this. Should not be doing this. Somebody put in my chat, the real question is how many girls did he pull this on before it worked?
imagine that there was like 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The reason why we don't know their name is because they didn't actually become Mrs. Charlie Kirk.
Girl in the Glambo says, I think women are missing a more assertive approach that's lacking these days, but I can see the conflict. So
yeah, just
she's
say no.
A little bit more...
Just say no. All you have to do is just say no. There was literally, I mean, you read out a comment already of like, she could just say no. You're a moron if you actually think that social dynamics like this between adults, especially in a professional setting, are that simple. You're a moron.
And to just kind of process what just happened. And I remember calling my mom. And I was like, hey. She's like, hey, how are you? What's going on? How did it go? And I was like, well, I didn't get the job. She's like, oh, that's okay. I was like, but I got a boyfriend. And she's like, oh, that's nice.
The first date ended.
I love how she went from telling him to his face, I need to process this, to telling her mom, I have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, just telling her I need to see her again very soon, I believe Saturday. And then I guess our second date was a basketball date. And then that was a very fun night, long night. And then I said, hey, do you want to go to Hawaii tomorrow? And because I was going anyway. And she said, sure. And so I bought her ticket, and she accompanied all of us to Hawaii, and Josh was there, and Sarah was there.
How can you be doing this and calling himself a fucking Christian? This is not a courtship. There's no chaperone. This is not...
Christians, you have your own preconceived notions for what Christian
iteration of
like.
evangelical Christianity allows a woman and a man who are unmarried by their second date to be going on an unsupervised trip and stay in the same room and have premarital sex?
What's this guy's name? Josh, Sarah, these other people were there. That's what he says, supervised.
So you don't think that they just stayed in the same room?
Are you saying that you think that they fornicated?
Yeah, I do think they fucked up like the second date or whatever. They went on a fucking trip together.
They could have had separate rooms. You don't know this shit.
I don't, but I'm saying that even what I'm hearing now is already not in conformity with like dating standards for devout Christians.
So you don't have a problem with being like, hey, I'm going to Hawaii tomorrow. Do you want to come as a second date or a third date?
But before you've met their parents and stuff like that, don't Christians have to do that?
No.
Because I'm just trying to apply his standards, not mine. I don't have a problem with any of this. It's like a consenting adult at this point or whatever, divorced from the interview thing.
Has he ever said, don't take women on trips like this? Is he breaking some standard? Maybe his standard of courtship is a little different, and he's a little more loosey-goosey. Just like, don't let it be a guy, don't let it be a trans person, and just marry her after.
Okay, maybe.
I can't hear you. Yeah, okay. Well, just press play then. Or we already done.
That was the end. That was the end.
Yo, what is this Kash Patel emote? I should get this. Holy crap! Amazing emote.
Yeah, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not fly bitches out before the third date. Forgot about that one.
That's in there.
You know, it is a Christian value to talk about forgiveness.
It's a Christian value on a second date to head over to Hawaii unsupervised before they've met your parents, apparently.
Additional forgiveness, and it's something that is extremely difficult to do, but I think that's just evidence of what happens when the Holy Spirit is truly moving through you in your life. Like, you see the physical manifestation of that.
That's what I mean.
We saw that last night, and
so I think what Amy is describing here is the kind of sense of forgiveness that they're talking about here, which is something spiritual. It's something experiential. It is not forgiveness in the secular sense. I don't think that that's what people are describing here. And so I don't necessarily think that there's a conflict, at least internally, in Erika Kirk's discourse, because I think that she's referring to something else. And it's more about herself and her letting go of the, I don't know, the hatred or whatever spiritual negativity that is being referenced. What is this?
Okay, apparently this is Jesse Waters admitting to what people were saying. Hold on.
When I was trying to get Emma to date me, first thing I did, let the air out of her tires.
What the
She
fuck?
couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She copped right in the car.
Does she know this story?
No, she doesn't know the story.
Does she watch your
Now
show?
she does.
Jesse Jr. does.
You're basically the Zodiac killer.
It has a happy ending.
Yikes.
Really?
Yes, we're married.
Okay,
really
now-
do that?
Adorable, right?
We're the anti-fun police, because if this were like in a Will Ferrell movie, we'd all be laughing.
Who is we?
Or you'd be like, huh, they shouldn't do that morally.
I'm not really in the habit of laughing at Will Ferrell movies to begin with, but I certainly
You don't
wouldn't
like
be laughing at this
Semi-Pro? You don't like Kicking and Screaming?
I've never seen those. I barely
like
saw
Step
the other
Brothers?
guys the other day because Lycan forced me to watch it. It wasn't bad, but
my
I've just never found
God.
this stuff to be particularly funny.
You didn't like the aim for the bushes part?
That was the only part that I thought was really funny.
I bet like it was dying laughing when you saw that.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I thought that and the like silent fight at the funeral. That was funny.
Oh, that was funny. It was fuck. What's the name of this actor? He played Batman. We know his name. He was the police chief. We know it. We know it. We know it. We know the name. We know the actual name.
Oh, the guy, Gary Oldman?
No, stop it.
You just said Commissioner.
Stop your
Batman.
nonsense. No, he played the police chief in The Other Guys, but he played Batman in the movie Batman.
Oh, Robert Pattinson? I don't know.
No. What the fuck?
Robert Pattinson's the Batman.
He's the Batman. He's not Batman in Batman.
Christian Bale. Who?
No, that's Batman in The Dark Knight, not Batman and
George
Batman.
Clooney.
Batman the Tim. No, that's Batman and Robin.
Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson is the Joker in Batman the movie.
Bruce
I'm talking
Wayne.
about Bruce Wayne is the character. No, Val Kilmer's in Batman Forever. Not guys. Gary Oldman is Commissioner Gordon in Dark Knight trilogy. I'm talking about the original Batman from
Michael Keaton.
Yes, he is definitely the police chief and the other guys.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
all I was talking about. You guys were all trolling me. Everyone's doing the wrong answer in my chats.
No, these were all genuine guesses.
No, none of these were real guesses. You guys are fucking with me. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, if this was in a Will Ferrell movie, it'd be like, oh, funny. He gets her tires and that's his way of courting her and like everyone's laughing. Is it that bad? I mean, I think it's bad, but I'm just trying to
Well, if
be
it
good
would
faith
work in an American rom-com, therefore it would be appropriate to do in person.
What do you think on the scale of what
Starring
Kirk
Will
did
Ferrell.
on the scale of what Kirk did and what Jesse Waters did, which is worse?
I don't think that's the scale. I think the scale is like Weinstein at one end, and then the scale
God.
is like
Can you answer the
What I'm
question?
thinking the most serious iteration of kind of like coercion before you've hired them. Because Charlie Kirk is not really the worst thing that I've seen. I just thought it was inappropriate. But the Jesse Waters thing is obviously worse. Come on.
I do want to get to that, but there's a super chat. It says, whenever I talk to MAGA voters, just try to remember, relax. They literally believe in magic, ghosts, and demonic possessions. Quote from Adam West. Adam West, who played Batman in the Batman TV show and also played Catman in Fairly Odd Parents and also played Mayor West in Family Guy. Boom. I think that arguably, like, at least with Jesse Waters, she already has a job. But in Kirk, she lost out on a job opportunity. So
I don't think that
but
matters.
The act itself of lighting out someone's tires. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say Jesse Waters takes the cake. That's worse and creepier.
In general, you should not be fucking touching other people's cars, property, etc. Why doesn't he just put an AirTag on her car? See where she goes, and then maybe from there, if he learns, oh, she likes to go to Target, a couple times a month. And
I'm trying to be good faith. I think it's unhinged. I'm trying to be good faith.
Okay, you can be good faith, and I'm good faith. Do you think I'm being dishonest when I say this is fucking creepy as shit, and it's totally
creepy.
inappropriate, and it's a huge self-report, the idea that he thought it would be a good idea to share that on TV?
I'm surrendering. These are my surrender
This
hands.
entire time you've been trying to find outs for all of these scenarios to
I'm
see
just-
how
I'm-
it could
I-
be. I think that you sound like a fucking hopeless romantic, and that you can see the fact that like they ended well. You're trying to like post hoc rationalize it as like maybe it wasn't that bad since it ended well. Don't picture these people. Don't picture a happy ending. Just start from the premise that like if you just have a man and a woman in these situations, generally speaking, what would your assessment of that situation be? Don't personalize it. And I think that you would come to the conclusion very quickly. No, you need to find other ways to make a move on someone that don't involve slashing their fucking tires or luring them into a job interview and then asking to date them.
To understand the Force, you must understand it in all its nuances, not just the dogmatic view of the Jedi. Only through me will you achieve a power greater than any Jedi.
Back to
That's
her take.
Revenge of the Sith.
Her.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could have uttered those words and meant them, but when she said them and I believed her.
I remember when, and bear with me while I kind of explain this because it's going to sound weird at first, but I remember when several years ago, Dylan Roof went into a black church and gunned down 9 black people, like as they were in the middle of their last prayer. And some of the congregants later came out and talked about forgiveness. And there was a lot of debate in the media about like how it's unfair how there's all this pressure for, black people of faith to forgive. Like there was this pressure for them to do it. But I don't think that was the case. I actually agree with you because I was raised Christian. I later became agnostic and then atheist. But
I remember that being a really important core part of Christian faith, to forget those, including those who have done terrible things to you, who have betrayed you. And I think that is...
I was also thinking, that's what I was taught. You just forget and move on.
It's a really great value to have. And I like to separate it out from religion. I don't think you necessarily have to be a Christian to engage in that type of forgiveness, because what that does, it's not just about forgiving the perpetrator. It's about kind of like releasing anger and resentment from your heart. You know?
My mama always said that when you want revenge, it's like taking poison. And
I mean, yeah, it's like a personal thing. It's not really actually... It's more about yourself and less about the other person.
I totally agree. I don't think when they're talking about forgiveness, they are not referring to it in the secular way. They're talking about an inner peace and a spiritual forgiveness, not anything else.
And expecting the other person to die. And it's so true. I mean, in my prayers every night, I ask for the ability to be able to forgive others, but also for the ability to be able to forgive myself. I think forgiveness is just such an important thing in general. We're so hard on ourselves. We're hard on other people. And when you're able to live your life with genuinely living truly in forgiveness, and it's so much easier said than done. Again, I cannot sit here right now and claim that I could get to the level, especially within 11 days, that Erika Kirk was able to get to. But I think she's a tremendous role model, and that was an incredible message in that time.
Can we watch the video?
Yeah, we have that clip. Can we, Connor, do you mind if you play the Thank you.
Oh no, how long will this take? Oh no, guys. Oh,
on the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Yeah, it's no, not no. It's not. It's forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Not they not know what they do. And I think
it was
this
originally
kid knew what he was doing.
written in Greek, so it's not like there's an official English translation.
Oh,
right? So
always in and out with these fucking people. Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever.
Yes, so incredibly powerful. And I just want to say that this is not the first time that she articulated this view.
It's a rehearsed speech. She has no excuse, in my opinion.
In the New York Times yesterday, she had an incredibly powerful interview, and I encourage everyone to read it. I don't usually read an article from top to bottom, but I sure as hell did for this.
We know you don't read the articles from top to bottom, Lindy. Lindy,
girl, you're not. You're telling me you're not reading, reading in general all the way through. I'm shocked here.
I don't want to go before Jesus, and Jesus is like, an eye for an eye. Is that how we're really going to do it? And she said, I don't want to.
Okay, any comments on what Trump had to say immediately following her speech then?
Have this guy's name, have this guy's blood on my ledger, and that prevent me from being with Charlie for all eternity.
I really wish we had political leaders who thought that way, right? Because right now, I feel like the country is in a really dangerous place. And I'm worried that what happened...
It wasn't written in Aramaic. They spoke Aramaic. This is silly serious. It was written in Greek. So it's a translation from people who spoke Aramaic, but no, the gospel was written in Greek. And if I'm wrong about that, kill me.
Non-theologists BTFO'd.
Charlie Kirk could snowball into an era of political violence.
Unquestionably, it could be the beginning of a very dark chapter.
Yeah.
I feel it. I'm seeing it.
Things might be starting to get kind of bad now that Charlie Kirk's been killed. It's not like, there's martial law in D.C., homeless encampments being broken up, due process being violated, mass deportations underway. I'm starting to think that, now something's happening.
And I agree with you completely that there needs to be a leader who steps up and brings us together. But I want to make a distinction, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But I want all of your thoughts on this. This young man is dark and he is ill.
Can you pause? I want to love your thoughts on this. What did she say there? Can you go back? I want to love your thoughts on this.
Up and brings us together. But I want to make a distinction, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But I want all of your thoughts on this. This young man...
I want all of your thoughts. Come on.
Is dark and he is ill.
Pause.
I understand.
Super chat. Would they forgive him if his name was Tyrone? Also, Kirk and Floyd have the same birthday. Ironic. I don't think it's that ironic. And I think that's a cheap shot, Ben Riley. I don't think you should. I don't know. Tyrone Kirk? Are you accusing them of being racist?
No, they're saying not Tyrone Robinson. if the shooter had been black and not a white person, would she be finding it in her heart to forgive them? I already made this point at the beginning that I think that a lot of this is because it turned out that this guy is straight, white, cisgender dude.
Yeah.
That if this had been a trans person, this had been a black person, this had been a jihadi, a fucking Muslim person, yeah, they would not be doing this. I mean, you saw that pivot from Nancy Mace. The second it like, she was saying, we need to bring back the fucking death penalty. There's already death penalty in Utah, but whatever. And then as soon as it turned out to be a kid of this profile, then suddenly mental health. We need to forgive. We need to forgive people.
Dan wanting to forgive him, and I understand why that brings you peace, but I have zero problem with him getting the death penalty.
Oh, for sure.
Zero.
He should face the
He
firing
does
squad.
he no longer needs to.
That's hilarious. They're like, what a beautiful sentiment.
So beautiful.
She's so like, I just, that's so amazing that she, you know, got up there and said that. Anyway, I think we should fucking kill him. I think the state should probably execute this motherfucker. I think we should bring back the electric chair.
They're just talking about a different notion of forgiveness. This isn't the word as we understand it and we use it. It's some more different version of it. It is a different version of forgiveness that is compatible with fucking killing this person and filming it and making it live with the shooting gallery like that. Those are all compatible in their minds. They don't view a contradiction because they don't view forgiveness in the way that we do.
Yeah, coming up, they're actually going to recreate the scene in Pulp Fiction where Samuel L. Jackson's character starts quoting scripture right before he fucking blows that guy away.
And you will know. Girl in the Glamo says, guys, Robinson didn't shoot Kirk. I'm not even a conspiracy person, but the story the FBI is saying did not happen. I don't want us to.
Let's do
Why
it.
are we
Let's
saying
fucking
this?
go.
No, let's
yes.
not. Let's not.
Conspiracy hour. Let's do it.
This might be what they fight about. I don't know for sure, but this might be what they fight about. Go ahead, sir.
Apparently Kash Patel over the weekend was like, hey, I'm open to it. If you guys have any conspiracies, let me know and I'll look into it. So
be on earth, and I appreciate there is some level of spirituality. While I am not religious, I think things happen for a reason. I have some faith in arguably a creator, quite possibly. I don't know. I'm agnostic. Hence, I don't know.
Centrist even on faith. Love it. Thank you. Jillian, if nothing but consistent.
Oh, but
and she's posing as Jesus as well.
This really is the Last Supper when you think about it, especially if apparently this is the final episode of her take.
Episode.
But when evil manifests, and I say evil not like the devil, I mean darkness. When you take someone's life in front of their child in the world like that.
Pisco, what are we doing with our lives? We're sitting here watching a show on the Valuetainment Network, listening to Jillian Michaels, the former host of The Biggest Loser, talk about
stopping Trump.
Her faith in relation to the Charlie Kirk Memorial political rally. This is like the worst fucking timeline.
This is preventing a future Trump.
You have succumbed to the darkness. There is no coming back for me. You no longer need to be here. You are no longer of service. You can be put to death. I am sorry. And I respect what she's done. And I think that a leader who unites us, like, I don't know how you can't unite with that. I think we need to be very clear that people calling for violence and hatred and othering need to be reduced, marginalized, isolated.
But calling for the death penalty, A-okay.
Not killed, not retaliated, unless, of course, you've committed some heinous crime, and that's the law.
Right.
Not vigilantism, taking violence into your
law
own hands.
matters.
Okay, so when the state does it, it's legit and it's fine. But
there's a monopoly of violence, Aaron.
It certainly is.
But there has to be someone that
But she's acting like that just fell out of the sky, as if that's like not a policy choice that she doesn't have to agree with and could actually advocate against and say, yeah, that's an unjust law. She's just being like, I'm just talking about the law here. I'm just enforcing laws. That's all I'm doing when I say he should get the fucking electric chair.
Thank you very much for the rating. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Who do you think that is?
Who rated you?
Queeman rated me.
Thank you. Thank you, Queeman. Pisco thanks you as well. He shouts you out. He endorses you.
Thank you.
Well, that's the thing. I don't really see, in terms of the political elite, I don't really see too many people who are willing to put politics aside and focus on humanity, right? Because we can have political debates. They can be fiery. They can even be vicious at times. But if you lose sight of the fact that you're engaging with a human being, when you start to dehumanize people, you lose the country. And that's what I'm worried about. And I don't see very many political leaders.
That's right. And I couldn't agree with you more. And I think this is 1960s redux. Let me remind you.
Can you get Lindy will just agree random. There's no like through line to Lindy's philosophy here. Like she's either calling for the ultimate punishment, fucking firing squad and shit. And then Ana says, but we can't dehumanize. Of course, Ana.
That's an excellent point, Ana. Anyway, back to what I was saying, even though it completely contradicts what you just said.
What happened in 1963 on November 22nd, JFK was shot. And only 5 years later, we had Martin Luther King.
Well, Pisco said he wasn't shot. That kind of just, his head just did that.
His head, no, first of all, it was in the neck. Girl McGlamo says, do a stream looking into the quote conspiracies. Think about it. The FBI is covering up Epstein. Why would we trust them now? We saw a video. And there's pictures of him. He admitted to it. Oh, you guys think that all that staged, right? That the FBI created these.
All right, stop. Let's do this. The steelman of this is that Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, two podcast QAnon dipshit morons are the ones heading this fucking investigation. Shouldn't we treat their reports and any information that they promulgate coming out of this with a high degree of skepticism that we typically wouldn't with any other FBI director?
I mean, in general, I'm much more skeptical of their narratives, but the evidence that we have seems to suggest that it's this guy. I mean, that's a strong. I
don't think it's under question that it's the guy. It's like, was it a hit job? So did somebody put him up to it? Those are the conspiracies that I hear. Like, was Mossad behind it? I mean, you got Bibi Netanyahu, who's like fucking podcast brain, literally coming out saying that Israel
we did not do this.
Yes. Thank you, Bibi.
What?
Sir,
for anyone who thinks that Israel did it, isn't going to be put at ease by BB saying they didn't do it. Ben Riley, another super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ben Riley. Really appreciate your support. Great support. MAGA needs therapy like bad. They cannot emotionally regulate or deal with fear or grief. Like, imagine how many Palestinians lost their families in broad daylight. This is the kind of argument from like a double standard and like, why are we treating this worse than something else? I do think there's an additional rationale for why people would be upset in the American context versus abroad. One is because just of proximity, The other is presumably why he was shot. We don't have a full scope of the why question yet. I think that even now people are assuming too much, though I do think it's more likely than not that he's a left-wing shooter of some kind. I don't know that we have a full scope and understanding of why he was shot. And in general, I do think that there's a special value here of free discourse, open discourse, this person's prominence that would justify, treating Charlie Kirk's death perhaps a little differently. But that doesn't, obviously, I'm not saying that every single life lost in the genocide is, weighed up against Charlie Kirk. I just mean that I don't think that you're a bad person if Charlie Kirk's death animates you more than any particular individual in the crisis. And that was true of Martin Luther King. That's true of JFK. And I don't think it makes you a bad person to spend some time talking about it.
I think you're a fucking valorizing like white supremacist MAGA propagandist.
No, I am
that's
not.
The issue.
How am I valorizing?
No,
How am I valorizing?
not you. I'm addressing the commenter that you're responding to. It's that, but I'm not ever really surprised when people take to heart individual notable people being killed or whatever, as opposed to like statistics, as opposed to, again, how many, 12 million, 14 million dead by 2030 because of USAID cuts. Like, it's a number on a paper that's hard for people to even conceptualize.
Yeah.
It's why you care more about the Ukrainian refugee being fucking murdered on public transit than you do about learning that like hundreds of thousands of Palestinian kids are, not me, but I know other people are like this.
King Jr. gunned down. And 2 months later, by the way, a man who spoke on the same evening that Martin Luther King Jr. was shot, he said, drop by drop, pain. It was a quote from Aeschylus's Agamemnon. He said, pain that, cannot be expressed falls on the heart. And we see like the awful grace of God. That man who said those words on the night that Martin Luther King Jr. was gunned down was himself shot 2 months later. You know who that man was? Robert F. Kennedy. They were killed 2 months apart. And if we don't do anything right now, we are going to see the same pattern of violence. We've seen this movie before. We know how it ends. And so it's so critical that our leaders say, yes, like Ana said, we can argue with our hearts, pour our...
Yeah, Ben Carson reading Bible verses off of his phone to the Charlie Kirk Memorial at the State Farm Stadium. That was basically like when RFK Jr. Quoted like a Greek tragedy after a civil rights icon was shot.
RFK Senior. Don't get.
Did I say Junior?
Confused.
Oops, sorry, RFK.
Yeah.
RFK.
That's right. That's the OG RFK. It's so sick because RFK Jr. has now taken up the mental space in my head for RFK. So when I think of RFK, immediately my head goes to RFK Jr. And it's quite sick. That's the Shakespearean tragedy, is that my mental association with that word RFK has now been taken up by this decrepit old guy.
Souls into having these political
Well, I
debates.
don't have a problem with the fact that he's decrepit and old. I have a problem with the fact that he's an anti-vaxxer. That's just me, though.
Did you see the collar gap in his shirt? He like wore a suit that was. Hang on, I'm gonna try to find this so you can see it. RFK autism announcement. Let's just make sure that we see this.
Care to clarify what you mean by that? RFK autism announcement? Was he diagnosed recently?
He had an autism announcement. I'm not saying that he was diagnosed. Wait, let's see if we have a good image of the collar gap. I think this one will do. Oh, it's not as good.
I don't even mention the junior anymore. LOL. Oh, with RFK. I still think to say RFK Jr.
You say RFK Jr.? I
do think it's funny that his entire family disowned him. Not disowned, but like we're saying that they didn't support his candidacy and they didn't agree and they all endorsed Kamala.
Okay, I got the image. So I need you to show this.
Wonderful.
I need you to show this.
All right, I'm guessing this is on Discord.
It'll be on Discord. It'll be on there, and you'll find it, and you'll see it. And I need you to zoom into the collar gap so the audience can really see the collar gap.
Let's see this collar gap.
And it's not. I mean, like he's very fit for his age, so credit to him.
Why does it want to show?
But
I don't know why you did this. I don't even know how to pull this up. Hold on, without showing Discord. Why didn't you
Oh, hang on. I'll find some other picture. One second.
No.
Pull up the announcement. Pull up the autism announcement on video. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. Let's see. RFK Jr. autism. I wish you'd stop saying that.
I'll never stop.
Okay. Okay, this is what you sent me. So
he's on TRT. He's on steroids. Dye workwear and the collar gap mind virus. Yeah. So now zoom into the collar gap. You see that?
On RFK Jr.?
Yeah, look.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Look at his right shoulder.
Okay, what is this? Okay, what does this mean?
That's a gap. So the collar of his there's a gap between his shoulder and his suit. You see that?
So we are never doing fashion analysis again. That concludes the fashion analysis portion of Just Press Play. Thank you, Pisco, for that pointless fucking diversion. Back to her take.
But we draw the line at violence.
Like, if anything, the only thing that's notable about this is you can kind of see Trump's neck pussy. That's it. But you're more interested in this like minor gap between RFK Jr.'s shoulder and his thing. I thought that's what you were drawing attention to, honestly.
You can't say neck pussy.
I just did. What else would you fucking call this?
You can't say that.
What would you call this?
Hang on. Talk again.
Talking.
You made me disconnect my headphones. I was laughing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And Jill, I think that forgiveness is kind of what we need right now, because there is a difference between like your heart posture and like culture and how you want to impact culture, and then the law. There is a difference between like social ramifications and then the law, the marketplace of ideas and then the law. She stated that she's down, like if the state decides that corporal punishment is the best mechanism, she's trusting the state. Like that's what she's saying. She's not trying to advocate that he doesn't face the death penalty by any means. There does need to be law and order. We do need to create deterrence. Obviously, it's an issue where just before this incident, we saw the issue with Irina, the immigrant from Ukraine, and the person who brutally murdered her on that train had been released, some 14 times or something from from
Oh
this.
my God.
Yeah, I
Do you
find
know
it
what
really
the
hard to
context
think.
is of that fucking person, what their history was?
They were a refugee from Ukraine.
Oh, that woman, yes, but I'm saying the man who attacked her and killed her. He, back in January of this year, was saying that he felt there was a substance or a device in his body that was controlling his actions and thoughts. So he contacted the police. The police couldn't help him because this is obviously a mental health or medical issue. And they said, this is not a crime issue. This is not a public safety issue. You need to call 911. So he contacts 911 and he's reporting this to them. And he did it so many times that they arrested him because they thought that he was like fucking around with them, even though a few months later he would go on to commit this fucking heinous crime. So if he had just received the proper health treatment that he needed, this entire tragedy might have been prevented because he might have been in a treatment center of some sorts getting what he needed.
I love that the lefty is turning this into defund the police rhetoric. I will say though, to your point, Aaron, it's hard for me to think that people would say forgive this killer of the woman on the fucking bus. Like there's just something.
But we actually know he probably didn't know what he was doing. That doesn't sound like somebody who's competent or mentally fit to stand trial. You have to be able to know the difference between right and wrong. I don't think somebody who's saying my actions aren't my own, there's a device in my body, please help me, several months earlier has only become more mentally stable in that time. And there was no indication that he was going to do anything. He just stood up all of a sudden, because I've seen that fucking video, unfortunately, and began stabbing her. He probably didn't know what he was doing. But of course, they'd never think to forgive somebody like that, of course. That's what I'm saying. It's like selective empathy, and it only extends to this person because Tyler Robinson, straight, white, cisgendered dude.
Utah family Mormon man.
Yep.
System. We do need to see the hammer of justice come down on all of these things, but I think simultaneously we need a message of unity, of forgiveness, of bringing people together. I have to give a huge shout out to Connor, who's on the ones and twos right now. He said something so impactful last week that I shared with the both of you while we were getting ready. Guys, amongst the right, we've become like this big tent party. Okay, where there's all different types of people, different denominations of Christianity, agnostics, atheists, whatever it may be. And there's been a lot of infighting. But I think one thing...
I love how, like, the big tent party is the fact that she believes that the Republican Party is being inclusive of other religions and not viewpoints or anything like that.
That this tragedy has made us all realize, that was put very astutely by Connor, is that none of these people are our enemies. None of these people are our enemies. The Catholics should not be fighting with the Christians, okay? The far right should not be fighting with the moderates. The enemies are the people...
Catholics are Christians. I think what she means is that they shouldn't be fighting with, like, Protestants or evangelicals.
Who, number one, did this, but number two is celebrating it. The people who are perpetuating this violent cycle.
We can forgive Tyler Robinson, but we can't forgive TikTok teens that did a little, like, Corvette on fucking Charlie Kirk or whatever.
Also, this plural thing needs to stop. Like, the people who did this, they who did it, they're blaming all. This is so disgusting. Yeah, it's so crazy.
That are celebrating it, those are our enemies. And if the people on the other side of that who are willing to condemn that behavior can all come together, that's what's going to shift the culture. We can all agree on the hammer of justice, law and order approach, but I think culturally, we need to come together. We need to be accepting.
I'm not condemning shit, bitch. Fucking TikTok teens dancing after the fact have nothing to do with that fucking kid going out and doing that shit.
Loving forgiveness.
I do condemn it though, and you haven't condemned it yet.
No, and I'm not going to be condemning TikTok teens that are dancing about Charlie Kirk or whatever.
Really?
No, I'm not.
Would you not condemn people dancing over George Floyd?
What do you think the difference there is, huh?
Yeah, tell me the difference. 500 biddies, no pronouns to they, them are responsible real fast, didn't they? I don't. Oh, very funny. That's like a joke about pronouns. Thank you very much. Hell's advocate. And he also said some smart stuff the other stream. I'm starting to recognize these people. Sorry.
They want Charlie Kirk to be, it's not their George Floyd, but it's their George Floyd moment. Erika Kirk in her speech, and I will answer your question. Erika Kirk in her speech is saying, like, notice that the reaction from the right was not to riot and burn shit down and loot or whatever. She said stuff like this. And I'm like, because the alleged killer has already been captured and probably is going to be brought to justice. The reason why you saw civil unrest and riots in some instances with respect to killings of unarmed individuals who were sometimes black, women, etc., is because the police were potentially going to have qualified immunity and were not going to face any sort of professional repercussions for their actions. So that's why you saw the response to it. There's also a difference between an unarmed civilian versus the death of some assassination of somebody who is like a notable political figure and very, very close to the Trump administration and effectively a MAGA propagandist.
Yeah, but like, so our intuition about whether or not Kirk was a good person should affect, because isn't that the same thing they're saying with George Floyd?
What do you mean intuition?
Like our notion, our ideas, our conception of how good or bad Kirk was versus Floyd should affect the analysis of whether we would condemn dancing for them, for their death.
Yeah, of course.
In the,
I find it far more tasteless for somebody to do a TikTok dance making fun of fucking George Floyd's death than if David Duke died tomorrow and they did that on David Duke.
How'd you feel about the Osama dances?
What is that? What do you mean?
After Osama bin Laden was killed by SEAL Team 6 and allegedly by the guy who said Dean Withers and Adams or fuck. So one of the SEAL Team 6 members said that Harry Sisson and Dean Withers would be his concubines. Did you see this?
Did not see this.
Wait. SEAL Team. Hang on. You need to show this. This is crazy lore that I can't believe. Okay, it's this. I found it. It's the second of these tweets.
Let's see.
It's the second of these tweets. I'm sending it to your Discord. Or the second picture in the tweet. Gives you like pretty much the full story. So this is the guy allegedly who shot and killed Osama bin Laden.
Second picture in the tweet. Okay.
Read it.
Okay, so Harry Sisson Jr. on November 2nd took a selfie with himself, Dean Withers, Parker Get a Job, and some other guys saying, "We're Gen Z voters and we all proudly voted for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris." And then Robert J. O'Neill quote tweets and says, "You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines." And then later he responded to people being like, "Bitch, what the fuck?
You're gay. Why are you gay?"
He said, "Bro is doubling down and still has no idea what he said." No, Jake, he says, "I'm telling you exactly what betas like you will be used for. Sex and food. Mostly food." Okay.
So whenever there's some shit like this, I feel like the crazies come out of the woodwork and just admit that they're gay. Admit that they're gay. Have you seen the one where it's like, there's this like very beautiful woman. It's like a woman. And the conservatives are idolizing her as like, this is how young boys were used. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Where it's like, this is the ideal Greek boy from
Okay.
back in the day. So like conservatives are idolizing a woman who looks feminine and basically calling themselves gay.
A woman who looks feminine? Do you mean like a femboy or something?
No, like a woman, like a petite woman. Someone in the chat must know what I'm referencing. There was like this picture of this petite woman who was like very much looks like a woman being passed around by conservatives and saying like, this is the ideal male society every man would have, like they did in the Greeks, this young male boy, and basically admitting that they find this woman sexually attractive. And instead of admitting that they found a woman sexually attractive, they're like, I'm a gay pedophile.
I'm so lost right now.
Okay, someone knows what I'm talking about. Someone in the chat will have to.
No one knows what you're talking about. You're fucking crazy. I think you have schizophrenia, actually.
All right. But anyway, when they killed Osama bin Laden, this is the point, right? That guy killed Osama bin Laden. A bunch of people cheered outside the White House and they started dancing, having a party and saying, USA. What do you feel about that?
I think that is tasteless jingoism and the fact that, and just indicative of like more rah, like American bloodlust or whatever, but like in the context of the fact that we waged unjustified wars and acts of aggression, like the Iraq War and Afghanistan, it's stupid. Yeah.
No, so now your position is like you would condemn dancing over George Floyd being dead.
My position has been that I take into account the context.
I understand. I think you'd be wise to take into account the context. But I just want to make sure I understand your position. You would condemn the dancing over George Floyd's death. You wouldn't. hang on. You would condemn that. You would
Yes.
also condemn dancing over Osama bin Laden's grave.
I
but
mean,
you
I'm not
wouldn't
using the word
condemn
condemnation
dancing-
though. I'd say I'm making
Why?
judgments, and I would say it's tasteless.
See, this is the kind of shit where I don't understand. Like a condemnation, I just understand that you just don't like the word condemn because you think it's soy and beta, and you think it's like dumb to condemn because the word does. But like saying something is bad and shouldn't happen, that's a condemnation. It's just like I don't understand a notion of condemnation other than like something is bad and I'm like sorry that it occurred. So like when you say I would refuse to condemn, I just like, what does that mean? Like you would refuse to say it's bad publicly?
No, I wouldn't refuse to say it. I would say it's sure it's tasteless, it's bad or whatever. It's not something that I would do, but I also just don't really care that much. And the honest truth is that I'm not really inclined to, like, I would do it, but I'm not really inclined to at a time where this is being used as the pretext to take away people's fucking rights. And if anything, it makes me want to stand with these fucking TikTok teens and these liberal wine moms that are on main accounts posting their glee at the fact that they're doing this. You know, in some ways, I actually think I have like some critical support for these people, not because I agree with the underlying sentiment. I obviously don't, but because it's an act. It's unpopular speech, and at a time when there's a tyrannical crackdown on First Amendment rights and people being able to comedy being legal. I mean, this is what the right is always hammering on about, that like it's the left that's coming for this shit. They're the ones doing it. They've always been the ones doing it. We're seeing Red Scare fucking 2.0. And I feel like fucking standing with them in the same way that I say that, like, yeah, I stand with fucking Jimmy Kimmel as well.
I just think we shouldn't celebrate over people's deaths. I just don't think that's a hard standard. I'm just being
But
real.
it starts with like condemn it, and then if you don't condemn it enough, now it's like, oh, because they won't condemn it, we're gonna take rights away from you, and it's just making me want to side with them, you know?
Oh yeah, it's making you want to, but like you shouldn't. Anyway, I'm just gonna say, fuck them TikTok people, fuck them wino moms.
You know who had a more critical analysis than you?
Who?
Charles Kirk. You want to see what I'm
Charles
talking
Kirk?
about? Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
tell me.
Hold on.
So,
Because he reacted to the CEO, the healthcare CEO being killed.
oh, what did he say?
Well, I'll show you.
Okay, if you match what Charlie Kirk said, then by definition you can't be criticized
What the fuck?
by the right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you meant by you or something like that.
No. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ben Riley. No condemnation were
Yesterday.
invaded by missionaries. I'll see myself out. Very funny play on words. Sorry, go ahead.
So this is 458. Let's see. So this is Charlie Kirk 9 months ago. Here's everything you need to know about the CEO assassin.
How'd you have this ready to go? That's crazy.
Shout out Kid Not Kin.
That guy
reporter on this.
I'm not tolerating Kid Not Kin slander here. We're getting back to this.
And I find it to be very disturbing. The widespread internet reaction of the lack of remorse for the death of this CEO is very noteworthy. This CEO, Brian Thompson, did not deserve to be murdered in the street.
Agree.
At all.
Agree.
Not everyone necessarily agrees with that. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are celebrating the death of Brian Thompson. The death penalty with no pre-trial due process. Now, vigilante justice in this way is completely wrong.
Agree.
However, let's just take a step back and say, what is it that would drive the American people to believe that Brian Thompson, not the American people, but some people, enough where it's noteworthy, okay? Not some fringe on the internet, to believe that a CEO and a father of two who's doing his job deserves to be murdered. And it is a deeper and darker picture into how broken health insurance is in this country. In some ways, of course, this is a mental health.
It's so crazy. If you made this exact same statement about Charlie Kirk and like MAGA and all that shit, they would say that you should be going imprisoned for fucking hate speech or violence or whatever.
Of course, if you go just one layer deeper on, okay, so you got these teens on TikTok, a lot of them are women, dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave, making light of the fact that he was killed, saying that they take joy in it or whatever. Like, I think the kind of the answer that they want to default to, or the analysis, is just when someone tells you who they are, believe them. That sort of like vulgar analysis or whatever. And I don't think that that's because people think it's the most accurate. I think it's just they don't really want to interrogate it any further, and I think at least Charlie Kirk, of all people, is willing to go further and be like, okay, people don't normally celebrate the deaths of other human beings. So let's ask ourselves, why are we seeing this social phenomenon where people are literally cheering on the death of somebody when they otherwise wouldn't do it for other individuals? And he thinks it's symptomatic of the fact that we have a broken healthcare system. Right. I happen to agree with him on that. So, and I think that the same, you can make the same analysis for the people that laughed at him dying, or, took joy or made jokes or whatever. And is it really because they're like, they just love seeing snuff films? They think it's so fucking hilarious or whatever. I think in some instances it's effectively vice signaling, and it's a counterbalance to the people that are valorizing him uncritically and acting like, oh, he was just a good old boy who went there and who was participating in the free marketplace of ideas, and he never said anything hateful ever. I think they're trying to counterbalance that. And so it's that in some instances. And I think other people take into account that, like, they literally did not align with him on anything. They find his political beliefs repugnant and abhorrent and recognize that he was like a MAGA propagandist and a fascist. And so they're dancing on his fucking grave.
It's funny to say the word joy, because that was also the expression used by Taylor Lorenz when she was on Piers Morgan. She said, I felt joy when I saw Brian Thompson get killed.
Yeah, but I know, but then she puts her foot in her mouth, and then Piers Morgan fucking pounces on that because she says that. But then when she clarifies,
did she clarify, or did she kind of readjust what she meant? Because she seemed joyful and she said the word joy. Now, he did interrupt her. But I just I think there's a line where, okay, you can understand how people could feel that way. But when it gets into that kind of Taylor Lorenz wink, wink, yeah, I can understand people are I'm joyful, right? Like, or whatever it is she said that she claims was misinterpreted.
So you don't take her retraction seriously? Because I've seen that entire panel and she retracts it. And multiple times, every time Piers Morgan wouldn't let it go, she said, I've already retracted that and clarified what I really meant to say. And it was closer to what even Charlie Kirk says here.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, and you just just give me your instinctual. Do you think she's happy that Luigi gunned him down? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. I just think her demeanor, if I'm reading
I'm sure she's happy about the reaction to it, seeing other people laugh about it and shit. Yeah. I think that she sees that as good, that there are people that are critical of these systems and institutions. And honestly, when people learn that it was a healthcare CEO that had been gunned down, we're asking ourselves, what's the motive for killing Charlie Kirk, right? You can have your intuitions, but it still remains to be seen until a thorough investigation, pins down what the exact motive is. But when it came to the healthcare CEO, everyone knew why he had been killed. This particular person. We were if the CEO of Home Depot had been killed, why'd that happen? The CEO of fucking HEB had been killed. Why'd that happen? CEO of a healthcare company. I know why that happened. And you know why that happened. And Taylor knows, and Piers Morgan knows, and Charlie Kirk even knew. Do you disagree?
Oh, I said press play. No, I think that people understand. I think it's a little he released the manifesto, I thought, or something. He released some shit, but I don't really think I think people suspected. But yeah, if you killed the Home Depot CEO, I don't know what I would think. I think maybe something about ICE or some shit. But I don't know that Home Depot is helping.
Sorry, the CEO of Lowe's, because I know that the CEO of Home Depot is donated to Trump. What I'm getting at is any CEO of a Fortune 500 company or whatever that's a household name, but otherwise most people don't know the political affiliations of them.
I don't know. There's some crazy people. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, healthcare is a humongous fucking issue, and I can understand. Let's listen to what Charlie Kirk has to say about it. I just think that once it goes a step beyond the descriptive analysis and trying to say, diagnose what occurred, and it gets into the kind of where Taylor, I understand she says she retracted it. I understand that she says she was misinterpreted. Her demeanor screamed this is like cool and fun, and that's what it didn't really feel somber, and that because I don't think she felt somber, because I don't think she felt bad.
There's a difference between taking joy versus not feeling bad. I don't take
Super
joy
chat.
in Charlie Kirk's murder. I also am not sorrowful about his death. I'm ambivalent.
These weren't mere disagreements. Asking people to mourn the death of someone who used not just words but political power to change laws, take away their rights is a wild expectation.
I mean, yeah.
You can press play.
It's one of those things that it's like Ezra Klein fucking penning that disgusting op-ed. It's like,
wild.
do you have any, like, it's just insane to me. Like, I'm like, I mean, I guess to take it back to like IdPol or whatever, it's like, do you realize you have like black readership? Like when you come out and just kind of obfuscate what Charlie Kirk was about,
mean?
there's like, there's out of everything that he wrote, there's not a single time that he actually quotes Charlie Kirk. It's this antiseptic kind of low resolution overview of what Charlie Kirk was about.
It's a kind of low bar.
And
I heard fucking Crystal Ball use this line, which I totally agree with, and it's something I've been saying for some time now, which is Ezra Klein's whole thing of, well, he didn't, as far as we know, break the law standard. Like that is a minimum. Like, come on, like that's not what people mean when they say he did politics the right way. And then later on to kind of glaze his political project and to think that he is part of the same political project, that we all kind of agree that we're part of the same mission. That's horrible. I don't know what race has to do with it, though. You can tell me, though.
do you agree that Charlie Kirk was a racist?
I think he probably was, yeah.
Why probably? Why are you caveating it? What's unclear? Do you think that somebody who says MLK ought not be valorized in the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, and has also said that certain black women don't have the processing power to attain certain jobs and they're stealing jobs from white people, and that there are prowling blacks killing white people? Is this somebody who is probably racist, or are they just racist?
I think that those aren't, taken literally explicitly racist statements. The one I think is the most sus. I think that they're evidence that he probably was racist, though. That's what I mean. I don't think.
So we know for sure Taylor Lorenz was joyful about the CEO, or probably because her body language.
No,
but I just gave you a
probably.
bunch of statements from Charlie Kirk being overtly, explicitly racist, and you're like, I mean, maybe.
Which is the overt? What's
Maybe.
the overt? So is saying that we shouldn't honor Martin Luther King racist?
If you say that he ought not be valorized, it is to me indicative that you might be racist.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not the only thing that I said. I said multiple things. Hold on.
Yeah, these are all things that lead to my belief saying he's probably racist. But I don't have the full catalog, and you're grilling me on this shit. It's kind of.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. Yeah, I'm trying to get what your opinion
Yeah, I
is
said
of
he
Charlie
probably
Kirk.
is racist.
And you had asked me, what does his black readership have to do with it? And it's like the fact that this man had contempt for anybody who wasn't exactly like him, which is to say, who was not a white Christian man to me. And then, of course, straight and cisgender or whatever. But look at this shit. Charlie Kirk, in his own words, prowling blacks in the Great Replacement strategy. The far-right commentator didn't pull his punches when discussing his bigoted views on current events. So this was published not long after this. On race, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. This was January 2024. If you're a WNBA pot-smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? This is December 2022. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. May 19, 2023. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she is there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action? January 2024. If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. July 2023. Do you think that these statements, in their totality, are indicative of somebody who is probably extremely racist?
Probably racist. I don't know about extremely racist. Extremely racist people I would take wouldn't hire black people, wouldn't be friends with black people. That's what I take an extremely racist person to be. Probably, that kind of attitude, and probably wouldn't try to appeal to black people, incorporate black people as part of their movement. So, I think he's probably racist. I don't know about extremely racist, unless extremely, I need to know what you mean by that. Yeah.
He holds extremely bigoted views on people that are not
I
white.
think he's probably racist.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough for you. I have to say, I know he's definitely racist.
I mean, me saying that I think the TikTok teens were tasteless wasn't good enough for you. You wanted me to explicitly be like, I condemn them.
Well, there's
I
one
condemn
step
the TikTok
between
teens.
saying you don't like their thing there, or you wouldn't do it, is different than saying that it's bad to have done, and you wouldn't take that step. I think there's all I'm talking about here is the probability of racism, not like I'm adjusting and saying, I'm not certain. Like if he had said, I think white people are, and I wouldn't even necessarily have a problem with you calling him racist as offhand. I'm just saying my level of certainty is that he's probably racist, more likely not racist. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, all I was saying is that Ezra Klein penning that, and again, what's notably absent is any quote like this from Charlie Kirk, or the fact that we don't really get into what he believed, not just the fact that he certainly did go out there and say words. He really did have relatives, that guy. You can't say he wasn't related to people. You can't say he didn't bring forth a child into this world. I mean, when the nicest thing that people have to say about you is that you had fucking relatives, and that you went out to a college campus and you certainly did TikTok, you really did farm clips for TikTok. Yeah, I think.
Cenk said he was really nice behind the scenes. That he was a nice guy behind the scenes. People with horrible beliefs and who have been bad for this country can be nice behind the scenes and stuff. But I think the people are like
otherwise.
Yeah, like a lot of these people who are eulogizing him, they didn't know him that well, right? Like, and there were some nice things that people were said, even in that political rally that I thought was disgusting. Fucking Benny Johnson was like, he took me in, he changed my life, he encouraged me, he I was nothing, I was a drug addict, and he helped me out when no one else was, like that kind of stuff. So I don't think that everyone are doing these kind of vapid, like it was just that he was a family man. I think that that's not a good cross section of the kind of different honorings that have been done. In the same vein, I don't think that that's indicative of being a good or moral person, or the fact that you contributed anything meaningful to the world, or that your political project wasn't just fascist or terrible. I kind of view those as separate. Like you could be, or maybe, I don't know if interpersonally, you could be like a nice guy and have like a fascist or racist ideology or some shit like that. And all I'm saying here, and you got maybe a little triggered, maybe a tiny bit triggered, is that I just think he's probably racist, because I also think that there are times when
I am triggered. That's not like whatever. It's just crazy that I was like, nah, he's probably racist or whatever. I'm like, what would it take? Does he need to like say the fucking N-word? Like, Jesus.
I think
that's just race. We're not even getting to his thoughts on queer people, on women, and on Muslims. He fucking the shit that he said about Muslims, you couldn't say about any other demographic, really.
I think he's sexist. I think that's an easier call.
Why?
Because I think he said things that explicitly in their terms speak about the superiority of men over women. But I don't even know if he would construe them in those terms. I think he would just say that women have a different role, and men have one role, women have a different role. Maybe they would be sexist. If that's all it is,
then why is that sexist?
I don't know. Is patriarchy inherently sexist? Is believing that men should be leaders over women, is that inherently sexist?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, it is. Yes.
So what's your vision of sexist? Any view that sees the two sexes as different?
No. I don't think recognizing differences between the sexes or even genders is necessarily sexist. The prescriptions that follow from it, though. And
okay, so the prescription that like women should have a particular role in society, because
contained within it, it's saying you ought not do this on the basis of the gender you happen to be assigned at birth, or making prescriptions like you ought to obey your husband, you ought to be obedient, you ought not get an education or, have any sort of self-governance. You ought not vote. You ought to vote the way that your husband says that you should be voting. Yeah, these are kind of sexist to me.
I think that I'm probably like any kind of vision of the world that views women as subservient. I guess I would construe that as sexist, or any kind of hatred of women. So people who advocate hatred of women on the basis of their sex, I think that that's sexist, or who demean women because of their sex. I think I view that as sexist. I think merely thinking so for example, I don't think you would take the view that someone who respects women and thinks, listen, all I'm saying is society is better if men are in charge of the household. I think that's the more socially orderable decision, and therefore I think you ought let the man be the leader of the house. And
That is sexist.
that's what should happen.
That
Even
is
though that's sexist.
Yes, of course. In the same way that it would be racist, that it's like, I don't think black people are biologically inferior. I just think that white people ought to run things around here, you know, as far as the economy, politics, the government, you know, maybe they should, you know, go do other things. Go maybe do some domestic work or something like that, or they can pick cotton, that kind of shit. Yeah, I do think that that's
even
racist.
even if you did something like this, I think women should have full rights. I think that women should be able to do whatever they want. But I think what's better for social cohesion is that men be the leader of the household. You think that view, as stated just then, is sexist?
Yes. I like Jews.
I
Jews
don't
are
know.
smart. You know, I don't know that they should be near the Supreme Court or like president or anything like that. But other than that, Jews can do like, you know, maybe they can go work in banks or something like that. Do you think what I just said was anti-Semitic? I praised them. I said that I said that there are other roles that they could be, and I just said that they shouldn't be, you know, run the country.
I think I would. I think they rely on tropes and stereotypes.
And the ones for saying that women ought to remain in the home don't.
Yeah, but that kind of grounds out into like, well, what is a woman? And I think that some of what is a woman in the gender sense grounds out into some views of like an archetypal woman that is an archetypal adult human female that includes both anatomical closeness to an archetype, but also societal stereotypes.
Yeah, so
and
literally
norms and that kind of stuff.
so the stereotypes,
So-
and you said that that's it's anti-Semitic because
No,
they're
but
invoking
I'm
tropes,
just-
and in this case, you're
I'm just
making
thinking, but-
assumptions off of, you know, biological elements.
Right. But let's say if you had a purely egalitarian, like for example, there are some people, women will have the following take that say women should decide on some element of the house, or women should be principally, you know, men should not handle X part of the relationship. Or, you know, oftentimes you'll see feminists be like, you know, men shouldn't be handling what reservation, or like women are better aesthetically and women should be helping with the interior. Like, is that view inherently viewing women as lesser? I think what's caught up in a lot of these tropes of Jewish people or whatever is a kind of feeling that these are negative views, that entailed in them are negative views of that group, and are based on genetic differences that are like incredibly minor and not like the massive genetic difference between men and women. And I'm just trying to explore in real time your thoughts on that, because like I think that you would take not like any passing comment about the nature of men as a sexist trope. Like men are
Not a passing comment, but a prescriptive comment saying if it like what the comment that you made sounds like it's being made in jest. Like, you know, oh, it's a terrible idea to let any man handle interior decorating. Okay, something offhanded like that. That does not really seem to me like it's genuinely reflective or indicative of that person's.
Yeah,
like,
but if you have something like this, like I don't let that Jewish friend alone with your money.
if it was
like,
a
it's kind of
joke, that would be funny. If it were truly a joke, if I felt that it was a dog whistle or a genuine suggestion of some sort of like or indicative of like how they actually felt about Jewish people, then I wouldn't be as comfortable about it.
I think for sexism, for me, because again, and I think I need to read more about this. So this is just me postulating in real time. I'll think about it. I think it needs to reach a certain threshold of subservience where women's whole identity is being subsumed, and where they're really the desire or the attitude is to construe women truly as lesser beings, and not as equals with different specialties. And I think that I would make room perhaps for either a prescription that just says, you know, putting the rights aspect aside. And I would want a feminist to talk about this, because I think that if you're advocating for lesser rights for women, I think I would call that sexist. But I think I would not be so quick to include like any vision of social cohesion that gives specialization to women versus men. I don't know that I would call that sexist. I think there needs to be some threshold of subservience, some threshold of like a lower class status. But I'm not sure. I have to think about that.
I think that the way a lot of sexism, bigotry, racism, anti-Semitism, you know, misogyny, like these things manifest in society at this point is in completely unexceptional ways. You know, I'm not one to actually disregard the, usefulness and utility of things like microaggressions. I think that to the extent that it is alive within society, a lot of it is in that way, to be honest, and especially like interpersonally, that's how most people field or like have to deal with these sorts of things outside of just systemic or institutional examples of
it's kind of like the everyday sexism of not necessarily things that where you're raging sexist, but like just the passing assumptions and comments. Is that what you're
right? I'm saying that that's how a lot of it manifests, but it's like really just the tip of the iceberg, because then you can zoom out and see systemic disadvantages that women have. Like, you know, Pete Hegseth, it's concerning to me that, like, you know, members of the Trump administration are retweeting videos where they're suggesting that women not have suffrage or the right to vote, you know, and I really see a little discourse generated around these sorts of things being said about women, like 50% of the population in the United States. It's greatly concerning. And this is already at like in a post-Roe society where reproductive rights have been eroded. So to me, if the bar standard for what constitutes sexism is literally going to be, they need to be saying that women are biologically inferior and ought to be subservient on some absurd basis as opposed to like a better basis for making that prescription, then really there is no sexism in this world, because you've set such an absurdly high bar for what constitutes it. In the same way that I see people like know what racism is when you think black people and non-white people are biologically inferior to white people. And that's really just not the way racism manifests in this society. So when you've set the bar that high, then most people aren't fucking racist or whatever. But clearly there are racial differences in this country that relate back to bigotry and are not just a reflection of some sort of just natural differences between races or whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to track how people use the term sexist. I want to give you the following example, and then we can move back onto her take because I do want to watch it. Suppose you have a society or a person who, and this is genuine, you know them to think that women are superior to men. And they genuinely hold the position that women are superior to men. And women, the reason they're superior is because they're so much better emotionally, intelligently, in every aspect that matters to that person or to that society. And for that reason, it's extra important to let the women excel at rearing children, because that's the best thing, and women are above men. We think that women are superior to men, and it's because their child rearing abilities, and therefore women should be prioritized, and we should love women more than we love men. But it is because of that trope, or it is because of that biological
essentialism
advantage. And so in that context, what you call that person who genuinely believes women are superior to men, but it is because of their biological advantage, much in the same way, by the way, that a lot of the people who think men are better, it's because of what they take to be their biological advantage of men. Would you call that person who makes that comment and advocates for that society sexist, even though they think genuinely that women are superior to men?
Yeah. I'm not under the impression that Charlie Kirk is disingenuously saying any of this shit. I think he really believed these things. It's unrelated to whether it's genuine or disingenuine. I'm not really interested in like looking into the heart of hearts of these people.
But they
all I
actually
can know
believe
is what they said. And I have to, I can infer from the fact that he repeated these sorts of sentiments and he dedicated his platform to these sorts of things. That he genuinely hold these beliefs, that they are abhorrent and they're racist and they're bigoted in some ways to me. So yeah, the reverse of that, or the inverse, where you actually have somebody who favors a matriarchy or whatever, you are contributing to the same sorts of destructive forces that held women back. So yeah.
Sorry, I know that's the last one. I know that's the last one. This is one more. There's a man. The man says the following.
Okay.
I think women should have all the rights. I think I don't even have an idea about how society should order itself. But what I want for a partner is a subservient wife. Even though I think women should have all the rights, what I want out of my relationship is a wife who rears children, and I would prefer her not to have a job. Is that person sexist? And they explicitly say, I think they should all have equal rights. I think that society, I don't have I don't really have an idea about what's the best way society operates. But for my personal relationship, I would prefer a woman where I'm the head of the household and where the woman is, probably better for her not to have a job. Do you think that person is sexist?
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like I think 9 out of 10 times that I could guess that and be correct. I will grant you that I'm sure there exists an iteration of somebody who fits all of this criteria that you just outlined and is not sexist. I could conceive of there being a non-zero chance where you could want all of that and not be, and genuinely value and respect your wife as an autonomous, individual and woman herself. I find it highly unlikely. If that is your, that's
No,
how
but
you
you're
want to
talking about
structure
like
your life, that you would
just
be sexist in significant ways. Yeah.
But just grant the facts, right? So you're saying it's highly unlikely that they would be such and such, but just grant the hypothetical where this
No,
person
I already
has
said that.
this-
I'm willing to say that person's sexist. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You said head of the household.
Right. So by head of the house, I mean like he has the ultimate say in decisions of the house, where to live, what to name children, where they go to school, and he has ultimate authority to say whatever he wants. And he's like, that's how I want it to be. I want to be in control of all those things, and I want the woman in my relationship to, like, she obviously has the right to do all this stuff, but I would just prefer that her preference be that she is not the head. And
right, just because they move it to like an interpersonal social domain, that doesn't mean it's not sexist. To me, it is sexist, of course. Yeah. In the same way that if they were in an interracial relationship and as the white husband, they think they should have dominion over their black wife, not only because she's a woman, but because she's black, and black people ought to, in a personal context, as far as their engagement with this individual in their marriage, ought to be subservient, he can make all the caveats that he wants about, I think that they should have equal enfranchisement, equal rights, they should be able to vote, all of that. There shouldn't be legal restrictions. Just because they don't believe in legal restrictions, that certainly does not preclude them from being sexist or racist. And I think in this example or whatever, they are obviously sexist and they are obviously racist, because it behooves me to think of any sort of circumstances. Like, why do you believe that ought to be the way your life is structured? If you ask them why their beliefs are like that, it will come back to really seeing women, even if they say, I don't see them that way, though. You ask them to explain their beliefs, it will be based off of preconceived notions and assumptions and stereotypes of women or black people.
You're fighting the hypothetical. Grant that the person,
I already said they're sexist. I'm not carrying away from that. I'm telling you my reason for being so confident in that assessment. And you're saying that it's me not engaging, and I'm telling you what went into my answer. I already engaged. I already said, yeah, they're fucking sexist. They said the head of the household.
Oh, because
and women can voluntarily do this shit. You can, if you want to be with a man who is going to treat you like that, go for it. Have fun. But
so if a woman says, I want to be in charge of all the decisions, when I'm with a man, I want to be in charge. I want to be the head. I want to make all the decisions about where to live and all that stuff. And I want to be the head of the household. And I want him to basically be a stay-at-home dad. That's sexist too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I have to think about it a little more.
I think there should be far more parity in people's relationships. Yeah. Because when people say head of the household, what does that entail to you? Does that sound like somebody who's interested in
I just said, they don't describe it that way. I'm describing it that way. He's basically saying, yeah, I want to have, a relationship where I make all the choices when it comes to where we live, how many kids we have, basically what we do. I want to be in charge and have the final decision over these kinds of things. That's just the way I want to have my relationship. That's what they describe it as. They don't say the term head of the household, but they just say, whatever relationship I have, I just want to be in control, because that's what I want to order my life as.
Yeah. Sexist. Yes.
And it's both ways too. But then isn't it basically saying, like, if you don't structure your relationship the way I think is ideal, you're a sexist? And then I'm like, shit.
No.
But someone who basically has the same intuition, but is homosexual, who is gay, they wouldn't be considered sexist, even though they have the same exact inclination. They're just attracted to a male. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, how would you even conceive of this hypothetical between a same-sex couple? Try to explain it.
So you have two gay men, and one says, I want to be the head of the household. I want to be in charge of all the decisions. I want the exact same thing, and I want him to have to listen to everything I say in the sense of those big decisions, or at least give me the final say.
What's their reason?
You wouldn't call that person's. It's because that's my preference. I can't explain why I have the preference and why I enjoy broccoli. I can't explain, like, that's just what I want to see, because that's just my personality. It's not because I think men are lesser or women are lesser, but like just a grant in that his reasoning is totally unrelated to a view on the sexes and their roles. Like, you wouldn't call that person who wants that kind of relationship sexist if they're
I think
gay,
at that point
right?
It would be, because I've always understood homophobia to be like a cousin of misogyny, because at its root, something funny.
No, he's homophobic?
Wait, I'm explaining. I wasn't saying they're homophobic. I said, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I'm explaining. So I believe homophobia is a cousin to misogyny, because a lot of homophobia is sort of rooted in like a femphobia, because most people, like, especially when it occurs between strangers, right? when you have instances of people being homophobic towards strangers, it's because a gay person is outwardly flamboyant or presenting in a sissy or feminine way. And this is before you have actually verified that that person actually is gay or homosexual in some way. So you're just making assumptions off of the way that they're outwardly presenting, which again is feminine. So if you have this example of a same-sex couple where a man is saying that, like, you know, I kind of like to be, or like they're the masculine one, and that their partner is a feminine.
Assume that's not there. Assume that that's not there. Assume that away. Assume that they're in fact they both look very similar, and they both have and there's no difference in terms of bottom or top or any of that.
No, then no, at that point, no. But
yeah,
then it truly just seems like a preference that's
what I mean.
Is as random as, like, I like broccoli and I don't like Brussels sprouts and I can't tell you why. It's literally just kind of chance. But
right. So if it's not based on inherent stereotypes of the sexes, you wouldn't, or of, you know,
no.
the
I would still say
qualities
it's probably an
attributed to
unequal relationship, but I don't know that I'd characterize it as like sexist. I don't see the basis to do that.
Okay. All right. I'll think about it some more. Let's go back to her take. This was interesting though.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
They're gay twins. Sorry. No, they're not actually.
Gay twins? So incestuous as well.
I can't see if you're sharing something.
I'm about to share it.
Got it. Pisco needs to shut the fuck up and go learn about feminism.
I concur. Silly Serious has her work cut out for her. Holy shit.
Oh, sorry. What did you guys think of Tulsi's speech? And you know, I've quietly supported her. When I watched last night, I'll be honest, no one really spoke to me. I thought it was beautiful. Erika Kirk was incredible. Let's table that. I don't know how this woman stood on that stage and gave that speech. She has a strength I couldn't ever dream of having, and she was by far the most unbelievable, inspiring individual there, unquestionably. With that said, everybody else that spoke, there was some other, I'm going to be honest, there was some othering of us against them. I didn't love that.
I agree.
Okay, and while I totally understand that Charlie was Christian and this was, you know, about him and his religion, there were moments, I'll be honest, where, you know, Vance is like, Christ is king, and I thought, like, what does that mean if I'm not Christian, though? Where do I fall into this coalition? And I felt a little bit like, maybe I don't belong here. Like, maybe I'm an interloper. I didn't get the big tent vibe. I'm not going to lie. I felt a little bit like, I think maybe I've infringed where I don't belong.
Because it was a funeral, though, not an RNC, and this is an issue
that was not a funeral.
It was a memorial.
Oh my God.
They felt like it was. A lot of people felt that way, and as a result, people like you.
I felt a little, well, until Tulsi.
It's a funeral. The funeral should be commensurate with the person's values, right? But because
they're just redefining terms. Like, a funeral is one of these rally things where we're not, like, you know, putting and committing the body. Like, a funeral is anytime we're gathered together. Like, it was a memorial, but more than that, I think it was a political
PBD was trying to reframe this. They also said it was like a revival or something like that. Like, reframing it as this, like, more spiritual event than what it was.
Every single person in the Conservative Party was there, and it was also, it had the appearance in everything other than name.
If Charlie were a private citizen, obviously because of the fact that he was a man of faith, like, obviously his memorial would have that, you know, Christian message.
Of course it should.
But what made this difficult is that he wasn't a private citizen. He was a public figure who obviously had close ties to the Trump administration. He helped get Trump elected. And you have all these government officials from the federal government, you know, giving speeches. So I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm not a religious person either. What I tried to kind of keep in mind as I was watching these speeches, especially when they became very religious, and one of my favorite speeches was actually Tucker Carlson's. We'll get to a clip of that in just a second.
What is her deal with this guy?
My own
with Tucker?
She's, like, obsessed with Tucker. She wants to build a bridge with Tucker. Tucker interviewed her, and now she's, like, enamored and charmed by Tucker. I find this happens, and I even think it happens a little bit with Cenk Uygur, that he gets, like, charmed by these people. That he gets charmed by Charlie Kirk. He gets charmed by the people he meets, and then now they're singing their praises.
I think that's a very charitable reading of it. I think a lot of it is also related back to, like, careerism. I guess there could be a dynamic, like, an aspect of, like, almost parasociality or something like that, or just being overwhelmed by what they feel is the personal charisma of these people, and there's, like, cognitive dissonance between what they know the stated political beliefs of this person are versus like how personally friendly they are, and like reconciling that. It could be that. I think with Cenk and Ana, in some ways, I think it's opportunistic. In other ways, I also think that it's just like, what?
No, I'm just waiting for your hot take.
No, because I think it's opportunistic in some ways, but I think that there is kind of this like, it's a failed on Cenk's part. I think it's a failed strategy. Like he's doing this kind of like, we need to like come together, reach across the aisle,
when we agree, we unite. Yeah,
that kind of shit. And with Ana, I think it's that she's had just like a few things that were kind of core to her political beliefs and identities challenged, and she's kind of rethinking everything. But it's like, you've heard the saying that like, don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out. I think it's a little bit of that. Where
no,
she's just
we're never gonna get an interview with our queen.
No, we got $300. Yeah, we are.
Okay, we can scrounge 300.
Views of religion out of it and try to take in the message. And if the message was a positive one, I like the speech. And I really do think that Tucker Carlson had a positive message because it was about like accountability.
Didn't Tucker Carlson pause real quick say like,
let's fucking
make some
kill
reference
him
to the Jews
or whatever? Oh, that
Drew
yeah,
Pavlov. Wait, no,
he was dog whistling. Yeah,
was he really? I want to get
he
pull
was.
the Drew Pavlov tweet from Drew. Fuck, what's Drew Pavlov's at?
Drew Pavlou. LOU.
Let me just make sure this is correct. We're gonna get the Tucker because he had. Oh, yep. What did he say? He was like, hummus, right? Hummus. Something about hummus.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, something about hummus. Oh, got it. All right. Show the people. Got to show the people. Show the people what they want.
Let's see.
Read the tweet.
Tucker Carlson decided to try to hint at the Charlie Kirk Memorial that Charlie Kirk was killed by hummus eaters in Jerusalem, the same people who killed Christ, in his own words.
Ultimately, he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people.
Israel.
And they hate it. And they just go bonkers. They hate it. And they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I could just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way.
Well, we know what Ana thinks, which is that she sees this man and she sees a future head of state, a future president.
I think it's a little dog whistling. I'm not gonna.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah. I didn't catch it the first time I was watching it because I was like reading my chat and distracted.
Yeah.
But when I reacted to PBD, because they were like, I was like, oh, it probably wasn't anti-Semitic because Adam Sosnick is like, you know, like he's the one who's on top of that shit. And if he was saying it wasn't, I was like, oh, it probably really wasn't then, honestly. People are probably reaching. But then people in my chat were reminding me that he said stuff like this. And I was like, oh, wait, yeah, it probably was that. That's probably what he was getting at.
I think it's a little bit dog whistling. I think
of course.
Ana,
especially given like what
it was so unifying of his speech. This was so unifying. My favorite story is when the Jews killed Christ.
Yeah, that's a good one. Did you see this? No. Like a lot of people are like citing this Gray Zone article by Max Blumenthal, where they talk about how. Hold on, if I put Tucker. When his hosts presented him, being Charlie Kirk, with a detailed list of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel, Kirk was horrified, said one person. Bill Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson to speak at his upcoming America Fest 2025 in December.
Oh, wow.
So...
Wait, pause real quick. I have an unhinged person. Hey, Pisco, the blood drained from your face, you pussy bitch, when I pointed out that Asian women are objectively more successful and have higher IQ than white males. Are you a coward? That does not offend me at all. Like, I accept that.
We
and
all saw
I think
Pisco.
Just so you know,
face.
Draining from your whatever. I think that women should run America. I think that I voted for women for president in the last 3 elections, and so yeah, I have no problem. I think that society should be run by women.
Oh my God. Okay. Like 2 seconds ago, I was like, oh, this is who I'm hosting a podcast with. Okay, like dude who's like a red pill or something, or sympathetic to their arguments. And now I'm like, oh wait, you're just like a cringy male feminist. Holy shit, that's even more scary, maybe.
Can I just say,
this is like what you just did was, you've seen Get Out, right? When he's like, I would have voted for Obama a 3rd time if I could have.
Wait, yeah.
You just did that by being like, I think women should run America. I voted for Kamala Harris, and she said she wanted the most lethal military, and she's awesome, man.
You're taking his side. You're taking his side. This commentator who said I had blood coming out of my whatever.
Out of your face. Headed towards somewhere else because of Asian women or something?
I don't know. Something about Asian women having higher IQs. Also, I'm Latino. I'm not white. You can't be white and look like this, all right?
What does that mean? I thought you were going to say it precludes you from being like
sexist
I
didn't say
or
that.
racist or something.
No. I don't identify as white.
Yeah, I don't know if you've read this Gray Zone article or whatever, but the whole thing was a disaster, said an attendee. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, that Bibi had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA, and that Kirk refused. Another longtime friend of Kirk had told the Gray Zone that the conservative activist also rejected an offer Netanyahu delivered 2 weeks before his death to meet with him in Jerusalem. Kirk, according to one person with inside knowledge of the meeting with Ackman, said he left feeling as though he'd been subjected to blackmail. And then they go on to talk about the public kind of fallout and these people that were in attendance to this
yeah, but
meeting.
Isn't Max Blumenthal the son of Sidney Blumenthal? And are you saying that he's anti-Semitic?
I don't know if Max Blumenthal is anti-Semitic or not. What I do know is that I don't find the Gray Zone or the reporting that comes out of this outlet to be reliable.
Okay, one second. I just got to go to the men's room. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, you guys, this is a fantastic time for me to say that if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me. If you aren't already, subscribe to me, give subs throughout the chat if you want to share the experience of an ad-free one, as well as cute emotes. And if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream and subscribe to me. Hit the bell. You can watch all my past VODs. They're timestamped. White Latino erasure. Take it up with Pisco. He does not identify in that way, I suppose. What are you guys talking about? Fuentes versus Tucker, who would be worse? Fuentes versus Hassan, who would be worse? I hope that's clear which one it would be, you guys. Very enlightening convos here happening here. I'm learning a lot about Pisco and his understanding of what constitutes sexism, racism. It's good stuff, you guys. I do want to show him this clip of Amy Klobuchar being like, "Can't we all just come together?" Basically, a completely fucking pointless statement that she shouldn't even be saying. Pisco ran. Just realized both the hosts are white Latino.
We're Latinos, man. Come on.
So he said white Latino specifically.
I'm not white, man. Don't you ever call me white.
Let me not put words in his mouth. Let's play it. Yeah.
What we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people.
Yeah, let's not actually show Tucker Carlson. Let's just show Ana Kasparian's reaction to it. That is actually more insightful.
That's great.
Here.
That is very helpful.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub.
Wow!
Thank you so much.
That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward. in this country. That is the only solution to where we all know we're going. And Charlie knew where we were going without that. And that is not a call for being politically passive. Of course not. I stood at many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump. And I'm proud of that. It's only an acknowledgement that what Charlie was really saying is that change begins, the only change that matters, when we repent of our sins.
Okay, so again, I just decided I'm going to take the religion out of it.
I understand completely.
And yeah, I do think
How do you
that it's
take the
important to think
religion
about-
out of what he just said? This was a religious statement. That's so insane. What is she doing? Ana she has been on a spiral ever since 2018. Can I just be honest?
What happened in 2018?
I don't know. I just felt the right time when the spiral started. Not sure I can prove it, but that's what it
Why
feels like.
2018? Did something happen or what?
I don't know. Did something happen? It just
I'm
feels
asking
that
you.
way.
You're the one who fucking said that.
It felt right. I already explained it. It felt right. It felt like that was the amount of
So
time.
that's literally just vibes. You don't have anything.
I admitted that to you.
It was the birthing person tweet to me. That was when I was like, okay, this is
It
not.
felt like
looking
that
good.
happened in 2018.
That was not 2018. That was literally like 2022, maybe 2023.
No way. Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Birthing person.
I think it's 2022, maybe 2023.
That's post-COVID? No way.
Yes.
I typed in Ana Kasparian birthing person. Oh, you're right.
I know my Ana lore. I also did
Hello?
a panel on it at the time because it was like, is she leaving the left?
2023.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So why are you going back all the way to like, again, 2018? Only 2 years after Donald Trump had been elected? No. It was recent.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's post-COVID because she had a show with Michael Brooks before he died. Yep.
Oh, rest in peace, Michael. Did you guys like Michael Brooks? Put it in the comments.
We love Michael Brooks.
Can
here.
you give the best faith, most charitable interpretation for what Anna's going through? What's her end goal? She's trying. I think that this is gonna probably be disagreed with by a lot of people. I think that there's a lot of like just genuine resentment and anger, and I do think she's in real time trying to be herself, and she's just a very influenceable, very charmable person. She can be charmed, I think.
Towards
what do you think?
Anger and resentment towards who? Or towards what?
I think she's angry at certain groups of people, including institutional, powerful political figures, especially Democrats. She really doesn't like them. I think she really doesn't like wokey lefties who, in her mind, turned on her. And I think that there's a little bit of that from Cenk and from Ana. They feel as though they were betrayed and stabbed in the back by various different collections of people. And so I think that her political homelessness has to do with a very personal grievance. And to be honest, a lot of these woke lefties are insane. I think you and I would agree with that.
Yeah. The thing is that I think
and I
with
think she's a
somebody
little insecure
like,
too.
then that just tells me they were like morally lucky in a lot of ways, and that if they were making such a heel turn after, again, an incident like that on Twitter related to a tweet over birthing people or whatever, or that term, that it made me reassess her political analysis before all of that. And I'm like, okay, then you kind of just happened to find your way to these positions. I don't really know how principled it was or based on empirics or anything like that. I would have to like go back and look through her catalog and body of work, but it did make me feel that way because I listened to her on Doom Scroll, Joshua Citarelli's podcast, and I'm like, how did I ever take this person's opinion on politics seriously because of some of the things that she was saying? And
yeah, you were an Ana stan.
Yeah, I was.
According to how you tell, yeah. I do want to say one other thing though. Like, I kind of felt this way about Drew Pavlou. People will tell me back in the day, like, why are you criticizing? Why are you coming for Drew? He's one of us.
Oh my
It's
God.
not about like
yeah, and
what
Simple's
you
a
think.
centrist.
It's about how you think. And I could tell based on what Drew was tweeting back in the day when we had our little spat, how he was thinking was fundamentally flawed. And so now he's like all but saying I left the left. I'm like a right winger now. I'm talking about blood and soil. I listen to Richard Spencer, et cetera, et cetera. And people are like, what happened to Drew? I'm like, Drew just has like a bad intake, and I think he was lucky that he fell into some positions that we agreed with, and on Ukraine, for example, and that kind of stuff. But it didn't really come from, I think, a good process of understanding information and coming to correct conclusions.
I literally said this with Zohran Mamdani and why I was really, really put off by the fact that he was going out of his way to apologize to the NYPD over this, and that it wasn't about the significance of the individual event. It was more that, like, the idea that you would think that that's a savvy political move to make is very, very, it's not indicative to me of good political instincts. And I was like, there's probably more of this to come, unfortunately. And I think I was fucking right, because I did not even realize that not long after that, the New York Times reported that he's going to apologize. What's underneath that? The New York Post being like, don't buy his bullshit. Don't believe his apology. It's fucking insincere. Who cares? The NYPD should not listen to him.
What else were they going to say? What else were they going to say?
No, exactly. Of course, that's what they were always going to say. That's why I'm saying you don't fucking do that shit. It's pointless.
But that's you pretending that the audience is Murdoch media. The audience is the NYPD. That's why Murdoch is coming out and saying don't believe him, is because they understand what's going on. That he's trying to build relationships with the NYPD. That's what he's trying to do, so he can govern. That's why he's doing it.
Yeah, I know, but there exists a media apparatus that is dedicated to trying to make sure, like, sabotage those efforts. And I honestly don't think that people within the NYPD need to be told by the New York Post don't buy it to not trust Zohran Mamdani's apology over a tweet from 2020 when he's a fucking Democratic Socialist Muslim guy that they're probably already skeptical of. And it's funny because I said it reminded me of the beer summit, and then Ben Shapiro literally went on Ezra Klein's podcast, and they're going over his new book, which details like the Obama years and like how did we get here. Apparently, it's called like Lions and Scavengers or something like that. And Ezra Klein is like, so what's a defining moment to you where there's like this change in American politics and you start to see like real agreement towards President Obama? And you know what he literally said? He said the beer summit was a radicalizing moment for the American right in this country, a moment where Barack Obama is getting himself, Joe Biden, Henry Louis Gates, the professor who was arrested for no reason, and the cop to sit down for about 40 minutes on the White House lawn for a fucking beer. That's a radicalizing moment, like open dialogue and discussion. So yeah, fucking pointless. You can't work with these fucking vultures. You should not even try to acquiesce or appease them. They need to be defeated politically.
The vultures here are the NYPD. By the way, I saw a lot of them out in force today, and one of them stops. He's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "To get a sandwich, bro." Like, what? But he seemed nice. I told him. I shouldn't have talked to the police.
Why didn't you say not discussing my day?
Because it's
not
nice
Shut the
guy.
Fuck Up Friday. That's what you fucking say anytime a cop asks you anything.
You seem like a nice guy.
No,
and I was like,
they are not your friends, dumbass. I can't believe. I'm like, you're a lawyer. Why do I need to be the one to tell you this?
What am I gonna be like?
You're a lawyer. Don't talk to the fucking cops. Did you ever advise anybody to talk to the cops? Oh, they're a nice guy. They seem like a nice guy. They're your friends.
No, I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, Shut the Fuck Up Friday is every day, as far as I'm concerned. You say mind your fucking business.
Oh my god, you are
think
so
I'm kidding? I'm not. I fucking hate cops, and I keep them away from me.
Whoa. See, I respect a lot of cops. A lot of my friends have become cops.
I know.
And so I think you're paying.
I respect the law. I don't respect cops.
You don't. You have to respect cops because cops uphold the law.
Says who?
Says me.
Says Pisco.
I respect cops.
Pisco, who also says talk to cops and they seem nice. Yeah, fuck off. I ain't doing that shit.
Okay, listen. He seemed like a friendly guy. I don't know what to say.
Oh my god, you're cracking yourself up because you know it's fucking bullshit.
Sorry. It's too funny. Could you?
If only you had like a Tucker Carlson laugh. Can you try doing an impression of it? No. Terrible.
What kind of country you want to live in, and I don't have control over anyone else's behavior. I do have control over mine, though. And, you know, when I got into this debate with Destiny on Piers Morgan's show, he was just like, I'm not going to condemn it until Trump condemns political violence. And it's like, you can't control Trump, but you can control yourself.
Right.
And
good point.
You can model
that
yourself after the type of, you know, citizens you want to see, the type of culture you want to see in the country. Like, that's what I'm trying to do, and I get it. It's, like, really, really challenging to do it because politics is incredibly divisive in the country right now, and people are so good at dehumanizing each other. Yeah. So when I'm being met with someone...
she's like, I get it here, but I've seen that panel, and she was not extending any charity to where he was coming from, so it's funny that she's saying that.
No, she was a little bit
ruthless.
Upset. She was upset, yep.
Same way you're upset that I won't condemn the TikTok teens or whatever.
I'm just disappointed. I'm not upset. I'm disappointed. You should condemn those teens.
I think.
By the way, they're not just teens. You admit some of them are wine moms.
Sure, we
It's
love
like
the wine moms. Yeah,
60% teens,
saying crazy
40%
things.
wine moms.
They're saying crazy things on Blue Sky over there. I don't even know what's going on.
Yo,
how about I make
Blue
you condemn
Sky.
Charlie Kirk's statements before we proceeded or
I
whatever?
already have.
After I
I
said
already
all
have.
of these individual things.
I already have. You soyed out because I said he's probably racist as opposed to definitely 100%. Yeah, totally racist.
Following you being
racist.
a lot more confident in making the assessment of Taylor Lorenz's state of mind based off of a comment that she retracted on a Piers Morgan panel that you admitted he was being uncharitable. And then when I get to Charlie Kirk, suddenly we're putting up guards. You know.
What the fudge? I was just saying Taylor looked happy that he was dead. She looked happy.
Okay, and Charlie Kirk sounded racist to me. And
I
you had to
agree
go,
with that.
probably racist. You're probably racist. He's probably racist. Can't say for sure, just probably.
You really just want to keep fighting about this.
Yeah, of course, because this is a crazy thing to say.
One dehumanizing me, obviously you get tempted to like engage in the same type of rhetoric and discourse, and I used to take the bait every time.
I know.
I do want to mention though, as a Christian and
she
as someone
definitely took the bait in that conversation. I don't think that there has been bait that Ana has not taken. I think most notably is when they had Kirsten Sinema on the show, and she was all but fucking calling her slurs. Now, we think that Kirsten Sinema should be treated very poorly on these talk shows and should be talked down to quite a bit. But it is self-control is not one of Anna's known qualities. Fair to say?
Yeah, same goes for you.
Yeah.
just kind of had to hide my
Well,
faith,
because I
which is
told that
unacceptable.
cop I was
Well,
getting a sandwich. I
Because he
couldn't
was
help it.
nice, yeah.
With a man
That's a
in
good
uniform.
example, yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's a great example.
as a Democrat, you know, they just malign you if you're religious. They think you're stupid. You know, like, why would you ever? They called it your sky daddy. It was incredibly offensive. But I've been a Christian all my life, and actually,
saying Sky Daddy is offensive now.
Yeah,
these fucking snowflakes, dude. I
mean,
can't
this
get
is
over.
like this is the fucking. These are people in the same company as like War on Christmas types, right?
True. They're like, if you don't say Christmas to me, if you don't say Happy Christmas to me, oh no, sorry, Merry Christmas. I like saying Happy Christmas.
Or if you say Xmas, you're getting rid of Christ or whatever.
Isn't Xmas? Fuck, what is that a reference to?
I thought it was just a short way to say Christmas, but there might be
I
more
think
to
it's
it.
a reference to something. Hang on, just let me Google this real quick. I'm just googling that real quick. Xmas derived from the Greek letter X, meaning Chi or Chai.
Xmas, X
Or
equals
Christos.
crossed, Christ on the cross. The X
No,
is the
no,
Greek
no.
letter X.
Yeah, the X comes from the Greek letter Chi or Chi. And did you know that Christ wasn't actually his name? It's Messiah.
Yeah. Did you know his last name was not Christ? Whoa, blowing my mind. Did you skip CCD or something?
Charles Xavier's birthday.
Next, you're gonna tell me, did you know Jesus wasn't white? No way, dude.
Fuck, what was that? It's from Boondocks. Jesus was black, Ronald Reagan was the devil, and the government's lying about 9/11. No, I mean, he clearly was a Semitic person, right?
Right.
He was Jewish.
Correct. Didn't speak English.
So, what are you trying to say here?
That he wasn't white?
Yeah. What's the most famous depiction of Jesus? Is it the Last Supper? Is it these Renaissance artists?
Probably Willem Dafoe, right?
What?
Isn't he in a movie like
Damn you, Winslow!
Hold on. I can't think of the fucking thing. Last Temptation of Christ.
Oh.
Willem Dafoe played Jesus in it. You never seen it?
No.
Ay.
Chris
So
Tomlin
uncultured.
yesterday at the concert. I grew up listening to Chris Tomlin. Hearing him perform
me doubt it
Holy
for a second,
Forever, I wanted to cry. It was so special for me. You know, because we've had to hide our religion and our faith for so long, I feel like, in recent years.
And you shouldn't.
But
That
it
is
was just
absolutely
beautiful. What I
wrong.
In
mean is, like,
America?
this is somebody's
In America? Or maybe there's a specific story that I missed of her. but you had to hide your religion in America. Like religious declarations in America are so common as to be cliche, passe. Like, it's insane how often and encouraged religious, devotive statements are in this country.
You know,
I mean, like, "In God We Trust" is like literally on our fucking currency and in multiple pledges across the United States. So
his memorial service, let's not lose sight of that.
And he said, when they asked him, what do you want to be remembered
His
for the most, he
faith.
could have said so many things. He's done so many positive
like, I think they
God,
equate the
these
fact that
worst.
like society is increasingly becoming secular and irreligious with like religious censorship of some sorts, when you're just kind of naturally
God.
seeing people move away from it.
Them in the Supreme Court, am I right?
But what he said was, I want to be known for being brave in my faith and professing the word of God. So that, in my opinion, I do completely understand where you're coming from, because in everything other than name,
Deport
it
this
had
woman.
a lot of the appearance of a convention. So I get
Can I
Deport
say
this
it about
woman.
Lindy?
No, when she has longer connections, it's not based on race.
Longer connections? What?
Yeah, longer connections. Does that not make sense?
Care to elaborate?
You know what long means?
No. By long, what do you mean?
A reference to length, and it's a relative term. Longer is a relative term to someone else's. And a connection is some kind of association. So longer connection is more in time connection.
Okay, what do you mean by Lindy Li has a longer connection to this fucking country than Amy?
She's been here longer, more developed ties to the country.
Was that literally just it? Just the fact that she happens to have been here a little bit longer? Maybe
part
you're
of
making the
Chorus.
assumption,
She's part of Chorus Media.
right? Is she? Is that an exclusive
I don't know.
from your bestie,
I don't know.
Brian Tyler Cohen?
Someone named Robert B put it in the
Oh,
YouTube
wait, for a
chat.
second, I forgot that Lindy, Lindy came here as like a kid or whatever. How could I forget my own girl's lore? And Amy, I assume came here as an adult.
but that is how Charlie would have wanted to be remembered
100%.
at his funeral.
But if you are a political figure, I did appreciate the certain people who said his God. He wanted to be with his God, and it should be a Christian ceremony. But when someone like J.D. Vance gets up there and states, as a matter of fact, Jesus is king, I'm like, what does this mean if you're my president and I'm not Christian? I can't help but think that. I
Hey,
was like,
props to Jillian.
JD Vance is
We're
not your
trying to-
president, lady, but I know what she's getting at.
Props to Jillian. I do think it's wrong to have the state kind of give its imprimatur to this religious celebration. I have a problem with "In God We Trust." I have a problem with "One Nation Under God." I think that I have a problem with the Ten Commandments. So, and I understand that I'm in the minority so far as legal stuff there. So I acknowledge it's not the president of the court. Hell, even Breyer disagrees with me. He's one of my favorite justices. So yeah,
You're so
but I
stupid
just-
for having a favorite justice, like a little nerd.
Okay, everyone put mean things in the comments about Aaron.
Yes, go for it. Go.
Everyone
And also put your
mean
favorite
things.
justice to show how cool you guys are.
Everyone puts a mean.
And put
things.
your favorite dissents, put all of that. Drop it in the chat.
The great dissenter. Sorry, God.
No, but you're saying that so, and I'm not, this is genuinely not a gotcha. I really want to see what you think of this. Earlier in your stream, I heard you saying that a president or like somebody part of the government just expressing their viewpoint is not the government necessarily like endorsing that viewpoint or anything like that.
Yeah.
So do you just think because of the nature of this specific memorial political type rally that it's inappropriate for JD Vance to go up there and make statements in that capacity? Or do you think like there is an appropriate context where he as vice president makes those statements publicly and you don't see it as maybe indicative of like him potentially like prioritizing, Christian Americans over others or something like that,
Yeah, so I think that it's a very good question. Because there is an active prohibition on an establishment of religion, I think that there's something different about that kind of speech and by the government. I do think that there is probably a limitation.
Well, not the
on what you
government, right? An individual within the government. Because JD
Well,
Vance.
that's what well, yeah, obviously as an individual, you're free to profess your faith. But what I have a problem with are government endorsed displays of religion. And that is not, and the government endorsing a religion. So if the government, for example, hung up a cross in a courtroom, or basically made every
had people swear on the Bible,
enforced it and use it, or said something like this, that in order to get a driver's license you need to profess your faith to Christ and become a Christian. And what like the Establishment Clause must mean something, and surely it must include the government favoring, in its use of official power, one religion over another, right? If you're using government power to favor one religion over another, that is an endorsement of religion, and I think it's an establishment of a religion. And I might have some disagreement with that from members of the Supreme Court who think that a lot of it should be encompassed under government speech. But no, I'm very sensitive to those. I think that there should be some leeway for people talking and saying, I'm very inspired by religion.
But you just said you didn't like
policies.
seeing J.D. Vance say Jesus is king. No, or I thought you were kind of agreeing with Jillian there.
No, I think we're separating my preferences versus the legal question. So in terms of the legal question, I don't think it should cover, if J.D. Vance wants to say that fucking shit, I don't think it's covered by the Establishment Clause. I think it's more when you start to have these kind of more permanent endorsements of religion, that I think it's an illegal question. But sure, I think giving the imprimatur of the state to these religious ceremonies, I don't think should be done. No, I don't think it's right to do, but I would separate that specifically from whether it's legal to do. I think it's probably legal to do this.
Well, obviously, I don't think the Ten Commandments belong in the fucking classroom.
Courthouse.
I don't think that the pledge should make any sorts of allusions to a god or anything like that. I don't think that our currency should say anything like that, although they have held that stuff like that's constitutional for whatever reason. I've never understood this, but not surprised. Every country has kind of its shadow, right? It's not an accident that our federal calendar maps onto, most Christian holidays and stuff like that. And then it's about the extent to which that's actually an endorsement or impeding other people's, abilities to practice their religion, or that's actually seen as disadvantaging other people.
This big idiot in my chat, William Avor, says, you were just saying that the government is free to make suggestions about free speech. They're free to make recommendations about policy, this or that, and say what their thoughts are. I would separate, but they cannot establish a religion, right? They can't establish a religion because the Constitution forbids it.
So I guess I'm just confused, what your issue with J.D. Vance saying Christ is king at the Charlie Kirk Memorial is.
No, that's just about taste, and I don't think that government officials, when in a kind of quasi-state function, I don't think it's unifying. I don't think it's good to do that. And because I think that there should be a clearer separation between church and state. That's a policy preference. That's me disagreeing with the speech. It's not me saying it's illegal. Just to be clear.
Or are you saying it ought to be illegal?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it ought to be illegal.
Okay.
So William Warren just misunderstand me. I'm not saying that the speech was
what
a
he
violation of
said to you
Establishment
was
Clause.
what I was trying to get at.
Oh,
That's why I
So
said at the beginning, this is not a gotcha. I just genuinely wanted to see how you.
I'm trying to separate them. So one is my kind of preference. I think it's kind of gross to have the imprimatur of the state in these religious functions, but I'm not saying that it's an establishment religion. When we talk about the Ten Commandments and shit, I take a view that I think that it is problematic under the Establishment Clause. 10 Commandments, putting up a Christ. So I'm trying to separate my mind. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right to say that or to be there. I'm just saying I don't like it's my preference to not have the imprimatur of the state being associated with these religious memorials. And I do think that this specific function, where you have every single member of cabinet, where everything's kind of intertwined, political and religious, they're talking about policies and shit. So at that point, it feels like a quasi-state function. It makes me feel gross and I don't like it.
Somebody might chat, but we're not talking about putting up crosses in schoolrooms. Thank you. We're talking about what he did. And I am thinking that, Chatter, because for once you were not being responsive to what I said. Obviously, I didn't think that you thought that crosses should be in the classroom or anything like that. I wanted you to address what you did with this comment, sir.
Well, I
might not have worded it clearly enough.
I was being comprehensive in that I think that we should have more in general, right? The general idea is I think separation of church has taken a back seat, both in terms of culturally and also in terms of the actual precedent of the Supreme Court. And I was just charting out different areas of what I think are problematic aspects. And I'm not saying that what the speech at this memorial rally, whatever, is illegal. I don't like it.
What the fuck is
I'm not dodging you, Ian.
MADDOW?
imprimatur. It's like its authority, its credibility, lending its imprimatur. It's stamp of
This
approval.
person wrote it like imprimatur, like rhymes with empanada.
Imprimatur is a person's acceptance or guarantee that something is of good standard. So, for example, like a newspaper's imprimatur, to imprint, to impress, a declaration authorizing publication.
She spoke of God. Just God. Your God could be whoever. Like, could be Jewish, could be Hindu, could be Buddhist, could be Muslim, could be Christian, could be Catholic, Protestant, more whatever. God. And I felt a bit more like that's a broader tent, okay? And she celebrated him and the spirit of debate and the First Amendment. She didn't other anyone. I felt that she reached out and tried to bridge these ideologies. And I'm sorry, I think she
I get what you're
is
saying.
one of the only people that does this. And she has said to me before, when I have expressed my deepest concern about where we are with the othering and the divisiveness, and she said, Jillian, your concerns about this are very real, and divided we fall is very real, and we need to do everything we can to work against that. I didn't see a ton of people working against that who were.
Oh
had
shit!
political
Jimmy Kimmel's taking
motivations.
shots.
Charlie and his friends and his family.
Oh, this is breaking news. Jimmy Kimmel is taking shots. Go to Aaron Rupar's Twitter. He's putting up a bunch of them.
Am I gonna get copyright ID'd for showing fucking Kimmel clips?
I don't think you will.
Okay.
Didn't we show them before? I showed the other ones, and it wasn't. Oh wait. I have the full monologue right here. Full monologue.
A full Jimmy Kimmel monologue. You're telling me that's not gonna be copyright ID'd?
Here it is if you want it. You can also go to Aaron Rupar's Twitter.
Is the whole monologue done? If the whole monologue's done, I still go watch it, yeah.
Okay.
But send it, yeah. Let's see.
Saint Jimmy. Praise Jimmy. Gotta risk it for Jimmy. Jimmy risked it for us. Oh, yes.
I sincerely doubt that 17 minutes of a fucking Jimmy Kimmel monologue and getting fucking copyright struck, but we'll see.
Can't hear shit.
There we go.
I can't hear shit on my end.
Really?
Okay. Let it play. Let it play for a little bit. It's hard to hear.
Well, it's just the audience. Give it a second.
Ah!
What? Why'd you just do that?
I put the volume up and you shouted at me, but it's not your fault. Trying to fix the audio.
Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted, if you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you.
Woo! Let's go, Jimmy. Why do I keep cutting to the fucking crowd?
I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol. It's been overwhelming. I've heard from a lot of people over the last 6 days. I've heard from all the people in the world over the last 6 days. Everyone I have ever met has reached out 10 or 11 times. Weird characters from my past are the guy who fired me from my first radio job in Seattle, where we are not airing tonight, by the way. Sorry, Seattle. His name is Larry. In 1989, Larry tried to force me to do a bit called Jokes for Donuts, where people would call in with a joke and I would give them donuts. I refused to do it, and then I made a lot of fun of Larry for suggesting it, and eventually Larry fired me, and I had to move back in with my parents. But even he wrote in to cheer me up. Thank you, Larry, and I want to thank everyone who checked in.
Let's go, Jimmy. The prince that was promised.
I especially want to mention are my fellow late night talk show hosts, my friend Stephen Colbert. Who's found himself in this predicament. My friends Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, Conan O'Brien, James Corden, Arsenio,
Kimmel.
Kathy, Wanda, Chelsea, even Jay reached out. I heard from late night hosts in other countries, from Ireland and from Germany. The guy in Germany offered me a job. Can you imagine? This country has become so authoritarian, the Germans are like, come here.
Let's go.
My boyhood idols, Howard Stern and David Letterman, were very considerate.
Stern.
I feel honored to be part of a group of people that knows what goes into doing a show like this. And I also want to thank all of you.
This was us. We did this.
Yeah, he's thanking you personally. You're his strongest soldier. Me for my selfie. Obviously, these things contributed to him. Stavros, we're thanking Stavros Halkias for his contribution to the cause.
Oh, that picture? That was a great picture.
Yeah.
What if he goes like, and I want to especially thank Wick TV. What would you think? What would you say?
He would. I mean, I think it would be deserved, right?
I think it would be. Yeah.
Wick is his strongest soldier, so got to give credit where credit's due. Somebody said he embraced socialism on this. I would sooner expect him to embrace socialism than shout out Wick TV. Not gonna lie. So
supported our show, cared enough to do something about it, to make your voices heard so that mine could be heard. I will never forget it. And maybe most of all, I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. People who I never would have imagined, like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz, who, believe it or not, said something very beautiful on my behalf.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired.
Oh, wait, no, not that. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying, we don't like what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. That's all of us, including him. I mean, think about it. If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it. And thanks. For telling their followers that our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it. I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, and the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like,
really quick, did you think that what he said that got him kicked off the air was factually incorrect?
No,
or irresponsible? True. No, it was literally true, and there were so many people, Ana and Cenk included, going around saying he told a lie, even though he didn't tell a lie. It wasn't prescriptive. It was just saying what MAGA's reaction was. And before the end of the day, Trump had said he was a far fucking leftist before they had any evidence of that.
I totally agree. I think he was factually accurate. I think that there was like an implication that he personally thought it probably was, but I don't think it's a strong implication, and I don't think it's what he said.
Like me, if you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't...
Oh, God. Is he making fun of it or what? That sounded fake. I don't think he was actually tearing up.
Hold up a second.
Condemn Jimmy Kimmel right now. He's making jokes. He's making jokes. And he's not just doing it on TikTok, he's doing it on national TV, late night, that everybody's watching. Condemn it, Pisco Liddy, right now.
A young man. I mean, this is fake as fuck, right?
Yes, it is. Condemn it. Condemn it. Condemn right now. Do you condemn Jimmy Kimmel? Do you condemn him making jokes about a tragedy?
I don't think it's a joke, right?
It's a joke. He's
no,
making
it's not
jokes.
A joke. He's just like...
He's a comedian. He's making jokes.
No, I think he's just like trying to play it off as serious. I don't know. I think it's
as
kind
a
of
joke.
fake.
Yeah, trying to play it off as serious as a joke.
Also, young man. I mean, he was young. He was young.
Yes or no? You condemn him?
I don't. I'm not condemning Jimmy. I think Jimmy was.
Wow.
I think this is like a little
inconsistent.
He practices in the mirror. I think he was like a young man. Like it just felt a little bit.
Pisco will only probably condemn it.
I don't think it was right.
The only thing funny about it, I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of...
Oh shit, his voice is wavering. Actually, he might not have been joking.
Uh-oh.
So, hold on.
But it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. You don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't.
Oh, no, he was dead serious. I thought he was joking.
You think he was serious?
Damn, yeah. He is.
All right, I'm going to say he's serious. I
thought it was a joke. I overestimated Jimmy Kimmel. He's not that dark. And I thought people were saying he was coming out swinging. And so I was like, oh, damn, I thought he was going to go making fun of the murder of an innocent man. I thought he was going to go, give me a break. The dude was fucking evil or something like that. That's where I thought he was headed. And then he continued to his voice was over. I was like, oh, shit, he means that. Okay.
All right, this is one from my chatter. My chatter says, St. Jimmy's heart is just this large. You know what? I'm going to say Jimmy meant that. I'm going to say it's...
Yeah,
I'm going to say it's serious.
I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think...
I think he's accurate here. It was the opposite of his point. The Tom Sandoval of late night. Oh no, that's a bad comparison. If you know, you know.
I did point a finger. I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone.
Maybe he's more upset people would think that he would such of him to shit on a dead guy. I mean, maybe.
Was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever. And also, selfishly, I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers, because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject. But I don't want to make this about me because, and I know this is what people say when they make things about them, but I really don't. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this country. Yeah. And that's something I'm embarrassed to say I took for granted until they pulled my friend Steven off the air and tried to coerce the affiliates who run our show in the cities that you live in to take my show off the air. That's not legal. That's not American. That is un-American, and it is so. Oh
yeah.
I want you to think about that. Should the government be allowed to regulate which podcasts the cell phone companies and Wi-Fi providers are allowed to let you download to make sure they serve the public interest? You think that sounds crazy? No! 10 years ago, this sounded crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. In addition to being a direct violation of the First Amendment.
I'm fucking disappointed by this. I cannot believe people are like, oh, he's coming out swinging. He's going out in the paint on this one. I think he's being too conciliatory in light of things. Well, I don't think that this is even effective.
He's not a particularly intelligent
What is he supposed to do? He's supposed to be like, take out his fucking...
Quadruple the fuck down. Come and take it shit. Fucking, again, he should be making this...
Yes, MAGA was trying to do this.
He should reiterate what he fucking said, and he should say that, like, he's not going to be intimidated or bullying. He doesn't owe anybody any fucking apologies.
I agree with
He's
Aaron.
a comedian, and,
I agree. Based.
I just don't, this is not the posture for this moment.
I think it's a fine posture. I think a better posture would be like, I'm not going to be scared by you and the Trump administration. You're not going to expedite it out. Yeah, I think it should be more aggressive, but I'm fine with this. He's a late night guy, whatever.
I also don't think it's mutually exclusive to be like, I think it goes without saying that obviously I fucking condemn the killing and murder of Charlie Kirk. That wasn't what I was getting at, and that's never been the message I was trying to promote. That's also like not my type of humor, but you could still make that point that but if I wanted to fucking say that or whatever, like, it's one thing if ABC fires me, it's another thing to have like government intimidation, and you could parlay it into a point like that, I think, without, you know, compromising or losing clarity of the message and still being forceful and saying like, no, we should be able to say whatever the fuck we want in this country. And, you know, what I said was not even, it's neither untrue. And even if it were, I still shouldn't be taken off the fucking air.
Who said he sounded like a mafioso?
You just hate liberals.
Correct.
Although, I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that.
It's like I have to remember, like, oh yeah, these are resistance libs. So this is what their resistance looks like.
This is what the resistance
like
looks
they can accurately identify a threat, but then their resistance to that threat is usually toothless, in my opinion.
To hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night long. This genius said it on a podcast. Brendan Carr is the most embarrassing car Republicans have embraced since this one. And that's
this is what did you actually think that was good? Oh. It's like, oh yeah, this is my martyr. This is my
This
boy.
is Saint Jimmy. This is Saint Jimmy. Don't
I've
you
never
ever
thought
fucking
Kimmel was
blaspheme.
particularly funny.
That's Saint Jimmy.
And I do think it's so pathetic to make this guy a martyr. The idea that he was taken off the air when that's the jokes he's got. Jesus Christ.
Listen, you can hate all you want.
I will. Thank you.
But this is Saint Jimmy, and you're a hater.
I am. Yeah.
Saint Jimmy's coming down. You know that song?
No.
He has a tradition of meddling where they shouldn't under many administrations, but it wasn't always like this. There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, who later was appointed chairman of the FCC by this former crusader for free speech.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down.
That was also in 2022. And I wonder...
Jeez, he seems so much sharper there. Holy fuck.
How did that guy turn into this guy?
Yeah, he has. And I mean, again,
That's
this is at
crazy.
1.25 speed. The speed is increased, but even him at 1.25 speed now, that it's like it's not at that speed.
He looks bad.
I mean, he looks terrible there. He's melting there, but he's got AI hands now, probably.
Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
Look at that.
A lot of people, anybody could replace him. Guy had no talent. Kimmel he was fired. He had no talent.
Don't make me agree with Trump. Don't make me.
No.
But he had no talent, and more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot of people have no talent, they get ratings. But he had no ratings.
Well,
he probably broke records on this tonight.
I do tonight.
Yeah.
Pause. From the chatter. Jimmy Kimmel is the Gandhi of late night television. Couldn't have put it better myself.
That was beautiful.
You almost have to feel sorry for him.
And Colbert is the MLK, right?
Yes. They want a fashion take from you, Aaron.
Okay.
I want Aaron's opinion on Trump's outfit from the UN today. Did she see him speak? His jacket and shirt were extra big and baggy looking to me. The armholes had too much space.
The only thing that's important to me is how prominent is the neck pussy? How much is it constricting Trump's neck and making his jowls and his fucking loose skin look and resemble a fucking
Disgusting.
vagina? Okay. So let's take a look.
Gross.
If I put Trump UN speech, I'm assuming it's a speech. Let's see.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Moment of truth, you guys. Oh my god, the world's smallest photo. Awesome. Oh wait, I gotta. This is like.
Person says, this was my next comment. His nussy was all over.
Yeah, the nussy. Give me a second. Let me show.
You guys are like, this is what Gen Z's all about. They're like sexualizing things that are serious.
Pisco would never do that. He would only defend Charlie Kirk asking a woman out on a date at a business interview.
You can't even see any neck action.
Okay, like.
Oh, it's a big suit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, his hands are so tiny.
Wow, got him. Never heard that insult of this president before. Maybe you should be. Maybe you should replace Kimmel. He did say it can be anyone. Doesn't have to have talent. I think that the suit is a. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that strike a nerve? You were a little quiet after I said that.
No, I'm good.
This is a huge fucking suit. It's not even tailored to him. But he does look like, I don't know. The fact it's like making him look skinny and like almost like gaunt a little bit.
Skinny. Yeah, he looks
like
skinnier.
when you lose weight at this age, you don't look trim or fit. You just end up looking unhealthy, frail, weak, feeble. So.
He did his best to cancel me. Instead, he forced millions of people to watch the show. That backfired bigly. He might have to release the Epstein files to distract us from this now.
All right. He's bringing it home. He's bringing it home.
Now, a lot of people have been asking me if there are...
He had me in the first half, not going to lie.
By the way, this is how your average lib mom reacts to this. Epstein. Like, that's how they do it.
This like a soy point?
Yeah, it's...
And they're like holding a glass of wine in one hand, soy pointing with the other.
Yeah.
Conditions for my return to the air, and there is one. Disney has asked me to read the following statement, and I've agreed to do it. Here we go. To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu account.
Owned. Disney sucks.
They lost like $4 billion because you shouldn't fuck around with the Disney adults. If there's anybody who knows how to organize a consumer boycott, it is these people. So I don't know why they thought it would be a good idea.
Have you seen this guy, Meat Canyon? You know this person, Meat Canyon?
What are you saying?
All right. Well, he has a video on Disney adults. It's pretty funny. Sorry.
Okay.
Open the Disney Plus app on your smart TV or TV connected device. I've been
Disney owned.
To work at a company that has allowed me to do the show the way we want to do it for almost 23 years. I've done almost 4.
Fuck this. Anybody who cancels should hold out and see if Disney sends you a promotional email for a really, really cheap price to resubscribe to Disney Plus in the next couple of days after this if they don't see the return. So just wait, hold the line, and then you can resubscribe, okay?
4,000 shows on ABC. And over that time, the people who run this network have allowed me to evolve and to stretch the boundaries of what was once traditional for a late night talk show, even when it made them uncomfortable, which I do a lot. Every night, they've defended my right to poke fun at our leaders and to advocate.
Oh my God, who is Jimmy Kimmel making uncomfortable? The spiciest thing he's probably done is like roasting celebrities if he hosted like the Oscars or some shit. There's nothing fucking controversial going on in any of these monologues. You really have like a special place in your heart for Jimmy.
And that's his name. And don't wear it out. That's St. Jimmy.
Beautiful.
Subjects that I think are important by allowing me to use their platform, and I am very grateful for that. With that said, I was not happy when they pulled me off the air on Wednesday. I did not agree with that decision, and I told them that, and we had many conversations. I shared my point of view, they shared theirs, we talked it through, and at the end, even though they didn't have to, they really didn't have to, this is a giant company, we have short attention spans, and I am a tiny part of the Disney Corporation. They welcomed me back on the air, and I thank them for that.
Woo, Disney, we love Disney!
Even though they're fucking spineless and indefinitely suspended you in the first place, I wouldn't be thanking them. Fuck this. This is some bootlicking.
That unfortunately, and I think...
I think he needs to be, turn up the passive aggressiveness, 10,000% here.
Thanks a lot, Disney.
Yeah, exactly.
Justly, this puts them at risk. The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. He was somehow able to squeeze Colbert out of CBS. Then he turned his sights on me, and now he's openly rooting for NBC.
This guy, and this is why Aaron is broke. I don't know what that even means. What does that mean? Because you don't kowtow to the mouse.
Oh, correct.
That's why.
Yeah, they were gonna cut me a check any day now, but then comments like this, and they were like, "We're done. Negotiations over."
to fire Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and the hundreds of Americans who work for their shows who don't make millions of dollars. And I hope that if that happens, or if there's even any hint of that happening, you will be 10 times as loud as you were this week. We have to speak out against this.
Yes. Dude, this guy should run for dog catcher.
Stop.
Dog catcher.
Okay.
He's coming for our journalists too. He's suing them. He's bullying them. Over the weekend, his Foxy friend Pete Hegseth announced a new policy that requires journalists with Pentagon press credentials to sign a pledge promising not to report information that hasn't been explicitly authorized for release. That includes unclassified information. They want to pick and choose what the news is. I know that's not as interesting as muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that we aren't paying more attention to it.
Wow. Thank you so much for the super chat. Jimmy should have said, "This is my last show, not working for Disney anymore." Also wonder what's out. No, I think he should have done the show. I think you agree, right?
Oh yeah,
Aaron,
I'm not like unless you could explain to me like what comes after that ends up being more effective or something like that. I'm not surprised that this is the path that he took. I think he should have just fucking been like, I don't know. Well, maybe actually like. You can't fire me, I quit. Like, who wants to work for a fucking company that does this? I mean, like, ideally, he would leverage his position to fight for more job security for other employees, because there were, like, huge unions that had his back during all of this. Like, writers associations, guilds, etc., that were coming out against Disney and in support of Kimmel, saying that, like, these sorts of kowtowing, you know, is a dangerous precedent to set. And, yeah.
Right now. He's dead, right? Yeah. Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American. And I am so glad we have some solidarity on that from the right and the left and from those in the middle like Joe Rogan. Maybe the silver lining from this is we found one thing we can agree on, and maybe we'll even find another one. Maybe we can get a little bit closer together. We do agree on a lot of things. We agree on keeping our children safe from guns, from reproductive rights for women, Social Security,
Palestine,
affordable health care, pediatric cancer research. These are all
If he wants to get indefinitely suspended again, he's going to end this monologue with Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
That most Americans support. Let's stop letting these politicians tell us what they want and tell them what
I'll say the first part and you finish it. When he said death to the...
Whoa. I would never.
You never finishing that?
No, I would never do that.
We want. You are our leader. There was a moment over the weekend, a very beautiful moment. I don't know if you saw this on Sunday. Erika Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow. If you believe in the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And I hope it touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that, and not this. So thank you for listening, and I'll have more to say when we come back.
Whoa! What do you think about that?
Much more tears than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, he's, I wish he were a little angrier, but it's okay.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, like...
I'll put 7.3 out of 10. I thought that was a decent job. St. Jimmy gets a 7.3.
I've seen enough. Take him back off the air. Performative. This seemed very authentic to me. I didn't think this is performative from him.
St. Jimmy. No, this is real.
Well,
Whitney Wimmel.
You know what else is real? Her take.
Yeah, show it.
And it was beautiful.
Back. Hold on.
It's Saint.
When I said death to the, somebody put mouse in chat.
Appreciate it. But there were some people there I felt like had political aspirations, and I was a bit,
I think,
thrown off.
Honestly, I think Christian nationalism was the point. I think that was clearly the point. Absolutely.
So I didn't watch the whole memorial beginning to end.
Yes.
I caught a few of the speeches.
I think they're trying to mainstream it. And
okay,
frankly,
well that's an issue because we're supposed to value religious liberty in this country, and I think that's what makes this country great.
That was
the
four arguments. That's one of actually one thing that he repeated time and time again. When someone would say we're not a Christian nation, he would say, look at the state constitutions instead, and they are clearly Christian.
Oh wait, actually, really quick, on what Jimmy Kimmel had to say. Did you see Amy Klobuchar's statements earlier this week?
No.
About Charlie Kirk? Hold on. And like what Jimmy Kimmel just did is like a little bit indicative of that to me. A little bit because I think he was a little bit more forceful. But yeah, hold on. This is 12 days ago. It has to end. Amy Klobuchar calls for unity against political violence and Charlie Kirk killing.
I don't know how I feel about having more than one Amy on the show today.
Suffer.
To both of you, thank you as well to Senator Britt. I also, like my colleagues, want to make very clear that there is no place for this political violence. And you think about Charlie Kirk's wife today, you think about those little babies that are never going to know their dad growing up. And I can't help but think about what's happened in Minnesota this summer. Same thing, right? A madman killing our former Speaker of the House and her husband, gunning them down in their house, killing, attempting to kill another legislator, 8 bullets through him, 9 bullets through his wife. That all happened in our state. And the next one, I'm going to yet another funeral on Sunday of a little 10-year-old girl named Harper, gunned down. Well, they weren't politicians, these were kids, while they were praying in mass. Fletcher's funeral was last weekend. We were all there. The manifesto was political. It was all-purpose. The shooter was an all-purpose hater against every side, every which way. But that's what we're seeing right now, and it has to end, and we have to join together to condemn it. So we're here today on another atrocity, and that is these Ukrainian kids. Etched in my memory forever will be the trips that I took to Ukraine, one of them with Senator Blumenthal, but another with Senator Portman, the burned out apartment buildings, the mass graves. It just goes on and on and on. And now you have nearly 20,000 kids. It's one estimate, one is at 35,000, with only 1,600 returned. And if you want to know what terrorism about, it's kidnapping kids. And one of the things that we have made very clear is that these kids must be returned before there's any negotiation on the war, only because you can't start.
I don't want to be mean. I respect Amy Klobuchar a lot. Does she look like she just got out of bed?
I don't respect Amy Klobuchar a lot. Why do you respect her? I mean, I respected her when I found out she like abused her staff or whatever. That was funny.
Jesus. But she just looks like
I respected her when she said the thing. Say your signature thing.
What's her thing? I don't know. What did she say?
About how Trump's hair would fare in a blizzard or whatever. She kept repeating that in like 2019 or 2020 when she was running for the Democratic presidential nominee.
I like Amy, but her hair looks like she was just in a wind tunnel. Dick Blumenthal looking old as hell.
For combatants in war to capture and kidnap kids. These kids, Lindsay mentioned the ones that were being trained to be part of military.
How come you don't say that he looks like he just rolled out of fucking bed, huh? Is it because she's not wearing enough makeup to you or what?
No, because her hair is sticking up.
Okay.
Look at Russia. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're right. That's just the way that she styles it.
What? You're not serious right now. Are you trying to defend this?
To the extent that I've seen Amy Klobuchar hair, it looks the same as it always does.
Chat, what do you think? Put in the right answer. Who's right? Pisco or Aaron?
She's wearing a bumpet.
Also have kids that parents desperate were told, well, just come to a summer camp in Russia.
Is that sexist? How is that sexist?
Leave it to a man to criticize a woman in public.
Davin says Aaron. Okay, I guess I can never say anything about any woman ever again. But you can talk all the shit you want about men.
Correct. That is the way of things here.
It'll be a safe place, and they never come back. You have kids that were taken either in the war zone or more likely in a situation like this when they were so young that they can't even remember their Ukrainian language or the Ukrainian culture. And the parents aren't going to be able to identify them because they were 1-year-olds or 2-year-olds when they were taken. And now they've been there for 2 years, 3 years. That's what's happening right now. I did a meeting with some of the families, Ukrainian families in Minnesota, and as one of the moms told me, Irina, when we met them, she's talking about the one she met, a few that came back, they didn't cry, they didn't scream, they just stared, eyes wide, eyes empty. So that is why I support this bill, But it is also why Senator Grassley and I came together on our resolution. But there's another bill that's very complementary to this right now that we are working, and I believe will get included in the defense bill. And that is to make sure that we keep tracking, that we assist the Ukrainians in tracking these kids. And we appreciate the First Lady's involvement in writing a letter to Vladimir Putin directly about these kids. And we believe that this must be bipartisan as we go forward. But Senator Grassley and I are hopeful.
I totally I made you guys watch Amy Klobuchar for no fucking reason. This was not the fucking clip I intended to fucking show you guys. Holy shit. Hold on, I'll find it. It was like, she made the most, she was trying to call out right-wing violence. And she was like, I don't want to say it's coming from the right. Give me a second. That was very cruel, you guys. I'm so sorry.
And it's the values and the morality, and I appreciate that. I just, in fact, Tulsi brought up the Constitution. She talked about him being a constitutionalist and how important these rights are.
Yeah, just when he overturns the Constitution.
For me, I felt...
I think that's a legitimate. I think that's a legitimate, concern to bring up. And look, Christian nationalism is on the rise in America, and I just think having one religion rule the country goes against the founding of this country.
That's not what Charlie would want.
He wouldn't want it.
That's
I don't think he would want it.
Was.
Right. I actually think that's what he wanted.
But he supported the Constitution literally.
He said it. He had this.
I actually wasn't sure. I turned to Connor and just asked.
No, he said no. His argument is that people who say that we are not a Christian nation, he said, let's bear in mind that we were 13 colonies, and almost every single colony had Christian language saying we are one. This is a colony under. This is a. They didn't say colony, but they said this is a community under faith. God is our.
But when he wants to,
correct?
I mean, yes,
we
but
have freedom of religion for a reason.
It's one thing to say that like Christian religion is the dominant religion in America, right?
I think that's what he wanted.
Okay,
not
again, cultural influence. This is a difference between legalities, right, and making things like legally necessary.
The morality
versus
of Christianity, I completely appreciate, so much so that I almost went to church. And as a gay person, it's really a challenge. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, we were talking about Winsome Earl Sears before this, and I think she's fantastic. And yet, she opposes gay marriage. And I just want to sit down and say, like, what do I do as a gay person when I identify with 99% of the things you say?
They hate you. And also the funny thing is that she's like transphobic as well. Like, she is clearly like, I don't think she's like I don't know that she's a feminist or whatever, but she is transphobic, so.
Hey, but my family, I have to protect my family. Marriage comes with over 1,000 rights. What am I supposed to do about that? Because your God doesn't believe in my lifestyle. Like, it's kind of it's the main rub between the.
It's so funny that she thinks that the majority of like, not majority, but that like it's only coming back to religion. Like the only reason why people are homophobic or whatever is like just because of religion. That's obviously like a major factor, but it's not the only reason.
What other reasons?
Community.
You can find secular people that are just as homophobic as your most fervent, like, evangelical Christian in this country.
Okay.
Disagree?
I think that you have the right to say whatever you want. And the gay community can accept it however they want.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. The only member of the gay community in this chat,
Are you using gay as a pejorative?
No. Being descriptive.
You know what I'm being descriptive as? You're a huge bitch.
Got him. Did that feel good?
Yeah.
And it's really good for your image because you're like fighting accusations of sexism earlier, and your mic drop moment tonight is you calling me a bitch. Got anything else that you want to add?
I'm
you want to make comments on my hair? Do you want to defend, like, I
didn't actually hear
getting like asked out or something?
I didn't actually hear what you said.
Just be like, you can just say no.
You can
just say no.
I had to tweet about Jimmy. I wasn't tracking what you were saying.
So it's Jimmy's fault. St. Jimmy's fault.
Yes. I mean, yes. I was distracted by my Jimmy tweet.
Oh, okay. Now the post Jimmy tweet clarity has hit. Anything else you want to add?
Can you just press play? Like, why do you do this? Why do you try to like catch me in these little things?
Yeah, why do I call you on when you say here's the fact, you're a bitch?
You said you are gay as a pejorative.
That's what you're reading into it.
You're saying it, and the gay community can judge for themselves.
I'm saying it descriptively.
You weren't saying it descriptively. You were saying it as a goof. You're saying it as a goof, And look at you, you're smiling. You can't even, you know what
Yeah,
you were
because
doing.
you're grasping at straws. You're flailing.
You're flailing right now. You're being destroyed.
And that's why I
I'm listening to
kind
Jillian.
of love Charlie's stance on this.
Right.
You know, he can be personally
shush.
opposed to gay marriage, but what you do is completely
He never
not our
tried to
business.
legislate opposing it, by the way. Not one
It's
time.
just not his
Never.
business.
He never moved to block
He
it
never
legally.
did it.
He didn't put forward policy, didn't back policy. He never, ever tried to take away
She
gay
was
marriage.
saying
There are
you're
two reasons why.
happy.
Number one is just love.
Yeah.
Like, he cares about you. He loves his gay friends. That's number one.
does.
But there's
He
also
does.
a political consideration because politics inherently is a game of addition, not of
Not
subtraction.
subtraction,
So
100%.
why would you be alienating such a critical part of the American community?
Yeah.
It's just
When did she
stupid.
fucking
you've seen the
drop
video
out?
of that
Okay,
kid.
somebody just said, in the interest of time, the spiciness starts to pick up when the Israel conspiracy talk starts at 45:38 and 58.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
We got some other shit to cover, you guys, so we're
Yeah, we
gonna
got some shit.
speed up her take. But real ones know that I have to get every moment of her take, so tomorrow I will cover this comprehensively.
Stop talking about this because, I want to trust the government. Then he backtracked on that. We have it on good word from a few people that he, was against the
I went too far.
Charlie Kirk has been pro-Israel. He has been taking money from Jewish donors. He has been doing his part to win the hearts of Generation Z on this issue, specifically as it relates to Israel and Palestine, and trying to encourage Christians to be more supportive of Jews, Judeo-Christian values, everything like this. Now, rumors have come out that he was in fact breaking with a lot of those ties and was starting to come into disagreement with many of these donors and even with the president himself. I mean, we saw that shortly after the Epstein release, right, he came out and said, I'm going to stop talking about this because, I want to trust the government. Then he backtracked on that. We have it on good word from a few people that he, was against the regime change war that was going to be occurring in Iran. And he wanted to speak out
Tucker said that.
against these things. Yes.
He was pretty public about it. Like, Charlie, it's not like he was hiding the ball. I mean, he was against engaging in a regime change war in Iran. That was one of the areas I agreed with him on. But he was very much, supportive of...
No, he fucking what? He basically said, just trust in Trump. Let him do whatever the fuck he wants.
Literally.
This is
He
so
wasn't
silly.
principled whatsoever. He had completely contradicted himself, and I think I even have the fucking receipts for that. I don't even know why she would bother telling such a bold-faced lie. Oh wait, it's Ana Kasparian, so no surprise there. Just another day where Anna's playing defense for some MAGA propagandists for absolutely no fucking reason.
Just because they both are vaguely pro, or at least not even. She's trying to turn him into a martyr for Palestine, which he absolutely wasn't.
Zionists, and that is a consistent theme.
Okay, I have it. I have all my receipts for Iran in a single document. I'm not kidding, because I knew that people would lie about this shit when they got the chance. So, so this was April of this year. Can we disarm Iran without starting a war? So this was 5 months ago, April 18th, 2025. Here's what Charlie Kirk had to say.
Another truth. Because while Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, going to war with Iran would be catastrophic. Going to war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake, and that includes American military strikes on the interior of Iran. Two things can simultaneously be true. We need to exert maximum leverage while also saying we are not going to go to war with Iran. Doesn't matter if Tom Cotton wants it. Doesn't matter if Lindsey Graham wants it. It doesn't matter if all the U.S. senators and the deep state cabal wants it. We will clearly say we are against a war with Iran. Let's play first Cut 99.
Okay, so that's his position, April 2025. By June 2025,
And by the way,
a little bit different.
So tonight, my take is very simple. We trust the commander-in-chief and his judgment. We don't know all the intelligence that was in.
What was that, Anna, about him being consistent? This is June 21st, 2025, live. U.S. bombs Iran. Trump speaking soon. We trust in the president.
In front of him. Now, by the way, there has to also be an understanding that for those of you that are like overly celebratory, I just want to try to humble you. You don't know how tonight is going to end. You might say tonight is an awesome night. It is in some ways so far, but we don't know how tonight's. Can we get some of the B-roll here? Basically, I mean, Fordo looks...
Okay, and then this is also brought to the attention by Midas Touch, though it's a Wall Street Journal article that they're referencing. The White House contacted Charlie Kirk and other MAGA propagandists to try to quell the online backlash to his involvement in the Israel-Iran war. It's from a Wall Street Journal article. Fearing a backlash from his isolationist-aligned supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among those contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported Wednesday. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view as longtime Trump supporters voiced concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. And then he also said this after all of this happened, hoping that people fucking forget that it happened. Because
I don't know. So what happens next? Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario is that on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory. There is no real...
best case scenario, everybody fucking forgets about this by 4th of July because a big, beautiful bill was going to be passed, and he didn't want the negative press from the fallout of this to distract from them being able to get the bill passed.
I mean, this guy was shameless.
He absolutely was. He literally was in cahoots with the Trump administration. There was, again, not a single day where he wasn't just doing the bidding of other capitalists or other people. So for Ana to be like, oh, but he was like principled or whatever in this, get the fuck out of here.
Chatter, conservative chatter says, all you people in this chat is ingenious and fucked. So you need to have, are there, not is ingenious and fucked. And I'm sure
you showed that
ingenious.
Chatter who's who. You fucking correct their grammar. Dunk on them. You're
all you people in this chat.
Ass.
All you people in this chat is ingenious and fucked. Keep smearing a dead man. We see your aura. I have the help I need. It's called God.
There was somebody who came into my chat last night, like just fucking bitching and moaning that there were people in my chat that didn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk and thought the memorial was tasteless, and they wouldn't come debate me. And then I noticed that they were live. They had been live for over 5 hours to one viewer, and they were just, it was like stream of consciousness. It was called like looking to meet, like make new friends. And it was like a hashtag we are all Charlie Kirk. And it was like, these disgusting trans people, Muslims are the ones behind this. Like it was just like, just going off this person.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was like a slur every other word.
Another Mexican Charlie Kirk fan. No.
Career.
Exactly.
It's just that in recent months, he started to become a little more critical of Netanyahu, critical of the ongoing, genocide in Gaza.
Apparently he went on Megyn Kelly and he was like, I'm annoyed with the fact that like I gave this very modest criticism of Israel and like I'm getting called an anti-Semite or something like that. But this idea that he was going to make this huge pivot, I've not seen any evidence for that. I also think the conspiracy that like he got taken out by Israel is like stupid. Why would they take out Charlie Kirk instead of somebody more notable if it's to distract from other shit? And also pressure exerted on Israel has never stopped them from like carrying out this genocide or like easing up. So I just don't even understand like why people think that that's the case, other than the fact that Bibi is stupid to make a statement.
He's like, we are not guilty of anything. We didn't kill anyone. God, he used to be able to like pretty much control, have pretty good control of the, I don't know, or a good read of the American media.
You said control. Were you suggesting that a Jewish man had control of American media? Do you rescind the anti-Semitism you just did against Benjamin Netanyahu?
Listen, I meant to say good grasp of the American media's reaction to stuff. I didn't mean to say control.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. That's what you meant. And Taylor Lorenz, she said joy, and even though she said she retracted it, we know what she really meant. Just like we know what you really meant.
She looked happy. She looked happy.
And you looked happy saying that until you had to back off because I just called out your blatant anti-Semitism.
Aaron, have you ever once in your life dedicated yourself to something greater than your snark? Is there a positive project that you have ever been a part of?
Just press play.
Nice.
This podcast with you. My higher calling.
All right, press play.
And it's not like he turned his back on Israel.
Not at all, not at all. And also the fact, we're going to dive into it in a minute, but that he was being called anti-Semitic for just providing slight pushback. So let's go ahead and bring up this tweet here. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against him. Now, this was posted. Yeah, was that cropped off? Connor, I think I actually just put the link to the tweet in there. Maybe it was cropped off, but this was well in advance. This is back in August.
Okay?
Yep. This tweet was posted, and obviously nobody gave any credibility to it at the time. But then after his assassination, people started to go back and look at various different clips, one of which that has gotten a lot of attention was his conversation with Megyn Kelly. If you have that one, Connor, we could play that, please. Should be inside of the
Connor
production document. It's a link.
Freaking
Connor.
slow.
Huh? Oh, their production thing. I thought you were talking about counterpoints or something.
So basically,
I was like, why did you say that out of nowhere?
Jumps on with Megyn Kelly.
Wait, apparently, did you hear Mrs. Points is a lib?
Oh, we love that. I didn't know that. No.
Love that. Wait, we should invite Mrs. Wait, our first ever guest should be Mrs. Points.
Hell yeah.
All right.
The fact if
Connor's not invited.
How's
going
it
to
like to be
videos?
married to an unhinged maniac?
So this
Megyn Kelly, Israel conspiracy.
Just to give you guys a little more context into this conversation with Megyn Kelly, literally
no, not that one.
The day before he had this exchange with Megyn Kelly, he had gone to the Hamptons, I believe, for a meeting in which Bill Ackman was involved, and we'll get to the details of that meeting in just a minute. But
he is like
yes,
full
we
on.
can go ahead and play this, please.
She is full on.
We're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice, but it goes to the point where, if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megyn? That's
it's
not
so
right.
wrong-headed. I'll tell you, this, for me, so I got some blowback after saying Mossad possibly.
I mean, he made anti-Semitic remarks earlier this year defending Elon Musk because he had said, like, Elon Musk, let me see if I put, like, Media Matters, Charlie.
By the way, someone says it's anti-Semitic to criticize Aaron.
Correct.
I saw there's going to be a rally in honor of Charlie Kirk in Lima, Peru. Are they okay?
He said Jewish donors have a lot of explaining to do, apparently. Hold on. Media
What?
Matters, don't do me.
No way,
Don't do me
this.
dirty. Why- Yeah, Charlie Kirk, can you believe it? Said something anti-Semitic. So crazy right now. Let's see. Why does this not... There was like a different one where he was like... If I put Charlie Kirk, anti-Semitic.
Let's not be too hasty.
Yeah, Kirk blamed Jewish dollars for funding cultural Marxist ideas. According to Jewish currents, cultural
Wow.
Marxism is an anti-Semitic trope that reports that Jewish people are attempting to undermine traditional American values. This is like a 3-minute clip, but I'll just read what he said. Kirk said that Jewish people control not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. Sound familiar? Kirk
That
also said
sounds
the number
like-
one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits is Jewish donors. Claims that wealthy Jewish people and donors control major institutions and Hollywood are common anti-Semitic tropes.
This is true.
And then it was also, is this where he like defended Musk or something like that? There was a point where like Elon Musk, oh yeah, Kirk suggested that secular and elite Jewish people who are pumping money into colleges and universities have been turning a blind eye to anti-Semitism. Like he said, no shortage of like weird shit.
Damn. I wonder what Anna's going to say in response.
Abilities with Epstein, a comment behind which I stand. I mean, I really, and I've of course reported what Alan Dershowitz has said as his lawyer. He says, I think he would have told me. He didn't say he had any of those connections. I hear all that. That doesn't mean it's not true. I think all these things should be explored. It's one of the many things that should be explored around Epstein. But saying that, and also saying he
also,
might.
did you see the joke that he made about Gaza?
What did he say? You know how I feel about that.
You're gonna disavow. Get ready to disavow.
I disavow. Yeah, I'm going to disavow.
So, you know, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't.
It's a joke, Aaron.
When you
Just like those people on TikTok were joking about him being dead and finding it funny. Just a joke,
Wait,
you know?
conservative snowflakes, do you have a response to what Aaron just said? Because this seems pretty bad.
Yeah, and Pisco is interested in acquiescing to you guys and appeasing you. That's why he condemns it all.
Mess with the bowl, you get
this joke he will not condemn. The people on TikTok making fun of the man making this stupid joke, we will condemn that. That is necessary to condemn.
Making fun.
Horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
What?
No way. Charlie Kirk saying, again, I told you at the beginning of this that the shit that he said about Muslims was like easily the worst stuff that he would say.
Yikes.
I like that. I like that.
Where was I?
Can't believe anybody would celebrate the death of this man. These crazy kids, am I right?
Yikes.
He was such a class act, that Charlie Kirk, doing politics the right way, according to Ezra Klein. That's how you do politics the right way, folks.
Might be a U.S. asset, etc. Doesn't make you anti-Semitic.
What, him saying stupid Muslims?
Yeah, but I just feel like we should be consistent. If he's going to joke about, like, the death of children, and calling them stupid Muslims, I think that you gotta be even-handed. You gotta condemn it all. You gotta condemn all that, or none of it.
I thought comedy was legal.
We're just going to try to. We're going to just stamp out everything. Type
I
of.
think it's repeated. Thank you. So obviously he was starting to become more boisterous and vocal about some of the issues that he has. Again, in no way is he saying we're pro-Hamas. Obviously he wants Israel to win the war.
What Ana said, wait, hold on. What Ana said was so we have...
He is saying he's being criticized for giving an audience to people like Dave Smith. He is not saying that he is changing his mind and thinks the Jews are evil. Like,
no, he wasn't changing his mind.
I want to be real clear
That's
here.
Anna's point. That's probably Anna's point, that he wasn't changing his mind just because he had these very, very modest criticisms of Israel.
Wait, so why is Jillian going to leave? I mean, what's going to happen?
I guess we're going to see.
Oh, because I think this is dangerous, and I want to be fucking deadly accurate if we're going to have this conversation. So that's what he was talking about.
Jillian never drops an F-bomb, you guys. This is a big deal.
It's about the fact that Dave Smith, he gave him an audience at Turning Point, and he was being criticized for having people who didn't agree, like Tucker, on the stage. He wasn't saying, I have changed my mind here, and I'm being attacked. That's
But
not
so
what he was saying.
what's playing out behind the scenes is that, Turning Point USA has some very wealthy pro-Zionist donors. Those donors had a problem with the inclusion of Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at that Turning Point, event.
Again, just keep in mind their citation for this is the gray zone. But that aside, it's clear that I think she's referencing the gray zone article. There are, like, Ackman didn't deny that conference had occurred. We don't know if that specific conversation occurred. You're relying off the testimony of the anonymous sources within the gray zone. So do with that what you will.
I just want to address the Pisco chat real quick. Never believe her lies. Don't believe Erin. She's trying to convert you to be a gray zone follower. Don't believe her lies. Sorry? I'm just joking. Guys, I surrender.
Pisco defended Ezra Klein before we got to the end of it. Pisco defended Ezra Klein till we got to the end of that fucking thing. What he got triggered by was every excuse in the book. He was literally just trying in real time to rewrite what Ezra Klein had said, give the most charitable interpretations of it. It wasn't until he felt like he downplayed the threat of MAGA, then Pisco got triggered. Anybody can go back in my VOD, which is timestamped, and see where Pisco did that in our last episode of Just Press Play.
Also, the fact that he was talking about Epstein.
And the fact that he was talking about Epstein, yes. So basically, he's getting this pressure from donors, which led to that meeting in the Hamptons with Bill Ackman, because Bill Ackman apparently wasn't happy with it either. But you guys also have to understand that there is a trend now with young conservatives who are not supportive of Israel, or not as supportive as previous generations. So you have young people who are part of Turning Point, who go to the Turning Point events, and they're constantly debating with Charlie Kirk about this issue. And Charlie Kirk wants to be inclusive. Like, the whole point of what he was doing was to engage in debate and dialogue. So
Charlie Kirk wants to be inclusive. Yeah. Inclusive and Charlie Kirk definitely belong in the same sentence.
I actually do agree on one respect, in one sense of the term inclusive, which is to say conservative movement. He was inclusive. And he was, I think, a bridge builder when it comes to the conservative elements, to try to get them in line behind Trump and to make a sense of the contradictions. I think that he was.
I mean, he was inclusive of jank, right? He'll take any useful idiot that he can possibly use. Sure, he's inclusive in that sense.
We're never gonna get that interview with jank, are we?
Includes, Dave Smith. He includes Tucker Carlson. Just different voices, and then he gets according to them, hounded by the donors. So that
hammered is the word that
hammered. That's right. Hammered was the word that was.
And by the way,
used.
Connor, I sent you a video. If we could pull this up, this kind of addresses a little bit more about what you say.
Also,
Just one more thing
what
that I
Ana
want to
said
watch.
was so critical. A couple lines ago, you said the timing. We cannot forget the timing because this is the day after. How do you think that summit went? Like, how do you think it?
He seemed annoyed by it, at the very least.
Yeah. All right, let's play this.
They have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policy. And Jewish donors, they have a lot.
I saw Jillian on a panel for Piers Morgan, and she didn't really get to ever play defense for any specific quotes, but she was like, they're all taken out of context. Every single one is completely fine. Like, she was ready, but it never got to that point.
A lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
I mean, I can narrow it down. I can narrow it down. It's George Soros who's primarily funding all of this.
What does that have to do with him?
Thank you, Lindy. Very cool.
George Soros.
Because he's been
like, it's not a great sign that the week that you're having Nick Fuentes on, you're doing Soros memes. You're doing
Well, that's
JQ
PBD.
memes,
That's the PBD podcast. It's a separate.
yeah,
but I mean, is anybody really surprised?
All of you liberal institutions that are now being killed off by your own Frankenstein, like these things that you created, wake up and pay attention.
He was critical. So he was definitely critical of the pressure he was getting from his donors.
Fair, but there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, quite to the contrary.
Well, apparently he was offered $150 million infusion into Turning Point USA, which would have then
There's
doubled.
no proof of that. In fact, the opposite is true, and even PBD showed that on the show. I mean, that this came from a guy who writes for like radical.
Max Blumenthal. We need talking about Max Blumenthal Grey Zone.
Actually, no, I'm siding with Jillian that like, yeah, you can't necessarily trust Max Blumenthal's reporting.
Oh my God.
PBD debunking that.
I actually found his reporting to be fairly credible. I mean,
play it.
it was validated
corroborated.
by Tucker Carlson.
Play the clip, please.
Oh, if Tucker Carlson corroborated it.
If you look at this one, this is a post. They said, according to multiple voices, Israel Prime Minister offered Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, $150 million in cash to adopt an even more pro-Israel stance. Kirk refused the money. If you go a little bit lower, look at the amount of views this thing got. 7.2 million views, 160,000 likes. And there's another post, Rob, if you can pull up the other.
No, I think I assume he's going to ask a guest to confirm or deny something. It might be Tucker or something.
Okay. One that says, right below it, that says the journalist behind the report accusing Bibi of offering $150 million is Max Blumenthal, a man who used to work for the Iran-backed newspaper Al Akbar in Beirut and contributed to Al Jazeera.
He is, yeah. I mean,
why is it every time we track down a lie, we end up finding people connected to Qatar or Iran?
There's no proof
behind
this
it?
ever happened.
So,
none.
Wait, how does that debunk the fact
so he
that...
just read it. and
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring...
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I
Because
told you,
that's
if
what
you
the
cover this
marketplace is
shit,
talking
I'm going to
about.
rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that
Bibi-
Oh my God. I've never seen Jillian this animated over anything. But for fucking BB, man, nothing.
What is this? Jillian, no! This is like when Anakin is killing all those younglings. I'm like, no!
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it happened.
$150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not. Okay, so
what we're
conversely,
reporting on is
now
people
there
in
is
the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to
week
debunk it.
old, this conversation.
It's
over
I mean,
a week.
It's still
that
pretty prevalent.
is a week old.
No.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he
According
was
to
offered
this
$150
guy.
million.
And
Where's
also
the proof of
corroborated
that?
by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace.
By Candace? Holy shit. Oh my God. It was corrupt. I'm scared. This is probably so when Trump got elected, I was scared. This is the most scared I have ever been for the fate of humanity and this country. According to did she
Tucker
really just
Carlson
say that? It was
and Candace
corroborated by Candace.
Really quick, this not Ana Kasparian, right? It was Amy who said that, right?
Or I'm just saying, Candace who says that
Anna said it was corroborated by someone else, but I don't know who she was referring to.
Okay, you'll have to go back and get it. But just to be clear, Candace Owens says that Macron is married to a trans man who is actually his father. That's Candace so-and-so. If they're using that as corroboration, I'm scared. Like, I'm actually scared for my country. Go back. I want to hear.
And also okay, because that's listen. I like Candace. She has people from his own team. Hold on. Old, this conversation.
It's still,
over a week.
It's still pretty prevalent.
Is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that
wasn't it also corroborated by Candace?
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that,
no, it was both of them.
Listen,
it's both of them.
It was both of them saying it. Yeah.
That is crazy.
I like Candace. She has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
I'm scared. I just got the shakes. I just got the shakes. I can't believe they both said it.
Wait, if you want to talk about people on his team, Andrew, his president.
No, it was last year.
Andrew, that guy was like,
okay, everybody on his team.
Let's just calm down
has
for a second.
subsequently said this is not true.
No, they never.
Colvin, Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah.
Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not going to.
Okay, Andrew Colvin. The narrative is not true. Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black.
Also,
nothing like what Candace is suggesting.
That same Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends.
He's saying this is not true.
But they were literally touring together last year.
Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does it have to do with their friendship?
What does it have to do with you?
What does it have to do with their friendship? He's saying what Candace is suggesting.
I can't engage with you if you don't.
He's saying what Candace is suggesting is not true.
He's talking about her suggesting Israel killed him. We're talking about 100. Please do not conflate the two.
Okay. Also, like, they're pushing for like more citations, or Jillian's pushing more citations. Like, what evidence do you have that this huge $150 million was offered to Charlie Kirk, and they're like pointing to things that are not evidence of that, or not, and like not even like, well, they did meet with each other, well, they knew each other, they were on good terms. That's not proof of anything.
I'm still thrown that like I had no idea that Ana Kasparian was that lost that she's talking about corroboration from Candace Owens. Like, that is, now you are truly lost.
Unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact.
And Candace is doing her like multi-part like expose on like who really killed Charlie Kirk. She said the only thing that's going to stop her is if fucking Erika Kirk says cut it out. And she hasn't done that, so she keeps streaming about this shit. When she was last live, I saw that she had 170,000 people watching her live talk about this crap.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. They all get like millions of views. I'm gonna cover it start to finish because it's getting too many views for me to ignore.
We are cooked, guys. We're cooked. We're so cooked.
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people.
I don't know, and I don't look.
Look at Jillian.
There's zero evidence to suggest none.
Okay, you're saying, guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
You were talking about that.
No, we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the
Bibi has made like multiple statements saying that Israel is not involved in his assassination or death.
That's totally Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God,
Did I not just
angry.
I literally just
we're just gonna make
let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat.
Oh no.
I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure toward
ends up being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay, I know.
It's so lame that's where it's coming from. Is that like, oh no, how dare you like criticize Israel or whatever? Like the fact that she's leaving over this.
Look at Amy. Look at Amy's face. Look at Amy's face. Oh no, Amy. Oh no, are you gonna be given the crown, Amy? That would be.
Sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country commit a genocide. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
It's like I would have put it past.
This is live. This is live. This is crazy.
And I guess they continue on like just the three of them after this.
Oh wait.
I'm sorry. Cool.
Oh no! What do they do? What do they do?
So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's not.
Okay.
Finish the last topic.
All right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys.
That's
so
her red line.
again, to clarify,
Not genocide apologia, of course. Criticizing, bashing Israel. That's where she draws the line.
I can't believe she just walked off.
Why?
We can save the show. I don't want to be on the show if I'm not with the original cast. Okay.
think
we were angling on the show,
crazy
and I don't want to do it if Jillian's not there. She's
so
part of
they
the.
rant about Jillian some more after this. So.
I gave you a link. The last thing I'm going to do is we have to watch the TYT clip of Ana saying this, or like talking about what happened, because I think she might be burning some bridges, as Anna's
person who is labeled the number one anti-Semite out there, who has been anti-Semitic for the last 10 years, Nicholas Fuentes, has come out and said there is no evidence that suggests that Israel did it. And that's actually what I was
according to Nick Fuentes.
The neo-Nazi
she is such a groiper.
Nah, I don't even
she's
think
such
so,
a groiper. Yeah. It's crazy. She's a groiper. She's a groiper.
Oh, is saying that.
We can play that, please, really quick. Thank you.
Jillian's not here.
Charlie Kirk was offered an infusion
oh my God.
of
Guys, I've never met a group of people more sensitive than those who defend Israel at any and all costs. I'm sorry, it is not some angelic country, it's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country.
I mean, Jillian wasn't even saying, like, I think you guys are being anti-Semitic, I'm walking out. Like, literally, her line was like, you're criticizing the state of Israel too much, you're bashing Israel.
Oh, you're on Anna's side. You're on Anna's side.
No, I'm saying that Jillian's
gone
didn't even have
and
a
you're
good
laughing.
basis. Correct. Yeah.
She stormed out, and you're taking. This should tell you.
She was right to be critical of the fact that they don't really have the evidence outside of Blumenthal's reporting surrounding that. But the fact that what's motivating her to press for that is just that she doesn't like that they're bashing Israel is pathetic.
No, but what she's pointing to is this kind of like this need, even when there's no evidence, right? When there's no evidence, they're dedicating a segment to it. When there's no evidence, like I don't know what to say.
Okay, but Jillian doesn't care about not having evidence for claims. You know that that's the fucking case. Her issue is the fact that they're bashing Israel, and she said as much.
Because it's venturing into some. I'm just noticing, asking questions, kind of posting, and you know
but
who
she didn't say you're being anti-Semitic. She said you're bashing Israel. The issue is criticizing Israel to her.
First boy.
You disagree?
I don't have. I'm pondering it. You ever hear of pondering politics? Well, I'm pondering your anti-Semitism right now. I'm pondering that.
I'm saying that, yeah, Jillian was based to press them for more evidence for the $150 million claim. But the fact that what it's motivating it is just, I don't like the criticism of Israel is pathetic and it's infuriating.
As we want. And we are fucking Americans.
And you know what? We get in less trouble for being critical of America
100%,
than if we were to be critical of Israel.
And I'm sorry, it is ghoulish. It is ghoulish to take advantage of a political assassination in a foreign country, as Netanyahu did, to spread your disgusting political message that wasn't even right, that wasn't even accurate.
Yeah, didn't he imply that it was to do with Islam?
He said that it was Islamists that killed Charlie Kirk.
At that point, there was no information that had come out. There wasn't.
Amy's like inviting all of Anna's worst impulses, and she's like, good, keep talking shit of Israel.
Oh please. No, like, you think Amy Dangerfield was standing over Anna's shoulder when she's talking about dancing Israelis on Twitter? Anna can do all of this by herself. Don't believe me.
I'm just saying. Also, I do love ghoul discourse. I love it when people talk about ghouls. I love it talk about droids, warlocks. These are all funny words to me.
Anything
he blamed it on the Muslims, and this, by the way,
has nothing
to do with Muslims.
That's my point. That's not a conspiracy theory. This is actually what he did. It's well documented.
He said he had a letter from Charlie, which also turned out to be he misdescribed it, and so Netanyahu is just not a. I'm just like shocked. Yeah, no one here was saying that Israel.
I do not think Israel killed him.
We have to be able to intellectually explore ideas and concepts, and if we
she like needs to take the error. Like, can you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, Amy?
If you have an emotional
breakdown, we're never getting the
breakdown.
Amy Dangerfield interview, you guys.
Oh shit!
Every time someone criticizes a foreign country, I really think you should do some self-examination.
Yeah, look, I don't want to trash Jillian. You know, she had an emotional reaction to that. It's her right. It is what it is. But I do think that it's totally legitimate to talk about something tragic happening in our country and that being exploited and weaponized by a
It's
foreign
so funny because Anna has dog posted way harder on this very show with Jillian going along with it when it came to like the Epstein stuff. But then with this, she didn't like it. She drew the red. This was her like red line.
Yeah, that's not a conspiracy theory. That actually happened.
And whether
Jillian said she was going to destroy them on this topic, and she rage quit. She did say that at the beginning. She was like, "I didn't want to do this fucking topic. I'll tear you limb from limb to do if you fucking do it." And then she just ended up walking off.
Can I just say, one of my chatters, Workout, who I love his little image, he goes, 0 days since last misogyny moment.
I mean, it's
what are the comments saying?
It has been
0 minutes.
You're in rare form tonight, Pisco.
I'm not sexist, guys. This is silly.
Well, if he says he's not.
What do the comments say?
Amy has been really outstanding. Jillian walking out showed weak character and was extremely disrespectful. We are Americans. This is not Israel. We are not bonded. We are different countries. We have different found fathers with different ideologies. There is no country so invested and intertwined with our government like Israel. 50 states, one Israel. I've never seen our Congress unanimous on any topic like Israel. A standing ovation for Netanyahu. Clarify. Is there any part of that you agree with, or do you just think that that because it's underneath this that it's probably attractive? It's like that comment's motivated by anti-Semitism.
I just think all the the YouTube comments right now they're pretty shocking. They make me say, "Oh my!" Like whenever I see if there's anything about Israel, it's like they venture into some dark places.
Let's see. I'm sorry, Jillian, but Charlie Kirk's funeral is not about you. It's about him and his message. And his message was about God. We are one nation under God. God is a part of everything we do in this country.
255 likes.
Well, can you believe that the Her Take audience is fucking conservative? No way.
Our country is so cooked, bros.
Jillian got the call.
Yo, they're not even hiding it.
I'm really glad the remaining ladies stay on and debated and made valid points and had the discussion. Hard conversations Americans avoided. The truth is not pretty. The truth is the light and way to unity.
Is there anything worse than
this is liked by the Her Take channel.
Yo, guys, we're so
I'm gay,
cooked.
Latino, Republican, and Christ is king. Get over yourself, Jillian. Damn. They do not. You need to start the hashtag We Stand with Jillian, Pisco.
We stand with Jimmy. We stand with Jillian. We stand with
I don't fucking stand with Jillian. I don't stand with Jillian. Although I don't like that they're
you
their
stand
citation.
with Max Blumenthal and BB.
I don't like that they
Ops.
You're the one who said BB controls the media. Just gonna remind everybody of that.
There's been a lot of theories about Israel throughout the years, and whether or not they were the ones to actually contrive certain things, that's up for debate. But what we know is Israel is really good at never wasting a crisis.
That's right.
It's like they have a room full of people
she's
on
doing the
standby when
thing.
something like
How
this
can
happens.
I mean, again, she defended Fuentes a couple of episodes ago.
She's a groiper, 100%.
This in such a way.
If she's not a groiper, she's like a groiper apologist. So
you ever watch that show? It's a weird name. It's called The Legend of Korra. I've
heard of it, but never seen it. This is a Netflix animated show, right?
Yeah, it's this Chinese anime, and there's like these group of people. Anyway, they remind me of the Groypers.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
There's this show, and there's this group of people on the show that I'm not going to describe, and they remind me of Groypers. Awesome contribution from Pisco Liddy here. Top quality commentary on Just Press Play every week. You can always expect it. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Why did you even say that? I don't even know. Is it because it's late?
There's like these extremists who want to take everyone's bending away.
Is it laziness from you? Like if I don't get the reference, you're like, I guess I'm not going to explain it. People know what I'm talking about. That's literally like. Did you hear what Trump said earlier this week? Do you know what I'm talking? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, sometimes I just like.
He said
I like to
time of
confuse my
whatever.
audience. Sometimes I just like to confuse my audience with like just nonsense. But sorry, it's not a Chinese anime. It's the sequel to Avatar. Sorry, you can press play. It's.
Nobody can deny that.
Right.
Well, everybody was looking the other way during this incident, consumed with this news cycles. There were various different legislations that were attempting to be
the
pushed.
Epstein files, they decided they voted not to release that. Also, someone...
Why are you laughing? What is
I'm
going
sorry. My chat's funny.
Yeah, okay.
Lauren Boebert introduced a bill saying that whoever criticizes Israel, their passport should be yanked.
revoked. So you could.
Did you see the fucking Charlie Kirk resolution that passed?
Oh, it's so do you know what, Hutch is my boy. Love Hutch.
No, you were about to be so base. You were about to fucking go off. Yes.
He tried to debate me on this shit on Lib and Learn. Be like,
and he actually defended it.
Actually, it's not a big deal if you just why are we worried about what these lawmakers are doing? And I'm like, dude, this resolution sucks. And why would we be okay with the majority of Democrats either signing onto it?
100 almost 100 Democrats signed onto it. Even though there was an alternative measure that just blanket condemned political violence. And it didn't say that Charlie Kirk was a fucking saint or whatever, which is what they actually voted to say.
I just I love Hutch's practicality.
How is
if
that
you had
practical?
To say, not in this context. I mean, in general, his frame of thinking is how do we benefit from this? What did I say? Practical?
Yeah,
practical, pragmatic. What's wrong with you?
I'm waiting for you to say it. You said, I love that he is practical. I thought you were about to say but or a follow-up to that.
I think
or
that
say this is not an example of that. This is stupid.
Oftentimes we have this lefty brain rot, which is just do anything. Don't worry about the morrow, right? Don't worry about the morrow. Okay. But Hutch worries about the morrow. And he is very pragmatic, practical. He thinks about these kinds of things.
That's
and
not lefty brain rot. You're talking about the Vanguard for one. I know that you're talking about the Vanguard, but two, that in general Americans have an impoverished understanding of civics and how things work in this country. So they do kind of sometimes default to why can't the president just do the thing? Can't they just do it or whatever? And I don't think that is really unique to the left.
It's the Green Lantern theory of politics. Sorry,
yeah, by Ezra Klein, right?
Okay, but anyway,
your favorite.
He's my writer. He's my whatever.
Your boy.
Hutch is my boy, and I respect that. But sometimes it feels like there are moments that are indicative of strength or weakness where there isn't much cost to Democrats to do something. So, for example, what does it cost Democrats to say, hey, we're not going to sign on to this resolution that's unhinged, talking about how Charlie Kirk embodies constitutional values.
Nothing. If anything, they gain. They have shit to gain by saying we're not doing
nothing. Yeah, of course. So I think sometimes it's a bit much to stomach that, in those instances. But yeah.
You travel internationally.
So
and that
all
was for
this
citizens,
happened-
right? Was that for citizens or for visa
Well, if
holders?
you have a passport.
Yeah, anyone who has a passport.
Yeah.
That includes American citizens.
Right.
Yeah,
that is fundamentally wrong.
I brought this up to someone recently, and they said, "Oh no, that's just for visa holders."
No, if you have a U.S. passport, you're by definition American citizen.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And look, they pulled back on that, luckily, because there was so much backlash.
The fact that they even thought it was okay to introduce it. Exactly. That is so anathema to everything we hold dear as a country.
I think there's something wrong right now in American culture where there's literally just one country and one government
Shit on Jillian
that
Moore.
is just above any and all criticism
And Charlie
or
said
backlash.
that. You know?
That is right.
Really quick, Resevere, thank you so much for the raid. We're watching her take, and fucking Jillian's just crashed out.
He did say that. And he fostered the type of environment where debates were allowed. And the fact that you can't have a conversation about this is crazy.
I want to mention that at the Hampton Summit, he asked the people there, he invited a group of influencers, to talk about, it wasn't even just about Israel, it was all sorts of things, like the threat of Marxism and Zoran Mamdani. It was not just about Israel, let me be clear. But
yeah, it was also about Jews.
He asked a group assembled there, he's like, what do you think would happen if I demanded Bibi Netanyahu's resignation? And some of the reactions were like, you would be called anti-Semitic. And he said, that's problematic because me criticizing a leader is not anti-Semitic. In fact, it's like my love for Israel. This guy is deeply committed to Israel as a Christian.
He believes in the biblical prophecy of the Old Testament. He's more of a Semitic,
it doesn't mean that you applaud every decision made by this government, this secular government.
Yeah. So let me ask you
She
something.
almost said it. She didn't finish that thought, though.
Yeah.
So obviously Charlie Kirk was deeply religious and very conservative.
Because usually when people finish that thought, they're like, they're actually the fake Jews or whatever. Like they say shit like that.
In an alternate universe where the Israeli government is a leftist government, where they believe in Marxism, is Charlie Kirk not allowed to criticize that?
Right.
I mean, really think about it.
Literally the founders of Israel were like secular, and some of them were Marxists, or like they were socialists.
Zionists.
Well, they were Zionists, but they were like socialists and stuff.
Yeah.
But what were you gonna say? How's Amy? What?
What was I? I don't know. Sorry. How are they making the same point a trillion times? Like, why can't we criticize? Would they criticize? Like, we get it. You have to say it once.
You know why? You know why?
No, I don't know why.
For a second, because to me,
no, because they're just dog posting.
Foreign government is not representative of an entire people. Right. I don't look at Israel and think Israel is Jews. I don't think that at all. Not
You
for a
did
second.
say that
The current
someone's
Israeli
Jewish
government is
identity-
not representative of all Jews.
You did
They're
say
just
that
not.
There were some dancing Israelis on 9/11.
I'm talking about an appearance on Piers Morgan where she was arguing with like a PragerU propagandist or whatever, where she was like, I know this has to do with your Jewish identity. Like she was going hard. She also posted about like dancing Israelis.
Right. And so the way a government operates should be criticized if I see it fit, if you see it fit. I mean, it's up for debate. It's up for discussion. But the fact that it's like, oh, no, you can't touch it. That's wrong. We're going to call you anti-Semitic. We're going to smear you. We're going to destroy your family.
Yeah, for one second. But it is kind of pertinent, though, because, I mean, Jillian did say, like, I'm not here for the Israel bashing. Like, that really was her fucking line in the sand.
That was her mic drop moment. That was her Kodak moment. That was her sign off.
By the way, I've had my own taste of that. That's why I am inclined to believe that Charlie Kirk was under the kind of pressure that he was under. That doesn't mean Israel assassinated him, but it does mean that totally.
Please, like Charlie Kirk wouldn't go out and like do all of this shit for the love of the game in the same way Huckabee does because they're massive Christian Zionists.
Separate story that he was under a lot of pressure because young conservatives are not in line with older conservatives as it
God.
pertains to support for Israel. At the same time, the Zionist donors for
they're gonna
Turning Point
loop, they're
USA
looping.
didn't like the fact that young conservatives are moving away from Israel.
They've been looping on this forever. Can we watch the TYT thing?
Hold on. Somebody sent me something. I'm gonna make sure it's real.
No way, it's real.
Hold on. This. Oh! America First. Nick's interview on PBD podcast was tremendous. Go
I
watch
called it
now from Amy
I fucking
Dangerfield.
called it.
Oh, so when somebody takes a photo with a notable, a Holocaust denier and anti-Semite Thurgood Goiper, wow, Pisco.
She's like, this is not just a photo. This is a statement.
Are you auditioning for the role of Nick's beard? I didn't say it.
That picture is not that's like a. That's you know what that is.
What? No, I mean, she's been doing like the apologism for him and like downplaying like since it came up.
She's real close.
So I'm not surprised. She's like this is somebody who like again defends like the Tate brothers and stuff.
I mean, we are in trouble, folks. We're in trouble.
Okay, let's watch TYT follow up from Miss Kasparian.
Yeah, let's watch it because they're looping on the same. They were Israel connections. Okay. Uh-oh.
I'm going to tell the truth, even if it comes at a significant cost to my career, Jillian, as you voiced some concern about.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this. I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the proof?
No.
We're not saying Netanyahu
We're really not
offered Charlie
saying that it
$150 million. This is not for me. I'm not interested
They
in this.
didn't bring the receipts though. They really didn't. It was just Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Gray Zone. Max Blumenthal said it.
Yep.
We only have the only thing that we know about is that this summit of some sort or whatever, like Max Blumenthal like did meet at this time. We don't like you're relying on the testimony of these anonymous people within the Gray Zone.
Okay, I know. I know.
Sorry.
Let's be good.
Let's
be good about precious Israel. Like the country committing a genocide. Yeah.
Oh no.
Like, and you also can't say that like Israel committing a genocide excuses you from having to do your like due diligence or like source your claims. You can't just say whatever the fuck you want about anyone or like just make any claim without actually substantiating it. And I do think that it's like lame to be like they're doing a genocide, so fuck me if we're just like believing unsubstantiated claims or ones that are highly dubious and need to be verified by independently.
Well, as you just saw from that video, Jillian Michaels, who co-hosts Her Take along with me, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Li, quit with her and essentially did so while...
No, wait, Her Take's done. Fuck, that really was the
what?
end. I think she just said that they all quit.
No.
I think that's what she just said. No,
She just
her
quit
take,
that
along with me, Amy Dangerfield.
Wait.
Let the country commit a genocide. Yeah.
Wait, I might have misheard it. Let's see.
Well, as you just saw from that video, Jillian Michaels, who co-hosts Her Take along with me, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Li, quit.
Oh,
and essentially,
I thought she was saying
There's a glitch. There's a glitch.
Yeah, it was. I misheard. I thought she was saying we quit, like in protest to her doing that shit or something.
No, but
did so while we were live.
Yeah, she was saying she rage quit.
Now, keep in mind, Jillian Michaels was the lead host of that show, so she abandoned it while we were airing live. And I want to explain exactly what happened from
Wait,
my.
Did she actually resign over this?
No way.
Oh my god! I love how again, like all of the fucking bullshit that's been spun on that fucking show. This is where she draws a line, though.
Wait, let me look at her Twitter. Jillian Michaels.
Has she made a statement?
Leave the
point of view.
Is she done? She says that she step out of the most recent segment. I expressed deep concern prior to the show with other hosts, but when it became clear the best choice would be to leave the segment. She's not talking about she quit the show. So it's possibly still gonna happen.
While doubling down on what I believe about some of the rumors and some of the theories floating around about Charlie Kirk's assassination and these allegations that Israel, played a role in his assassination. Now, I want to be very clear right off the bat. I do not believe that there is any evidence drawing a direct connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel. As everyone knows, I am not someone who holds back when it comes to criticizing Israel. But I think the truth matters. And if there's no evidence, I just think it's super irresponsible to, preemptively place blame on Israel for Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's crazy. Now, that is an entirely different story from what I have talked about on this show. And that has to do with what Charlie Kirk was personally experiencing in regard to Zionist pressure in the last few months of his life. Now, when I'm referring to that Zionist pressure, I'm specifically talking about the fact that apparently behind the scenes, and Charlie Kirk himself confirmed this in a conversation with Megyn Kelly, he felt that he was being smeared as an anti-Semite.
Okay, but like this is not going to substantiate whether he was offered $150 million by Bibi Netanyahu to put into TPUSA.
Clearly,
all of that other stuff can be true, and it still would not substantiate that claim, huh?
You put it at 1.25 because I understood this point when she was making it on air. Anyone who doesn't understand this point, okay, we get it, yeah.
Because of the fact that he included Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at the America Fest, conference. And during that conference, Dave Smith, debated somebody on Israel, and I thought it was a great debate. I enjoyed it. And then Tucker Carlson, of course, gave that speech in which he, floated the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. Okay. So I think that if you're going to be part of a group of people, and as Charlie Kirk very much was, that purports to want to be...
Again, if you're going to report on this story and you're going to repeat things, I think you have to disclose to your viewers who you are sourcing it from. And you are sourcing it from Max Blumenthal, and you are sourcing it from the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone has published lies. The Gray Zone has made mistakes. You should not just report it as fact. Or like it's being reported from like the AP or whatever.
Be inclusive of all...
I mean, by not disclosing like where her source is now for this is not good.
Points of view, debate all points of view, not try to censor people because of wrongthink, then yeah, you should be inclusive of voices like Tucker Carlson's. I mean, he's one of the top conservatives in this country in terms of media.
Yeah, we got to be inclusive of Tucker Carlson, you guys. He really doesn't have a big enough platform.
Dave Smith, who is not as big as Tucker Carlson, but he's been really making a name for himself by debating this very issue. And so I love the fact that he included those voices, but apparently some of the donors behind Turning Point USA did not feel the same. Okay, fair enough. Now, the segment that we were doing, about the conspiracies, yes, did mention the conspiracy about Israel allegedly, having something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Every single person on that panel said that they do not believe it. But that was getting conflated with something else. And the conflation had to do with the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So as this conversation was happening,
isn't it so funny that like Jillian rage quits over them having this discussion and not like Nick Fuentes doing like a fucking episode or anything like that? He had already been on the Valuetainment Network on Saucecast, which is canceled. I didn't realize Saucecast had been canceled, and it was probably replaced by Her Take. Yeah. They haven't uploaded in like 11 months, and then PBD took a dig at Saucecast, like, well, that's why we canceled your show the other day.
Yikes, because it wasn't doing well?
Yeah, it wasn't. The channel had like 240,000 subscribers, but the views on each upload were pretty low.
People are speaking over each other. It's pretty chaotic. And
is it on
I
YouTube?
thought in real time what was going
like
the
Saucecast like Fuentes thing? Yeah, let me see.
Well, do they still have their channel, the Saucecast? Or Saucecast?
Yeah.
Going on was that Jillian was under the impression that we're about to like throw Israel under the bus as the assassins. And that she was conflating
I did get that sense from Jillian that she really thought that that's what they were angling at, even though Ana had already said that they were not going to, that she didn't think Israel was behind the assassination of Kirk.
With the story that I do believe has credibility, and that's that Charlie Kirk is facing pressure from, Zionist donors. Okay. But then upon reflecting.
Yeah, look, this was 2 years ago.
Oh, wow. I'm getting more views than them.
Heated debate on race, religion, and feminism. Saucecast episode 131. In today's captivating episode of the Saucecast, join Adam Sosnick as he hosts a compelling group discussion with guests Michael Sartain, Alpha King Nima, and controversial influencer Nick Fuentes, alongside accomplished women Amy Dangerfield and Catalina Lauf.
Accomplished women. Accomplished a fucking what? But like, this is by far the best viewed episode. Go to the views of the other videos.
Yeah. Like it's really, really low. So 270,000 subscribers. 10 months ago, their uploads were getting 3.9 thousand views, 1.6 thousand, 1.2. Like every now and then they'd have some that like 4,000 here or whatever.
I feel like I'm doing better than these. Wow.
Yeah, no, this was like if they're gonna do these shows, they have to put them on the main Valuetainment channel.
Right.
Well, I say that, but then like, how do the Her Take segments go?
I think
they have their own
well.
channel actually, and they got 70,000 subs.
Oh wow!
Like similar numbers.
But but they're 30K on the main episodes, right?
Yeah, the episodes get the views. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
On this Her Take segment, I realized that no, Jillian wanted to not deny that story as well, and I disagree with that wholeheartedly. So she wanted to basically convey that Kirk was still very much supportive of Israel, which is absolutely true. Take a look.
He is saying he's being criticized for giving an audience to people like Dave Smith. He is not saying that he is changing his mind and thinks the Jews are evil. Like,
no, he wasn't changing his mind.
I want to be real clear here.
No, but
I think this is dangerous, and I want to be deadly accurate if we're gonna have this conversation. So that's what he was talking about. It's about the fact that Dave Smith, he gave him an audience at Turning Point, and he was being criticized for having people who didn't agree. Like,
did you read the follow up to what Jillian had like tweeted? Because you read this, right? To Ana Kasparian, I have publicly sung your praises. I fought for you to get the job on Her Take. For you to make this shitty YouTube post for clicks is sad. I posted it below for you. Hope those AdSense dollars pay you the money you're after. Well, I've appreciated your upset over what is happening.
You're upset? She used the wrong your.
It's a weird way to put this anyway. While I've appreciated your upset over what is happening in Gaza, is it possible that when you start saying things on your content like you think you're God's chosen people when you behave like demons, it might be crossing the line? When almost every episode of Her Take has to bash Israel, it might be overkill.
Which is true.
When we what?
They bash it every episode. I want to super chat. Yeah.
Good. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't think that this stuff should be said or whatever. Like that's not. Productive.
This is the super chat. Is it far fetched to believe that pro-Israel activists like Bill Ackman were willing to donate hundreds of millions to Kirk? I don't think that's far fetched. No.
No, but it has to be substantiated. Just because something is probable or likely doesn't mean it's substantiated.
Would the AP even report on this if it were true? Maybe. I mean, I think that's of note. Certainly after his death, I think it would be of note. So I think the answer is yes. I think if this were proven, I think the AP would report on it. And if not, it would be like some other news organization.
To me, it's like Israel's doing a fucking genocide. This idea that like we can't bash Israel every episode. That's like saying you guys you bash Trump every stream, Pisco. Why don't you cool it? How come you never why don't you pick on somebody else? Like, give me a fucking break.
I'm just pushing back.
Do you genuinely mean it, or you're just pushing back to push back?
No, I don't think it's wrong to criticize Israel on every episode.
Okay, but you were like, yeah, they do bash Israel every episode, making it sound like
they
it's a bad
do that
thing.
though. So if she doesn't want to do that, maybe she doesn't want to do that.
Do you think that's bad?
To bash Israel every episode?
Yeah.
Yes, because I think it is distracting of Trump. So yes.
They're doing a genocide. Which
Yeah,
Trump
I
is
don't say don't
complicit
talk
in.
about
Trump
it.
supports that genocide.
Yeah, but I don't talk about Israel every episode because it's not my focus. I think that I don't need to hear about Israel every episode.
It doesn't need to be your focus. It's not a zero-sum game of like any minute that you spend talking about Israel in your episode is like time taken away from fucking Trump.
You're right about everything.
You okay, Pisco?
Not okay. Can we see if there's any more drama on the fucking video?
When we have to discuss conspiracy theories about Israel's connection to hideous events like 9/11 or Charlie Kirk's murder, it could border on irresponsible and dangerous. Sorry if I wasn't game. You're a real gem. Keep at it. And then she links it.
Yikes.
Tucker on the stage.
On the stage.
He wasn't saying,
so
I
the
have changed my mind here and I'm being attacked.
So basically, he's getting this pressure from donors, which led to that meeting in the Hamptons with Bill Ackman, because Bill Ackman apparently wasn't happy with it either. But you guys also have to understand that there is a trend now with young conservatives who are not supportive of Israel, or not as supportive as previous.
He was about to, you guys.
No, whatever.
Generations.
So at this point, I'm under the assumption that we're all on the same page. Because you just heard Jillian Michaels repeat what I believe, right? That Charlie Kirk was facing backlash. He didn't like the backlash. He was public about the fact he didn't like that backlash as he was speaking to Megyn Kelly on her show. Okay, fair enough. Now, at one point, the claim that pro-Israel donors had offered Kirk and Turning Point a $150 million cash infusion as a way of influencing him came up. And, Jillian thinks that the claim is spurious, and I haven't seen hard evidence. For now, there have been rumors about that, but she is right.
Oh my God, you're conceding it then. That's you were reporting it as fact, Anna, and now
you were.
Jillian thinks it's spurious. It is true there's no evidence. That's a spurious claim, Anna. You don't have the evidence for it.
Right, that there isn't hard evidence of it. And she was very stuck on this point. Okay, so let's take a look at that part of the conversation.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, though.
I'm referring. Where is the proof? No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover the. I'm going to rip your apart. Where is the proof?
Look at her. She has no nussy. She has no nussy.
None whatsoever.
Pure
the
vein.
Stacey, view the jaw of the Stacey, you guys, and look at that, just angular, defined, vascular. Look at the vascularity while she's like screaming, like, "Stop criticizing Israel! I'm gonna fucking rip you apart."
Netanyahu.
We're really
offered
not
Charlie $150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not. Okay, so
what's going on is now there is a marketplace. What they're
Jillian?
saying, this is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it.
This conversation. It's over a week.
It's still pretty
That
prevalent.
is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said,
Jillian, what's
according to
become of
this
you,
guy's
Jillian?
reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
That was also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also,
Corroborated by
listen, I like Candace. She has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet,
saying,
they were all together.
Whoa.
Fuck Candace Owens.
Fuck Candace Owens. Am I right?
Oh, you said at me?
Okay. No one has reported that Benjamin Netanyahu personally has offered or had offered Turning Point USA $150 million.
Wait a minute. I want to check that fucking Gray Zone article because I'm pretty sure it does say that, but I could be misremembering it. Let's see. If I put that's on Yahoo. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA, and that Kirk refused. Okay, so Netanyahu, what they didn't report is that he himself did it, just that he had like organized it or whatever.
Organized the fusion. This is a chatter says, Pisco, tell Mindy to go back to China so I can cross it off my bingo card for this episode.
Why are you laughing? Mindy Li.
There was reporting that pro-Zionist donors offered a cash infusion and that Charlie Kirk rejected that, along with Benjamin Netanyahu's trip. He offered a trip for Charlie Kirk to visit Israel again. Now, we all know what those trips to Israel are all about. It's basically re-education camp. Don't you know better than that? You shouldn't be critical of, he wasn't even really all that critical of Israel, to be honest with you. He didn't want to invade Iran. I obviously agreed with him on that. But for the most part, I saw him constantly
we
defending
have
Israel.
Talibots in the chat.
It has now gotten
Talibots. She's a Jew, and she's exasperated by the veiled anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
My understanding is...
You know what? I can respect that, and I think I kind of agree with Tali.
Wait, say that again?
Talibot says she's a... Wait, is she Jewish? Is Jillian Jewish?
Her mother... I mean, Judaism is passed down matrilineally, and her mother is of Jewish and Syrian descent. But she was just saying in this earlier in this episode, depending on how you understand like people's relationship to Judaism, some understand it as a race, other people do not. But she is obviously irreligious because she was like hammering on about like, oh, what does it mean that like he's saying Christ is king or whatever.
But I think that Anna's kind of like, she knows what she's kind of doing a bit with this whole thing. Like, you shouldn't be running with this shit, especially if you've had a conversation with your co-host beforehand. Hey, I really don't want to talk about this. And for you just to like jump in gun-ho on some uncorroborated garbage, which is really stoking
that's my issue with
shit.
it.
Like,
not that we're
dude.
criticizing Israel. My issue with it is that we should not be repeating things from the gray zone without.
But I think we shouldn't take Jillian literally, which is you guys are just criticizing Israel all the time. I think Tala is probably right that she's not saying you can't criticize Israel. Like you said, she's stomached a lot of criticism of Israel on her show, and I think that's happened. And so I think that we should like listen to it's a frustration. It's a professional frustration at her basically saying I didn't want to talk about this and legitimize it, and then that being spurned. And the substance of what's being alleged here, stoking the fires of, and being uncorroborated and stoking the fires of a raging inferno that Candace Owens and other bad faith, I think, probably anti-Semitic actors have done.
This is a woman who backed the fucking bombing of Iran because she was like, but they say death to America. Do you remember when we covered those fucking episodes?
She's a little simple Jack, but I mean, I don't know.
When she says like, I've sat through many conversations that were highly critical of Israel, it's like, there have been multiple points where in those conversations she framed it as the criticism itself was anti-Semitic.
Which one?
Jillian Michaels. What do you mean? Like when she says here in this tweet, I have sat through many conversations that were highly critical of Israel.
Yes.
But like the same way that like how like you've made fun of how Jillian pushes back. She always like hand wrings and she's like, you're saying this and like I hear you, okay? I just don't really like that. Like I don't know, you guys. When we're making it about the Jews, I get uncomfortable. Like you know how she is.
That's a pretty good impression. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I'm saying that like when she's like, I've sat through these. She's I guess kind of suggested that like she's either contributed and like she was able to provide like critical pushback or like she sat through it like I didn't like it but I didn't say anything, but like no, she would jump in and do her fucking hand wringing that she does with every single topic or whatever. She's done it with like Trump and the insurrection at different points. She did it with like again Israel bombing Iran and America doing it as well, defending America. Like the way that Jillian like pushes back is always the hand wringing. So
to a point where the ongoing slaughter in Gaza.
But like principally her saying that like we don't need to bash, like when almost every episode of Her Take has to bash Israel, like just replace it with bash X. And it's like, I'm sure in every single episode or almost every single episode of Her Take, I can find a common theme of like Democrat bashing or bashing of like whatever. It's not the frequency. It's not about like balance or anything like that to Jillian Michaels. I don't think it's just that.
Here's the Talibot's response with my embellishment. She says, and I quote, her point is she didn't jump in and scream anti-Semitism, where basically the way Anna was reacting was like, we're allowed to criticize Israel and doesn't make us anti-Semitic, kind of implying that Jillian wasn't open to such criticism, that Jillian is enforcing this kind of taboo not to criticize Israel when she hasn't really done that. And what do you think about that? Where it's like she, in this is like responding and saying, hey, you're painting me as this person who's not willing to stomach criticism of Israel, but
she explicitly said when she left, I'm not going to stand for the Israel bashing. I didn't want to do this story.
But take
and then she also says
don't
here
take her
in the
literally.
follow-up,
Don't take her literally.
However, I do not want to participate in discussions that center on unfounded conspiracy theories that could inadvertently stoke the fires of anti-Semitism. So she is saying here that like she's concerned about anti-Semitism. I don't have an issue with Jillian Michaels being concerned about anti-Semitism. I'm concerned about anti-Semitism, but that's not what she said when she walked off. So there's no reason for people to believe that she's coming at it from anything other than what she says.
Aaron, what do you think she's saying? Like, I never want to hear you criticize Israel again? Or do you think that she meant, what do you think is more likely to be?
I think that like the vast majority of Zionists, she thinks that Zionism and Judaism are intrinsically linked, and that she believes that criticism of Israel is exceptional. It's like being singled out. It's held to a double standard. This is the new anti-Semitism definition. And she believes that very, very oftentimes, if not every single time, there are a lot of criticisms that overlap or become excessive, and they do feed into anti-Semitism.
You've been hitting that Tylenol, says my chatter.
Yeah. Well, what do you have to say?
I think that there's like
I could respect if she was saying I think it's anti-Semitic to suggest that like Jewish people are like we're behind this or anything like that. I would agree with her, but that's not what she said.
I know it's kind of just like more of a feeling, right? Like I don't when she says Israel bash, Israel bash, Israel bash, she's pointing to a kind of feeling which I think is fair given Zog posting from Ana, given the kind of Groyper posting from Amy Dangerfield, and the kind of like I think it's irresponsible.
She was happy to go along with all of this because she did not with the Epstein shit. The Epstein stuff has been nothing but Zog posting. What do you want to bet if we go back to that episode? Jillian actually wasn't doing too much hand-wringing in that instance, even though that is the most explicit anti-Semitic conspiracy theory they have pushed on the show, whether Jillian realized it or not. The whole thing with Epstein, like, being a Mossad asset, and that they're, like, it's critical pedo theory shit. The idea that...
Yeah, but, like, at least with the Epstein stuff, it's not as, like, gaslighty as this current form of Charlie Kirk denialism, where it feels like we're in this like Epstein was percolating for a little bit. This feels like corruption in front of our eyes, like just like this thing that's out of control now that we can't even like the Epstein thing was circulating, was sitting and cooking for a little bit. I don't know, man. This feels a little like I'm more scared by this than the Epstein stuff. I'm being honest, in terms of its implications on the critical faculties of our country. Because with the Epstein stuff, you know, he met with Ehud Barak, right? He was like, he has been to Israel. Like, we have no evidence whatsoever that Israel was behind the killing of Charlie Kirk. None.
But Ana said that. She literally said that multiple times.
I know, but like in the context of on conservative media, this thing is spreading, and Candace Owens, like you said, 100,000 people concurrence. Jesus fuck.
170,000, yeah.
I think I can understand the frustration. Like, holy, like, you know, there are platforming.
Jillian has
Nick
never
Fuentes.
cared about sloppy sourcing or bad reporting.
Okay.
That has never been
All
the
right.
issue. This is somebody who, again,
not
she
for the bad
engages
reporting in and of
herself.
itself. It's not for the bad reporting in and of itself. It's the bad reporting, I think, plus the anti-Semitic tropes in the background, not necessarily being spread by Ana, though she has before. But I don't know. It feels a little bit like read the moment. And right now, the moment needs like strong people to be like, hey, this is not okay for us to just like, you know, and they're not citing Candace Owens with like negativity. They're like, Candace corroborated this thing. They're explicitly backing Candace in terms of her credentials, maybe not on her overall conspiracy theory, but as someone that we should look to. And that is a kind of pseudo endorsement of.
I mean, yeah, we have an issue with Candace. Do you think Jillian Michaels has an issue with Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson?
I'm not sure.
I would be very, very skeptical of that.
Then if it's not, then if she doesn't, then maybe I can't explain it as well.
It's because it's a vibes-based thing. This was.
Yeah, I don't know. It just it does feel a little. It feels a little wrong. I don't know. I listened to what they were talking about. And I had a fucking chill at my spine.
The only thing I could relate to her is if she had expressed beforehand that she wasn't comfortable doing that episode, and covering that story for whatever reason, and she's the host, and they did it anyway. It's disrespectful on like a professional level. But I think your criticism is like going beyond that.
Maybe. Is Pisco Israeli? No, dude. I'm Latino, man.
Is Pisco Israeli?
I'm not religious. No, but I was baptized in the Catholic Church when I was a baby.
As was I too. Hispanic Catholics, you guys run the show.
No.
Is too difficult to defend. So I think he was starting to find himself in a very uncomfortable position where you have the donors pressuring him to continue defending Israel at any and all costs.
I don't know. I also, just like on this, could you imagine if somebody conflated like bashing Trump with like, you hate America?
Yeah, no, that would be annoying. And I think that that's a problem with pro-Israel people for sure. I just don't know that that's what was happening with Jillian. I'm not sure. And I think that there's a problem now when you're inviting Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes is becoming more and more influential when he explicitly says it's not an Israel problem, it's a Jewish problem. It's everywhere they are.
And
that is.
And I agree with you, but at that point, quit the network. Like, why? Like somebody might talk, but she got into bed with these kooks. Now she's realizing that might be a bad idea. You know, I mean, Jillian is the centrist, and so like again, all of these centrist outlets, they're always fucking far right, or they're either right wing or far right, you know? So she's realizing like, oh, this is not actually like a centrist or like, if what they mean by centrist is like, let's have Nick Fuentes on to debate this shit or whatever, then like, yeah, that's like, I think Jillian is actually a true centrist, or she thinks of herself as such.
Yeah, I think she thinks of herself, but like, I just want to say.
Wait, what'd you say?
I think she thinks of herself as such as well.
Yeah, like enlightened or whatever. But even though she's like obviously like a conservative at this point,
this gripper stuff, this anti-Semitism, this is getting out of hand real fast. The stuff that we're seeing, the Candace, this is getting out of hand fast.
What's inflaming it? Because I agree with you. What's inflaming it though?
I think that it's inflamed by Israel's conduct, but it's also inflamed by bad faith anti-Semites who are getting pushed by algorithms, by social media, and by themselves and their other complicit members of the influencer class. And this is getting out of hand very quickly.
But you also have young conservatives who see what's going on, and they're moving further and further away from being as supportive toward Israel as conservatives traditionally have been. Okay, so at this point, honestly, I lost patience. And the reason why I lost patience is because of exactly what you heard in that video.
To get you to set off.
We're having a conversation. We are discussing what various people are saying, what various reports are alleging. You have to get through the presentation of the story and what the various people are saying before we can all weigh in on what we think and what our analysis is. But we never.
But the soy pointing needs to end. Israel's a far-right government doing war crimes and expansionism. To pretend they aren't trying to influence our politics because it's a trope is doing nothing but covering for them. I'm here for the criticisms of Israel. They have to be good criticisms of Israel and factually grounded, and that's actually not hard to do whatsoever. So when these people drop the ball, it's either indicative of laziness to me, being charitable. In some instances, it really is just a flimsy cover and veil for anti-Semitism, and it's just about being able to discern which is which. And in the case of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, it is obviously a Trojan horse for anti-Semitism. In the case of Ana Kasparian, I think that it started off more principled, and it has gotten to the point where it is, I'm not going to say motivated by, but I will say it's informed by anti-Semitism.
Never even got there. Okay, Amy is trying to present everything. As she's trying to present everything, she keeps getting interrupted. Jillian already has in her mind what all of us think about all of these issues without ever hearing what we think about any of these issues. And when I heard her look at Lindy, who I have gotten into many arguments, heated arguments with, when she looked at Lindy and said, I told you I didn't want to talk about this, and if you did talk about it, I was going to rip you apart. That kind of threat is unacceptable. It just is.
Oh my God.
I have had all sorts of moments on that show because of the fact that
that to me is like pearl clutching. It was a rhetorical flair. I don't think it was indicative of a physical threat from Jillian Michaels. Come on, Anna.
So lame.
Have many
It
disagreements.
is more heated than we've ever seen Jillian.
Yeah, for sure.
She was animated, but to pretend like those were like fighting words from Jillian, it's like, no, come on.
The whole point of that panel is to have various perspectives represented. We get into debates all the time. There have been moments where I have felt
a dildo at you, Anna. I think it was a
tampon. I don't remember if it was a dildo. That was very disrespectful, though, and disgusting.
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah.
Disrespected.
But now I know where it's coming from because Saucecast was canceled and it was replaced by Her Take. So that's why he's ass mad.
To be fair, and there have been moments where it's been 3 versus 1.
Next episode of Her Take, guest star Nick Fuentes, absent Jillian Michaels.
Oh my God.
Or, in the case of Adam Sosnick joining us, it was, basically 3 versus 1 because Amy wasn't really attacking me as we were debating Israel.
But to be fair to Ana, she has never like downplayed or like played defense for Nick Fuentes. Oh, wait. No, she does lend credence to the Zog posting shit. She did lend credence to the Zog posting, but she didn't if and or but anything related to the fact that he is obviously a Holocaust denier and he is openly like a neo-Nazi. It was just one of those like, gotta give him credit though when he criticizes Israel.
I never threatened anybody, and I never told anyone that I'm going to rip them apart. So at this point, I lose my patience, and I want to clear the air because I'm still at this moment under the impression that Jillian is conflating 2 different stories. Okay, the conspiracy about Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which is ridiculous, and then the other story about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So I attempted to clear the air. Get a load of this.
There are 2 things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
Talking about that.
We're not. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that.
Let me finish my fucking thought from Ana.
I mean, have we ever gotten this heated?
Not yet.
Not yet.
That chorus episode is a little spicy.
That was a spicy
spicy because someone was in a little bit of a bad mood.
You're not yourself when you don't have your sneakers.
Charlie Kirk was dead. You have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about
the episode where we were talking. The one that we just had. I was in the sunglasses or whatever with like Prime and Tim or whatever. There were points where I was spicy with you, but it was not. It was not like
crazy
shut
insane
the fuck up,
leftist
you
denies
won't,
reality.
or whatever. It was like it was heated over the substance of what we were talking about. It wasn't personally animated to the point that I was like, shut the fuck up, let me talk.
Using the moment for his own political purposes, like the fool that he is. Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just? I literally
So now we're just gonna make
let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat.
Pause.
I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence.
Technically, in this conversation, Ana, if you're just following the terms of what they're saying, Ana is correct, right? Like, Ana is making this distinction, and separating them, and Jillian is wrong that Ana is technically, by the words she's using, suggesting one or the other. I think it's all about the surrounding context, the lack of substantiation, and basically the optics of it and who's behind the sourcing here and Caniso and stuff.
This is the only time Jillian is like ever given a fuck about any of that stuff. It's so disingenuous in a lot of ways to me.
That. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting.
Jillian has pushed like anti-vax conspiracy theories. She's platformed like she's flirted with the Zog shit. Soros being behind certain things. Like Jillian herself has pushed those things. Like again, it's always telling that like the fact that they do have some room to be tolerant of some anti-Semitism, but then when it's like against like anti-Semitism in Israel or whatever, that's where she draws the line.
We need to have you guys in the studio so that Aaron can throw a tampon at Pisco.
That'll be fun.
If we're canvassing, maybe we go canvassing.
When we do the IRL episode of Just Press Play at some point, you guys don't. It's gonna be a little. Don't worry.
You'll throw a tampon
in this country for his own political means and purposes.
I would be canceled. I think if I threw it at you, but if you threw it at me, it would be like a
Adam
funny
Sosnick
callback.
was canceled because men are always held accountable on the internet when they're fucking misogynistic towards women.
Lib men are held accountable.
Who was the last lib man that was held accountable for misogyny? Go.
Jimmy Kimmel, and he was the best for misogyny?
Yeah. Because you said lib men are held accountable for misogyny, so who?
Lib men are never... Sorry. Lib men actually might be the most... Male feminists are the most sexist there are. Hot take. Thoughts?
I mean, you are a male feminist, so I would agree.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm an egalitarian.
You literally said, like, I want women to be in charge of the government, you guys. I voted for Kamala Harris, and I do it again.
Stop with your shit.
How did you mean that? How did you mean that?
Just press play. I don't even want to continue this line of inquiry.
Pisco wants a matriarchy.
Harry Sisson, really great fucking pull here. He was held accountable for his womanizing ways.
Right, for being a fuckboy. That was less about misogyny, more about being a fuckboy.
The nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk.
I clear the air. Very specific. I repeated twice in the video you just saw that I don't think Israel is behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, but things still
But like fucking, I can't remember where Lindy and Amy stood on that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But as far as Jillian directly addressing Ana, if she said in the heat of, in the midst of their exchange that like, you're the one pushing this, Ana had already explicitly distanced herself from that conspiracy theory. So
I just want to say that like, I don't think it's the literal words Anna's using. It's the backdrop, it's the lack of substantiation, and it's the vibes, which I can understand the frustration.
No, I think it's mostly disingenuous from Jillian. I think that like again, it's coming from not being uncomfortable with anti-Zionism to me, and not really anti-Semitism. She's floated with anti-Semitism in different ways in the show. She doesn't care about factuality. This is Jillian fucking Michaels we're talking about. It is discomfort with that.
And it's just, I don't understand it. Well, actually now, thinking about this in retrospect, I do understand it. So at this point, in my opinion, I just think what Netanyahu did, like before most people even realized that Charlie Kirk was already pronounced dead, like the same minute that Trump announced that Charlie Kirk had passed, you have Netanyahu doing some of the most detestable garbage commentary about who he believes killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, he goes on Fox News. I want you to take a look at that video. This is what I was referring to.
He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And you know, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical.
I wonder how fucking pissed off Israelis are to see this man go up there wearing the yellow ribbon for the hostages when he refuses to end this fucking genocide and get those hostages back.
Islamists and their union with the ultra-progressives, they often speak about human rights, they speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been...
You know a thing or two about that, dude.
Almost assassinated twice around. They try to kill me here, too.
This is the thing that, Jimmy Kimmel explicitly didn't do. I mean, the kind of shit that he's doing right now here, it's the most opportunistic shit.
So let me understand something. It is so below the belt and so unacceptable to prematurely blame Israel for an assassination when there's no evidence. And I agree with that take. How is it okay for the prime minister? This isn't just some random person online. This isn't some rando conspiracy theorist on X. This is the prime minister of Israel exploiting a tragic moment in American history for his own political purposes to spread hate
for Trump
and propaganda about Muslims. Because God forbid the leader of Israel ever miss an opportunity to exploit a tragedy in the United States for his own purposes, as he did in the aftermath of 9/11, by the way. This is who Netanyahu is. I'm never, ever going to be silenced by
There's better examples of Bibi doing that than I don't know what she's talking about with respect to 9/11.
Did she say 9/11?
Anyone in calling out how detestable and disgusting that was.
Like the Malaysian airliner, I'm thinking of one specific, I think the Malaysian airliner thing overlapped with an operation he was conducting in Gaza. That
now, if Jillian disagrees with
Obama was like, cut it out, and then it stopped.
Me on that. She could have had a conversation about it, but that's not what happened. This is what happened.
Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy, and he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great, we were good, we had a great relationship. Little did we know, behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure towards
ends up being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you guys. I'm sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah.
Okay. Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this.
I'm sorry. Crazy.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation? Let's.
Okay. Wait, what? Or like what? Just because we saw this.
I don't think that Jillian should leave. I'm not in favor of this kind of shit.
What, like just storming off and fucking leaving? Yeah, it's unprofessional, especially if you're the host or whatever. I think that she should have done her job and steered the topic away, or like, put a button on it. And I don't think, even if you had an issue with them bringing up the story, I think that once it's occurred and like they've already begun, it's a thing that you have to handle offline and say to them after, like, hey, I had already asked you guys not to report on, like, that I didn't want to talk about it, and you guys went ahead without my approval. I think to do it in the middle or whatever, you're putting all of them in a very uncomfortable position, even if they've just put you in that position.
Then you wanted to do it anyway.
Let's finish the last topic.
All right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So, again, to clarify, I don't think Israel did it.
I'm sorry. It is not some angelic country. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want.
That's my take. And upon reflecting on that moment and the fact that the actual lead host of the show quit the show live on air because she's so offended that we're critical of Israel, that was not only unprofessional.
Wait. You said, what do you think she's tripling down on, or what?
No, I'm saying triple down on what you said. And also, I don't know if quit means permanent quit. I read Jillian statement to say she quit the segment.
I don't think she's quitting the show or whatever. Although I don't know how they're gonna recover.
Copium.
Given this. Wait, what?
Well, because now she's about to go after her professionalism. Let's hear what Ana said.
I don't know that she's going to how they're going to continue the show with that after this.
Professional. It was disrespectful to.
But like they continued after Ana went after Lindy. Like she literally said on TYT, I have the displeasure of hosting a show with her, and they still continued. So, but Jillian is like drawing attention to it.
Everyone
now compared to
that
how
was
respectful I am
in
of my co-hosts, just saying, isn't it nicer
producing the
to be respectful?
What, you're talking about yourself?
Mm-hmm.
And you're being completely serious?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the funniest joke you've made all night, Pisco.
Working on the show, I traveled from Los Angeles to Florida to host the show. That was disrespectful beyond words, unprofessional beyond words. Period. That was basically
there was unprofessional behavior on all sides here, but I do think that Jillian
she takes the cake. Yeah,
took the cake by walking off.
Taking a big crap on all of us live on air because she allegedly doesn't like that we're too critical of Israel. Let me just say something. I will be as critical of Israel.
Did you just say taking a crap on all of us?
She did. She literally shit on all of them live.
Israel or any country as I want. We have a production meeting.
And Jillian also gave her a fucking bone by being like, I'm not here for the Israel bashing, and not saying like, you guys are flirting with anti-Semitism and I don't like it. Like, she just handed her a fucking bone.
Every taping, every live show, she's part of those production meetings where we decide what the stories are. I take detailed notes to make sure that we're all on the same page. We all know what we're going to discuss. At no point during that production
Ana
meeting.
might have the tea that she did not actually say, do not bring this up.
She pushed back on the idea of discussing
Jillian.
this particular
I came out of a fucking limb for you.
The day
and you
before
fucking betray me.
The show, as she typically likes to do, she tried to change the entire rundown, or at least add some weird Islamophobic story.
Ana airing it all out right now.
About how like, there's a Muslim person or a Muslim leader in Texas or something who is going to Muslim-owned grocery stores and calling them out for their hypocrisy because they're selling pork items. I don't care. I mean, you have conservatives protesting abortion in front of abortion clinics. This is America. Wakey, wakey. This is what religious liberty is. Religious people get to protest.
You're not allowed to sing that song here.
Things that they don't agree with.
You get to not sell pierogies to Alan Dershowitz. This is America.
As it pertains to their religious doctrine. But some weird hyper-local story that's specifically meant to demonize Muslims. No, she wanted to do a quick rapid fire round where we talk about those stories without any debate. And I said no.
Also wouldn't surprise me if Jillian was trying to do like a story that would maybe feed into like Islamophobia or something like that. No surprise there.
That's a story that's worthy of debate. So we didn't add it. Literally a day before our show. And what she said there, it was just so clear. It wasn't about reporting what was correct, what was incorrect, what had actual evidence behind it, what didn't have evidence behind it. She just didn't like that we were being too critical of Israel. A few weeks ago, she was trying to encourage me to sign on to a debate on the show with Coleman Hughes, who had just put out a piece denying that there's mass starvation in Gaza. Okay,
but she probably wanted you to get BTFO'd by Coleman Hughes, who's a fucking dipshit who works for like the Free Press or like with Sam Harris or whatever. And he's
Sam Harris pro-Israel? I had no idea.
Yeah, shocker. Can you believe it that a fucking guy part of the New Atheist movement is fucking pro-Israel?
Hitchens wasn't that pro-Israel. He wasn't pro-Israel.
Okay, yeah, but he was like pro-Iraq war before he died, and I would not be surprised if he had continued on that sort of like liberal interventionist path or whatever, that he definitely would have been, or like that was more neoconservative on his part, but that he would be supporting a lot of this shit. But I would have to, I'm not as like well read on Hitchens's past. Maybe he's spoken up for Palestinians, so.
Oh, multiple times.
He was pretty Islamophobic. Yeah, that's another thing. He was also pretty Islamophobic, so you never know.
When you walk off the show,
Can you pause?
Because your
What do you mean
feelings are.
Islamophobe. I hate this term.
I don't
Can
like the
just be
term Islamophobic either. I was just talking about this yesterday. I prefer the term anti-Muslim bigotry because I don't think that all criticisms of the doctrine
Hitchens
of
wasn't
Islam.
anti-Muslim bigotry.
Okay,
He
agree
was
to
against
disagree.
the religion of Islam. Well, can you name one instance?
No, not off the top of my head, but I don't think it would be hard for me to find instances of him being demonstrating like anti-Muslim bigotry. Because again, his reaction to fucking 9/11. So if you supported that, I don't think it would be too hard to find that. I think Sam Harris has been the one to display the most egregious forms of it in the form of like an op-ed that he wrote for, I think, the Washington Post, where he was like in defense of torture and also advocated for profiling.
Whoa.
What? You don't know about the Sam Harris op-ed?
I know about the torture thing, but I don't know about
Harris.
He just baby's first utilitarian. All right, just press play.
No, you wanted to do this in defense.
No, I
of-
don't want to do this. No, we're
Yes,
not
yes.
doing this. I veto. I have my veto. I knew about this.
This is not her take. This is not her take. If I just put profile or whatever, I would have.
He's just saying if there was an actual ticking time bomb, it would be
That's all he was
justified.
saying, dude. That's all he was saying, bro. And,
Okay, yeah.
In 2005 or in 2006, when there was a national debate going on about torture. Yeah. That's all he was saying.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. And you're the main host of the show.
Do you like the new atheist movement? Are you fans?
Press play. We're not doing this right now.
Were you fans? Yes or no?
We're not doing this right this moment. I want to finish this episode.
That demonstrates a level of disregard and unprofessionalism that I'm not going to stay silent about. And to twist our words and make it appear as though we're trying to draw a connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel is ridiculous because literally no one did that. And today, there's even more evidence backing up what I believe is credible, that Charlie Kirk was in fact dealing with a lot of backlash because he's being inclusive of voices who are critical of Israel. And he felt afraid to be critical of Israel himself, as you're about to hear in this next clip. So today, Kirk's producer, Andrew Colvett, clarified that, yeah, Charlie Kirk was getting backlash and he was pretty irritated by it.
Charlie's position on Israel was very clear. I like them more than I like Hamas. I just wish I was free to criticize Israel and not be labeled an anti-Semite, because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American.
Right.
But why do I have more freedom to do, that and not criticize, a foreign government? And he was really upset that there was this sort of clampdown on the freedom of expression, the freedom of ideas, free speech when it came to a foreign government.
It's like, I could tell you why, dude, because the administration that you support is filled with a bunch of fucking Christian Zionists like Huckabee and Senator fucking Rubio, who've literally made it like, it is actually like the thing with like you're more vulnerable to having your visa revoked or potentially not being able to immigrate to this country if you've been critical of Israel. Marco Rubio like explicitly said this. So there's an answer to Charlie Kirk's question. He just didn't like it.
And I will say this, he felt...
And of course, they have to scapegoat Jews instead of just call out the fucking extremist right-wing policies of MAGA and also Likud and, the far-right government in Israel.
Who's this woman on the left?
TYT correspondent, I have to assume. Oh, wait, no. But this is on the Turning Point USA. It says Real Alex Clark, YouTube. So,
like he had...
Why do you want to know who this woman is? You like her or what?
One more mess up, Aaron, and this entire show. I'm walking out.
He's not going to turn his camera off. He's just going to get out and like leave. And then I'm going to have an empty chair there. Did you see that that's what they did when like with the next episode of the Charlie Kirk show? They just like had an empty chair there for him. I'm not kidding, to like honor him.
Have you seen that? Do you watch Curb?
Yeah. Why?
Have you seen the episode where what's his name? Funkhauser has the seat for the baseball game, and he has a seat for his dad, the ceremonial seat, who just passed away. And Larry wants to sit there. He's like, no, it's for my it's for my dad. It's to honor him. He's like, what are you talking about? I want to sit there. Sorry.
I know. I've never seen that. It sounds hilarious.
Yeah, it's good.
The right as a friend of the Jewish people over the years and all of the things that he had done, he felt like his bona fides in that respect were unassailable and that he should have the freedom to say, hey, it's time to end the war. Hey, it's time to stop the killing. But,
the dude who was like these fucking Muslims that like to kill Jews and making jokes about like buildings in Gaza not existing or whatever. Yeah, he was against the killing, bro.
With Tucker, for example, we took some pushback. We lost some donors. And what's interesting is it wasn't necessarily Jewish donors.
Yeah, because Zionists include evangelicals. This is not about Jews, as I've said a billion times before. There is also...
Except when I said that one time, this is about your Jewish identity.
Intentional conflation.
Just one time.
One
Israel
time.
and-
How do you not have this as like a sound drop yet? You have to get it.
Jewish people in general.
One guy,
and that's
one
done
time.
intentionally to smear anyone who dares to be critical of Israel as an anti-Semite. If you are critical of a government, it doesn't mean that you hate the people of that country. If you are critical of a government that refers to Israel as a Jewish state, it doesn't mean that you are anti-Semitic or hate Jewish people. It means that you have a problem with the conduct of that government. And no one's ever going to silence me about that. Ever. Period. I'm going to tell the truth.
Period.
Even if it comes at a significant cost to my career, Jillian, as you voiced some...
I will retweet Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't give a fuck.
I will platform Tucker
I
Carlson.
will say that Tucker Carlson should be president or like should run for president of the United States. I don't give a fuck. This is the hill I'm dying on.
Concerned about.
This makes the birthing person hill look like look
Doobie
cute.
says the dancing Israeli thing is true.
Who says that? Someone in your chat?
Doobie, my top donor. I might need to take him off my thanks at the end of the videos.
Your donors? Talking about the donors?
He's a donor.
He's a pro-Palestine donor.
He's
Who's behind it?
Donor. I disclosed
Doobie
it, though.
is anonymous. We don't know who is behind.
I disclosed it to Taylor. Press play.
Finally,
wait,
one
do you
more
actually
point
believe the
that I want to
dancing
bring up.
Israelis?
Did Doobie or me?
You can find the news clips. Oh no!
Those news clips don't substantiate what people think that they do.
No, they don't. They really don't.
Today it was reported that, and this is by Max Blumenthal, by the way, he's naming names. Ultra-Zionist billionaire Robert Shillman, I kid you not, that is his name, was one of Charlie Kirk's most committed donors. But as Kirk fell under attack for his increasingly critical Israel views during his final weeks, sources say Shillman ended funding for Turning Point USA. This is a legitimate story that has legitimate receipts. Names have been named, and it is entirely separate from conspiracy theories involving...
I love how she's like, names have been named, but it's anonymous sources that Max Blumenthal is getting it from, and he's printing it in an outfit that's not reputable. So if it were, again, like anonymous sourcing is totally normal, standard journalistic practice, but you can trust it when it's like the Times. You cannot necessarily trust it when it's the gray zone. These people would need to identify themselves, or it needs to be independently verified.
Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which again is spurious and does not have any evidence to back it up. So if anyone dares to say that I believe in that conspiracy theory, if anyone dares to smear me, I want to be very clear right now in stating what I actually believe.
Which is only the dancing Israelis 9/11 conspiracy. I do not believe that Israel is behind Charlie Kirk's killing.
My biggest donor believes it. Okay. I want to thank Erin for a wonderful, wonderful episode. She's going to stick around.
But don't rate into me because I'm not going to continue. I'm also going to end. It's like fucking 2 in the morning.
You're done?
Yeah, I know. Usually I keep going, but I'm going to do the Shoe on Head video on my own, I guess, solo tomorrow. I'm also doing, Smugbug and I are covering PPD, Nick Fuentes. Be here tomorrow, you guys. It's going to be fucking insane, I'm sure.
And everybody follow me on TikTok. It's Pisco Liddy and Instagram. It's really important you do this, and it would mean the world to me if you did it. If you did it, it would mean the world to me.
Go like the TikToks. He tells you to follow it. You guys need to go follow and then go like a TikTok. That's actually what gets engagement. Not
the TikTok. Like the TikTok. And yeah, love you guys very much, and we'll see you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, Pisco.
Bye.
All right, you guys. No raid tonight. It's going to be fucking amazing tomorrow going over that fucking... I'm sure the PPD thing is a shit show. I'm going in blind. Smugbug and I are going to be covering it. We're going to do Shoe on Head. I'm going to be starting the Candace Owens like conspiracy that we're going down the... I almost said the K-hole. The C-hole. The Candace Owens like 170,000 people tuning in live to watch her expose Israel, as they say, which she's not fucking doing. She doesn't got the fucking receipts for that. She doesn't have the receipts for Bridget Macron allegedly being a fucking man. So... in the meantime, though, if you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. If you want to subscribe, you can also do that with your Amazon Prime or something. You can also give subs throughout the chat, get an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes. And if you're watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe. Please turn on the bell so you know when I go live. Please go ahead and go through my past VODs. I got interesting segments up about Charlie Kirk's memorial. Everything's timestamped. And yeah, what else is there to say? If you want to support me, donation links, pinned to my Twitch chat, in my YouTube description box. I'm at straighterade _ on everything. I'm muted? Oh, fuck. You guys, am I muted? Oh my god. I'm muted. Wait, muted? Not muted? Are you guys fucking with me? Not on Twitch? You aren't, he's just a piece of shit. Fuck you guys. Add super chats. I will, you guys. I just like need to turn them on or something. Okay. On YouTube. Who's even live right now? Let's see. Who's still live? Ooh, Riverboat Jack. We will send you guys, I think. Yeah, Riverboat Jack. And then on Twitch, where are we going? I didn't mean to lie, but you did. Yeah, you did. All right. Yeah, Riverboat Jack on YouTube. That's where you guys are headed. And then Mason probably on Twitch. All right, you guys. And like, sorry, I'm not going to do show. I do really want to do the SHOEONHEAD video, honestly. But like, oh, he's covering fucking, okay. I'm sending you to Mason, but he's already doing PBD Nick Fuentes. But even if you tune into his, which you should, you have to come back for mine, obviously. Just get a sneak peek there and then come back.